All right. All right, here we go, guys. Let's have some freaking fun today.
Good morning, Grace.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's get cranking. I got a seller call I got to make. So if you guys are going to be in here, then you better sit down, buckle in.
Good morning.
Hi, good to see you, Tracy.
Getting out of the van and I saw this little substitute logo and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this over here?
All right, talking has to end right now. Sorry, guys. I got a call I got to make to a seller. Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully we get somewhere with it. Now, I know very little about the situation, just so you guys know. Donna is the agent, correct? Okay. Okay, watch how I walk into a conversation where I know almost nothing about it. And don't laugh live when I make jokes. People do that all the time.
This is Donna.
Hi, Donna. It sounds like you're driving. This is Pace. How you doing?
Yeah, well, I'm pulled over so I won't lose you, but yeah, I'm in my car.
Oh, I don't mind that. I just wanted to make sure that if you were driving somewhere, I knew how much time we had, all that kind of stuff. And I drive and talk all the time too, so you have permission to do that.
Okay, great.
My name is Pace. I do a lot of loans on people's real estate transactions. People call me when they're buying, let's say assisted living or RV parks, mobile home parks, stuff like that. They call me and I end up partnering with them on the financial side. And I've been doing this a long time. So what I love to do is when somebody brings a deal to me or an opportunity to me, I love to just get on the phone and listen to the agent directly, especially when I'm talking to maybe a newer person that brings me an opportunity. They typically give me not the greatest information, as you can imagine. So I just have this habit of wanting to get on the phone. So thank you so much for jumping on the phone with me today. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So catch me up to speed. It's your sister's house. It's 4 lots, and your sister has been trying to sell it for quite some time, correct?
No, that's not completely correct.
Okay.
She owns a total of 10 acres.
Nice.
5 acres are on the market right now, and they are 2 different lots. She's got a large home that is over 4,000 square feet upstairs. That's their primary residence. It's a beautiful home. The lower level is about 4,000 square feet. That is a 10-bed assisted living home. That's what that's been their business.
Okay, so they are planning on selling the business with this as well. Is that correct?
This can be purchased as well.
Okay,
yes.
So the purchase of the business would be outside of the purchase of the real estate.
Yes, the real estate's $2.5 million.
Okay, so real estate's 2.5, and then the business they're trying to get how much?
You know what? He's asking $100,000 for the actual business.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you some questions you might not have the answer to, and that's perfectly cool. We could always have a second one. Do you know what their gross revenue is and what their net profit is on a yearly basis for that business? Okay. Okay, cool.
To give you that information?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't. This is my problem. This is what I was trying to say at the beginning. I don't pay attention to people that bring the opportunities to me.
Gotcha.
Because
okay.
Typically what happens is I find out information on my own when I have the conversation myself. So
Let me tell you this. The property, the business is not going to support the property. Absolutely not.
okay.
It means she's got a nice business downstairs, but somebody coming in to buy an assisted living home doesn't have to spend that kind of money. And most assisted living homes are in rented or leased buildings.
Okay.
Because a lot of people don't have the money to go buy a home. So there is opportunity, but my sister, she just wants out. She just needs to, her husband's had a double lung transplant. He's 2 years into it, but his health is not very good. She's in I think she's 74. She's been the managing operator of the assisted living and she's just tired. And so they need to cash out.
Got it. Okay. And where are they going to go when they sell? They have another house?
Well, not yet.
Okay, got it. So they're going to use the proceeds of this to kind of downsize and simplify their life.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I asked the question is if I did buy the assisted living facility, she obviously knows the ins, the outs. She's managing it. So if she left and said, hey, I sold the house, I'm going to move to California, and then I have a hard time, getting her involved for at least 3 months until I'm onboarded.
So somebody that's going to take over is going to have to be a licensed manager. That means they're going to have to go through the process to get the state license.
I have the state license. We own 7 assisted living facilities, so that's not a problem. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, no, she's going to stay right in the immediate area. She's not going to leave. And I think she would be perfectly willing to remain available as a consultant. She does not want to have to deal with staffing issues. And because she lives right upstairs, it's very easy for a caregiver to call her at 2 a.m. and say, could you come down here?
Yeah.
And she just doesn't want to do it anymore. Now, I will give you the rest of the story on the property because I'm sure Emma, when she talked to you about 4 parcels.
Yeah.
So my sister, when she started Page Springs Living, that was the 10-bed assisted living that is on the lower level. And they have their separate entrances. This was a church. And when my sister and her husband bought this years ago, they did a complete remodel of this church, and on the inside, the upstairs had been the sanctuary. The lower level was the Sunday school rooms and the rec room and a kitchen. They first operated that as they were in construction, and that lower level were their construction offices. Well, when 2008 hit and the construction business tanked, they went looking for a business that they could continue to use their property in, and they landed in the assisted living industry. So that was Page Springs Living. That's the one that's below their home. Well, as they moved along in this industry, they decided they wanted a secondary home. And because they had a total of 10 acres, this is when they divided the 10 into 4 parcels. They built a beautiful 10-bed home on another parcel. So that's on an acre. That's not currently on the market, but it could be. Okay. I mean, if she could sell the whole 10 acres, she wants $4 million for it. That's what she wants.
Okay.
And that would be 2 10-bed assisted living homes, and you still have a 4-acre parcel up front that's right on Page Springs Road that could be divided again. I think they can be divided into 1-acre parcels. And then you have the far rear parcel, which is on the east side of the tenant back state lands. And there is a mobile on that property. It's been leased to the same renter ever since they bought that property. The woman is not under lease. She's a very, very good tenant. She would be willing to stay, or she would be willing to move. She knows it's on the market. So right now we're talking about Page Springs Living and the back 5 acres, if you will. Then the other assisted living home is Agape Terrace, and that would be with the first 5 acres on the west end of the property, if that were to go to. And they would sell just that house on 1 acre and keep the 4 acres up front too. But for now, what's really on the market is the back 5 with Page Springs Living.
Got it. Okay. And have you guys had conversations about seller finance?
She will finance. Well, if she sells the back 5 only, she'll finance at $500,000, and that's it. She needs the rest. She wants to pay off the mortgage on Agape Terrace, and she needs to walk away with $2 million.
Okay, she wants $2 million so she can pay off a debt.
No, it doesn't matter what she's going to pay off.
It does. It actually does.
Why?
Because the way I structure most of my deals, when I understand these things, I can come in and get the number that they want. And why does that matter? I'll give you a good example. I bought an RV park a couple months ago, $5 million. The seller said, I need $2 million down. I said, why? And he goes, well, because I got to pay off my loan. I go, what does that have to do with anything? Why couldn't I do an agreement for sale or a lease option and I could take over the payments? He's like, I didn't know that was possible. I go,
She's not going to do that.
And why is that?
She's just not going to do it.
Is it a trust issue?
She's very conventional, and I talked to her yesterday about this, and she said, I walk with, I would finance $500,000 and that's it. Now I will tell you, if you give me a convincing story, then I will make a conversation happen with her involved. But it was her request that she not be part of this conversation because she doesn't really want to get into the creative ball game.
It makes sense.
But if you convince me that this can be beneficial, she would be willing to have a conversation.
Okay. All of the sellers that we buy over $1 million end up doing majority seller finance. Why? Reason number one is they get the number that they want, right? She obviously has a number in her mind she's married to. And instead of coming in and lowball cash offering her, which is, if that was going to happen, it would have already happened. We come in and give them the number they want. And we structure it in a way that we don't have to go through a bank. If we went through a bank right now, as an agent, you already know this, I'm going to go get a 7.5% or an 8.5% interest rate, and it kills the deal, right? So if we want to get her the number that she really wants, which is, goal number one, and goal number two is getting you paid, I would pay your commissions out of my pocket, not hers. And we'd make sure that not only is it tax-wise, it's beneficial for her, she gets a high purchase price. And if she does carry a note for us, it would be a short duration until interest rates come down so we could refinance her all the way out, if that makes sense.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you be interested in the entire thing and get 2 group homes?
Yes.
Because, see, I think there's probably more room for her if the whole thing goes, and she might entertain that because she needs to walk away from that property. It's going to kill her. She needs to walk away from that property. Her husband does not want to walk away from the front 4 acres because that's his roping arena.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be candid with you. He's not well enough to keep doing that. That's just been his life. They can find a place for his horses someplace else.
Yeah.
So my sister is going to be the primary. I mean, believe me, he has a heavy say in all of this, but he's not going to outlive her, most likely. Yeah. And I'm not saying anything that she would mind me sharing, by the way.
Of course.
But if she thought she might be able to sell the entire 4 acres and she could get what she needs and have enough income monthly to live the lifestyle she's used to, she would probably be open to it.
Okay, great. So less than 40-second story. I have a seller named Eric. I just bought a $5 million RV park. He could not sell it on the open market with 2 agents, 2 brokers. I called the last broker listed it, had a similar conversation with you, like I'm having with you. The broker says, seller is absolutely not open to creative finance. I go, okay, well, what's he going to do? He's going to take all the proceeds, pay a massive capital gain on it. He's then going to take that money and put it in a bank, and he's going to go and invest in something else that's going to pay him less money than I could pay him. So why not set up an annuity or a monthly payment, easier term? Why not set a monthly payment up so he doesn't have to work anymore, and I just pay him every single month? And the broker's like, really? Is it that simple? I go, yes. People have a tendency of just overcomplicating everything. Whatever her monthly expenses are, let's figure out how to get a down payment to her. Let's get her a monthly payment and get your commissions paid and get the deal done. Like it truly is that simple. We could close in 30 days or less.
Okay, so here's what I will do. I will give her a call today. I have a very busy day. I mean, I run a very, very busy little real estate office, but I'm a kind of a niche market. I sell a lot of 40-acre land parcels, and my transactions aren't always real big, but I write a lot of them.
Are you selling most of those to developers? Who's your primary client?
Some stuff I probably want to talk to you about.
Okay.
No, I sell in rural Arizona. I sell up off the I-40 corridor primarily. My office is in Ashford. Do you know Arizona?
Yeah, absolutely. I live here in Mesa, Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is in Ashfork, and I bought this little business 4 years ago because I knew what that man did.
Yeah.
And so I sell, years ago, they busted up some very large ranches, Juniper Wood Ranch, Westwood Ranch, Sierra Verde Ranch over in Seligman. I mean, there's a host of them even going up towards Peach Springs. And they cut them primarily into 40-acre parcels. They can be cut down to 10s, most of them. And so, anybody that wants to buy a chunk of land, you can't find it anymore.
Yeah, it's tough.
So they come up there. I sell to a lot of preppers. I sell to a lot of people that want to be, quote, homesteaders. I sell to people that are recreationalists or a lot of hunters.
Cool.
And so, it's affordable for most people.
Yeah.
There's no water. You got to haul water most of the places. Most of the places you can't even drill a well. There's no power. It's truly off-grid living. But I run a very steady stream of business, and I sell houses too. But our house is up there. Our housing market is not an expensive market.
Where do you live? Do you live in Cottonwood?
No. I live in Williamson Valley.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know if you know Williamson Valley.
I don't.
Well, Williamson Valley corridor. Okay, so there's Prescott, and I'm out in the county. But if you take Williamson Valley, which is on the far west side of Prescott, and head north, it's just glorious.
Oh, I see. It's between Chino Valley and Prescott.
No, it's actually west of Chino Valley by probably 8 miles. It's on the other side of the Sullivan Butte, those mountains in there.
Yeah, like Granite Mountain, Blair Pass, Little Granite Mountain. Yeah.
If you go on Williamson Valley Road, going by Granite Mountain, you're going to go about another 18 miles north, and that's where I am.
What do you think is the biggest demand in Prescott right now? Are they developing small multifamily or anything like that? They're trying to develop there? Okay.
Affordable homes. There are no RV parks in our area. We need an RV park, and I've got land I can sell you.
Why don't you and I partner on one? You bring the deal to me and I'll finance the thing and we can partner on it.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
Ideas too, but we have such a shortage of housing. People come in looking for something to rent. There's nothing. And I had a lady in yesterday. She has $150,000 in cash. I have nothing to offer her that she would live in.
Yeah.
And I told her, even Ashfork, I mean, come on. Well, yeah, it's a poor community, but even Ashfork, you can't get in there cheap anymore.
Yeah.
I showed her one older double wide. It's as nice as I have for that price. She turned her nose up at it and she said, I'll go to Prescott. And I said, I'm sorry, honey, but in Prescott, you're going to pay $400,000 for this.
Right.
So, we can talk about that after we talk about
that'd be great. I did a big development in Wickenburg a couple of years ago. I bought 50 lots there and we just built, $150,000 manufactured homes. They're super cute and people were lined up to buy them. I'd love to do another project like that up your guys' way.
Well, we need it really bad, and I will tell you, Ashfork is having a little mini revival. The Route 66 100-year anniversary is in 2026, where everybody that is on Route 66 is trying to clean up their little communities. Ashfork is an old railroad town. It's depressed. It's probably got opportunity zones. I'm sorry. I have somebody.
Oh, you're good. Why don't we touch base later? Why don't you take the weekend, call us back next week. I'm here for you whenever you're ready.
So the priority number one is my sister.
Of course.
We got to get her dealt with, and then we'll talk about some projects. There's a piece of property right on the corner of Highway 89 and I-40. That is the gateway to all of that part of northern Arizona. There is a piece of land on it's the southeast corner. Now, he wants a lot of money for it. He wants $1 million for it, and it's rock. I will tell you that. There's a pipeline that runs through it, but there's a commercial well there.
Okay.
And the value there, this man, and he's the gentleman I bought my business from. And he and I don't have a good relationship anymore because he's just an old crusty guy. But he's got a corner with a well, a commercial well, which is liquid gold up there. And he always had the vision of like terraced lots for RVs or mobile homes or a campground, something like that. And I had it in escrow twice with truck stops, but they found it to be, the excavation was too much for them. But I have other properties. I have other properties that would probably work for like a little mobile home park or an RV park or tiny homes, something like that.
That town needs you. You serve such a great purpose up there. Such a cool business.
Tell you what, I'm having the time of my life. I'm 71, and I work harder now than I've ever worked in my life, but I'm helping build a community, and it is the most rewarding work I've ever done in my life. Last night, I talked to the gentleman that owns a little post office. They're just built a brand new post office that they're getting ready to move into. This man, his office, he called me yesterday. He said, I'm sitting in my office in Trump Towers, and he'd come through my office about a year ago, and he's going to come back to town. I'm going to list that old post office building, which now we have something to sell in town that can be a viable business to help bring traffic through.
How exciting.
Anyway, could go on and on and on. Yes, it's a lot of fun, and the town could use somebody with some money.
Well, I know a couple of people with money.
Okay, well, we'll do something. But yeah, let me talk to my sister, and then maybe we could plan a phone call like Monday.
Yeah, that's fine. And if she likes everything, let her know. I'd be happy to come up there, and I'll bring my wife and my 4 kids and spend the day in Prescott and grab some lunch and come up there and shake her hand at some point if the first phone call goes well.
Okay, so she's over in Cornville, you know that. She's over on the Cottonwood side.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. I'm just saying I would go to Prescott to make a day out of it with my wife and kids.
Make that happen. And I want to tell you that Emma, and I know you're there, Emma, but she is such a professional young woman. I was so impressed and taken with her skills. So I hope we can do something for her.
Yes, I appreciate you. And either way, it's good to know such a cool lady up there. And you'll be. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be talking then.
Okay, have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so what did we learn on this call?
You worked through the fear.
Okay, so what did you say to me last night? Let's get her a mic, Nathan, and have her sit right here. Let's have a conversation about this. And hey, love all you guys. What the heck? I got some of the coolest people here. Wow. Are you kidding me? How did I get so lucky to have so many badasses in this freaking room right now? Wow. Okay, Rachel, do me a favor and go to the hallway and make sure the AC is turned all the way down to 65, please.
You turn it down, it's going.
Okay, cool. It's a lot hotter where I sit than where you guys are because I'm.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Awesome.
Yeah, we can hear you. They can hear you. So go to Emma real fast and just show everybody what she looks like. Oh, I gotta switch. I gotta change that camera. We're cutting off the top of your head.
Here.
So
operator in the house.
there you go. Boom. Problem solved. Okay, so last night we were doing something called Day with Pace. And Day with Pace is every Thursday of 2024, I gave away to 15 community members where they fly out. We do a fun activity together. And yesterday we went rock climbing, which was epic. Spent a lot of fun times together. And then last night we were having dinner. You came up to me and started telling me about this deal. And one of the first things people tell me is they'll say, well, I really want to do this deal, but the seller wants too large of a down payment. Right. And so I'm like, what goes through my mind when somebody says that to me is I go, no, they don't. They do not want a large down payment. It comes down to a handful of things. Why would a seller not want to seller finance to you? Number one, hey, keep that door open all the way, please. Just don't open and close it. Why? Because it helps the airflow in the basement, please. So there's 3 reasons why a seller wouldn't sell to you on seller finance. And then there's some reasons why if they are willing to sell in seller finance, there's a reason why they don't want to seller finance the whole thing to you.
Right.
Okay, so number 1, we'll go through those real quick. Nathan, come down to my notes real fast so we can show people like what I was going through in my mind. I was just writing down some words, right? And I was writing things down like what's the pain point, right? Well, we were looking for bunnies here, right? Here's a bunny. here's a bunny, here's a bunny, here's a bunny, here's a bunny. I love when agents use the word beautiful to describe a property. It's like, I don't care what it looks like. I care that it makes money.
Right.
But real estate agents don't think that way because they're trying to convince you. So whenever I have an agent that's like, this property is amazing, it's beautiful, it's got a park across the street, I'm like, okay, we're talking about nothing that actually matters to an investor,
Right.
because she knows it's not a good deal and she knows it's not selling for a reason. And so they're trying to convince you that it's a great property because it's beautiful. I don't care what it looks like, right? Also, let's see, she also pointed out to me that this will not sustain the property, okay?
Right.
Which is awesome to know. Why is that awesome to know? Is because you know that she's not going to sit there and go, well, this business is amazing, right? It won't support anything. She just wants out. You see how many, like all of these things. The mobile home developer, the person is not under lease. I wrote the word cluster because I was like, this is a cluster F, right? Not saying the property is, I'm just saying like
The way they run it.
the way they run it, the seller and her husband are at an age now where they're like, we don't know what to do.
Right.
And this happens in business. This happens in multifamily. I've got Ted and Frank from Subto Fund right here. I don't know if you guys can't see them, but Ted, you lean to your right a little bit and wave to the camera. Nathan, if you could. Do that one more time for us, Ted. There is. Ted runs the Subto Fund. And last year we bought a $20 million asset in Tucson. And who are my partners in that? Anybody in here is my partner? Okay, we got a bunch of partners in here. And that seller is like, I don't know how to exit this property because my kids don't want it. And what the heck am I going to do with all the money anyway? I'm going to have a big taxable event when I sell the property. And so there's all sorts of things in here that I think she's going to have to deal with. And so what typically happens is somebody doesn't come in and save her. She's going to pass away at some point, relatively soon. She's tired. They're not well. Her husband's hobbling around. Okay, great. So before I get to like what happened during the call, and like the number one thing you guys should take away from that call is the uncomfortable question I asked of her. What was the uncomfortable question I asked? She says,
Do it.
she doesn't want to do creative. She wants to sell this for $2.5 million, and the most she'll ever do. Okay. Yeah. And Dustin Seiler, good to see you, brother. He just said in the side chat, you guys, I'm pointing at the side chat. You guys can see it right there. Dustin Seiler says, is this a trust issue? Right. And that's what I asked her. I said, this is a trust issue. Actually, here's a couple of the issues. Number one, let's go through this. I wanted to go through this and then I'll erase it. And then I'll tell you guys the number 1, 2, and 3 reasons why sellers won't sell to you on seller finance. So this is, I take notes. I call these my bullets because when I'm talking to a seller or anybody, I'm gathering ammunition to have another, dig deeper. Also, you want the seller talking more than you. So did we do a good job of that? Of course. She called me Chase, which I actually love. Why is that important for the seller to call me by the wrong name? That means that I didn't make the conversation about myself. I gave her just enough. And even when this is so interesting how to handle personality types. I could spend 5 hours breaking down this one call. How many times do I tell a seller, hey, just so you know, I'm going to tell you a quick story in 40 seconds. How many times have you heard me say that to a seller before I tell a story? It's not that often. I don't tell them, hey, quick 40-second story. Why would I do that? Because she has a blue personality that enjoys talking more than the other people. And so what will happen is if she doesn't understand when you're going to stop talking, she will cut you off. And so one of the things when you get a blue personality, you say, hey, quick 40-second story. And then I tell the story in 30 seconds, not 40. And then that way she has this thing of like, she's getting what she wants out. And she will tell me, if I stayed on the phone with her 5 more minutes, I would have gotten blood types, social security numbers. I would have gotten everything, right? Okay. But let's go to the thing for people out there. And this is not the topic of the day, but it is helpful for you guys to understand this stuff. Okay. Why will a seller not sell to you on creative finance? Why not? Number one, you suck. Okay. This is a very short way of saying they don't understand. Okay. Most of the time they don't understand how it benefits them. Okay. And so you're a horrible storyteller. This is not you. I'm just saying this in general. You suck. You don't know how to describe it to them. Right. And that's the number one reason. They're like, no, we don't want to do that. When you understand creative finance, the biggest question you'll ask is, why would somebody not do creative finance? It's the dumbest thing to sell on cash. Look at this lady. She's been sitting on the market for God knows who how long. And no, I'm not interested in creative finance. Really? Mm-hmm. You're not interested in the one thing that will solve your problem? That means somebody's not communicating it to you properly. And she's so involved in her own little real estate business, which is awesome. And kudos to her. She is an awesome lady. That she doesn't want to be distracted. She just wants somebody to come in with a cash offer and be done with it. She doesn't want to deal with it, okay? Along this side, when you're dealing with the seller, they don't understand the benefits. If you're dealing with an agent, same thing. They don't understand the benefits. They don't understand, wait, I'm gonna get paid? So I said to her twice, I will get your commissions paid. I will pay for that out of my pocket, okay? Notice I didn't bring up the purchase price. She brought up the purchase price because the purchase price does not matter to me, especially in the first couple of conversations. The number one thing I wanted to overcome today was what you were having a hard time overcoming, which was, I don't want to seller finance more than $500,000. Okay, great, whatever. So why won't they sell to you on seller finance? Well, one, you suck at communicating and telling the story. This is why you should always pair up with a closer, okay? If you brought me leads all day long, what would happen? We'd make money, period. I've never had a bad call in my life. Never once have I ever had a bad call. Why? Because I like people. That's it. And what happened very quickly is I was like, all right, this lady's a gangster. What else can we do with her? I'm doing X, Y, and Z. I'm doing X, Y, and Z, which is selling a lot of niche land. I'm like, cool. Who are your clients? Are they developers? And I'm thinking, why don't I buy some of that land, go partner with some developers? We'll go build some fun stuff. This lady obviously is a supply house of all these types of deals. So you ask her a couple of questions, like every conversation you have with an agent. Now, there's two things there that are so good. Man, I can talk about this for 5 hours. Gosh, dang it. One, when I ask her about her side business or like, hey, why don't we do these other projects? I then get more involved in her subconscious of like, I'm going to be around. We're going to make other money together. Now, who is she going to go fight for with her sister? You. Right? Because subconsciously, she wants to do more deals with me. So believe it or not, that's one of the greatest negotiating strategies of like, why don't we do this business together? Who cares? And then she kept, what did she now? Well, let's take care of my sister first. Let's take care of my sister first. It's one of the greatest ways to negotiate of all time. Okay, so second reason why people won't sell to you on seller finance is because they need the money. Okay, they need the money, not that they want the money. So what was a really hard, uncomfortable conversation, very abrupt. I asked this lady a question that was very abrupt. She says, my sister doesn't want to seller finance more than $500,000. What did I say? I said, why not? Well, because she wants to pay off this, that, and the other. And it didn't bother her, but she was like, oh crap, this guy will just go straight for the jugular. I will not waste my time getting into the friend zone in a seller call or an agent call. The friend zone is I'm afraid to set the tone that this is going to be an honest conversation where I can ask any question I want. Right. Okay, so for example, the follow-up to that was, she says, well, my sister wants $2 million. I go, for what? Uncomfortable conversation. But I already set the tone that that's who you're talking to, lady. You're talking to a guy that has no chill. I will straight up ask you that question. So then what did she say? She says, I don't know why that matters. She got defensive. And then I attacked that and I go, actually, it does matter because that's how I get to the number she wants. And then she's like, oh, freak. And then all of a sudden, well, maybe creative will work. Maybe we can do this thing. Maybe, yeah, monthly payment to cover her living expenses, all that kind of stuff. So does the lady really need the money?
No.
She does not. Very rarely do I ever see this. I've seen this one time in my entire career. I've seen this one time that somebody needed the money right now. One time I've seen this. And it was a guy that says, I have to sell the house. I promise I wasn't around my daughter all the way growing up. And I now have this asset that I'm trying to sell and I need the cash for her wedding. I'm trying to like get back into being a good father. And I offered to pay her wedding and I haven't seen her in 15 years. In the last couple of years, like I've been just trying to get back in and like build this relationship with her. And he's like, I need the money. And I'm like, how would you feel if I go, you don't need that money, bro. Just do a wedding on the beach for $100. Okay, so there are situations where people do need the money. It's very rare. And so also, I'm really curious. Are you guys not curious when you're talking to a seller, like, well, I need the money. Why? Are you not curious what they're going to do with that money?
100%.
And also, what did I ask her? I said, where's your sister going to live? Do they got another house?
Right.
Oh, they don't have another house yet. I'm like, okay, so now I'm painting the picture. I know exactly what's going on. And okay, so need the money. She doesn't need the money. In fact, if we went to her, literally, we went to her and said, we're going to pay your commissions, pay closing costs, start making monthly payments, she can move out. They would do that deal.
Yeah.
They would do a no money down deal. We would go from, I won't sell her finance more than 500 grand to I could get her to sell her finance the full 4 million bucks.
Awesome.
I don't know if you want the full property. Okay, you do. Cool.
Yeah.
So I could do that. This is why I'm like, just get me on the phone. Because I could tell you to go do these things, but it's another thing when I just get on the phone. What's the third reason why somebody won't sell to you on seller finance? No, that's here. You sucked at complaining it or explaining it, and they don't understand the benefits. No, that's still here.
It's still there, yeah.
It's all right here. This is like 97% of the time. This is it. Is you suck at explaining, you're not a good storyteller, you don't know how to build rapport, all that kind of stuff, okay? The number 3 is they have no motivation. So you're barking up the wrong tree, okay? And that's not the case here. They're desperate, right?
Yeah.
So if people are like, no, I'm not in a bad situation, I'm not in this, I go, perfect, then I'm probably not the right buyer for you, and I move on as fast as I possibly can, right? What did I tell you last night? I said, Emma, do not have me do a phone call for you unless you're okay with me doing what?
Getting the no.
Getting the no. I will go for the
My
no as
response
fast
to
as
that
possible.
was, this is the first time I've ever picked up the phone to give somebody a call. I expect a no.
Yeah, by the way, Emma last night, she goes, she's a TC, so she does operations. She watches all these closers like Mike and other badasses in here doing all these calls. Yeah. And so this is her first property she's ever called on, and this is how far she's gotten. So good job, Emma. That's freaking awesome.
I learned it from rock climbing yesterday, because when we were getting ready to rappel, I was like, my mind is just saying no. I just have to get over the fact that my mind is saying no.
Yeah.
So it's that mindset that I'm taking into 2025 of my mind is saying no because I'm an introvert and I'm a TC. TCs don't do this, and I'm just going to go ahead and just do it.
Yeah. Okay, so those are the 3 reasons why somebody will not sell to you on seller finance. And so when somebody tells me they want a big down payment, I'm like, no, you suck at explaining, and you don't know how to build rapport, and you don't know how to establish credibility, and you don't know how to ask the right questions. So I'd rather people just tell me, not you, but this is a good lesson for everybody. I'd rather people go to me and go, Pace, I'm having a hard time overcoming the number 1 reason why people don't want to sell on seller finance. I go, perfect, I can work with that. But when somebody says they just want too much money and there's no way around it, I'm like, do you see how fast? Do you guys know how long that call was? 17 minutes long. Yeah. So, and how long did it take for us to overcome that number 1 objection? It was like 6 minutes into the call, right? Okay. So what is the follow-up here? And the other reason I told you don't want me to get involved in calls was what?
That you're going to stay involved.
I will not stay involved.
Oh, you will not stay involved. Yes.
I will not. I cannot stay involved. And so what happens is I'm so good on the phone. Yes, I'm a cocky son of a gun. I am really good on the phone. So one thing I can confidently say. So what'll happen is she'll go, where's Pace? What's up with Pace? Chase. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. So that's a problem when you get me on the phone, because I'm not going to do your follow-up. Yeah. But what I would do is I would get on a call with her, and I would explain a third-party story to her, right? Showing her, I've done this with other people, okay? And I would say, just like I said, can I tell you a quick story for 40 seconds? Well, I have a seller, Eric, $5 million RV park, wanted to pay off the $2 million debt. I took over the payments, and then pay him a monthly fee. Boom, okay, cool. So when you guys have the conversation with her on Monday, it's gonna be with the seller, and you want us to just say, hey, what would it look like if I could pay you a monthly payment every single month for the next, let's say 60 months? Gives me the ability to wait for the interest rates to go down and kind of have the timing that I can refinance you all the way out, because that's what you would end up doing. Right. How old is she? 97 or oh, that's young. 74.
74, and I think her husband's probably good 5 to 10 years older than her.
Okay, yeah. I mean, 74. I mean, look at Donald Trump. Homeboy's 78 years old. The guy's has more energy than anybody in this freaking room. 74 is young, but obviously they're anyway. So. Why is this important for me to start this out on a raising private capital class? I'll tell you why this is so important. because I watch people that go to try and raise capital, and I'm like, first and foremost, when you're using creative finance, the first person that should be your private money lender is who? The seller. Pace, how do I raise money? I don't know accredited investors. I don't know this, that, and the other. How do I find somebody who'll give me private money? Like, the person you're talking to. You don't need to go raise a ton of money to go do a lot of deals. You just need to ask the seller for better terms, right? And so learning creative finance truly is the #1 hack for raising capital. Because you are raising capital.
Right.
Right? By the way, you're going to go buy this thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's like the coolest property up in Cottonwood or whatever it is. You're going to have to be the mayor now.
I know, right?
Yeah. But you see, also, I mean, everybody in this room is a bunch of badasses, but like people, we've got people on Zoom, we've got people on YouTube Live right now. Can you guys see how fast one phone call with an agent will change the trajectory of your whole life? Now she's like, yeah, we need people that have money. Great. I need this, and that. Perfect. I could be the person that brings the money. I could be the person that does a whole bunch of stuff. That one call could turn into a full-on freaking business with one lady.
Yeah.
Like, for the rest of your life, you could make millions of dollars with that lady. 71 years old. That lady sounds like she's 36, by the way. Freaking love it. All right, cool. What's fun is like nobody in this room is even impressed by any of my calls anymore. It's so good. They're out there doing the thing, getting it done. All right. So today we got a couple of special treats. Okay. We've got my family office coming in today. What is a family office? We'll talk about that for a couple of minutes. And, I never use the digital whiteboard. Should we go to the digital whiteboard today? I've been used to doing the, what do you call it? The dry erase board that I've forgotten that I have this freaking amazing thing. Okay. So what is a family office? Anybody have an answer for me? What's a family office? What's that? Yeah. Heck yeah. Let's get Rachel on it. Rachel's the smartest person in this room right now. Let's go. Mika says you make it look easy. It is easy. Caring about people and building rapport is something you guys learned how to do when you were in kindergarten. Somehow along the way, you complicated it. I don't know why it has to be that complicated, right? I watch my kids play on the playground with other people, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like my kids are so easy to become friends with people. So easy to have conversations, ask the right questions, all that kind of stuff. And then we get older and we're like, how do I talk to people? Okay, so family office. Let's talk about what a family office is and why Ryan Cox is coming here today and why it's important for you guys to learn this. When people get to a point where I'd say that most of the people I know that have family offices are probably, their net worth is about $10 million or more. Okay, so you're not looking at people that want to fund $30,000 deals for you and $120,000 deals for you. Like somebody with a $10 million net worth, it's kind of a waste of time for them to spend any time giving you $30,000. It doesn't make any sense for them. Okay, but what do these people do? Are they managing their own money at $10 million or plus net worth? No. Let me tell you what my family office does for me. Okay, so you guys can understand. Ryan Cox, that's going to be here, he'll talk to you guys how to go talk to family offices, how to pitch to them, what are they looking for, what is an immediate no, what's an immediate yes. So he'll be here in about an hour, okay? Should be a lot of fun. And Ryan Cox works for a company called Do Wealth. Okay, Do Wealth is a fractional family office. What does that mean? It means people that usually are worth like $10 to $50 million, they don't have the ability to have a full-fledged family office. What is a family office? A family office is a group of advisors that work for you and you only. It's like an outside group that runs your entire family. So let's imagine you're the Wrigley family or the Campbell Soup family, and the founder of these companies dies, and now the kids, this is a good one, the Rothschilds, right? You guys just saw one of the Rothschilds just got burned alive in one of his houses the other day. That was the oldest living heir of the Rothschilds family. Who manages their money? That guy doesn't work. He doesn't do anything. Who's managing the money? The family office. Okay, so that one family has a family office probably to the tune of 25 to 35 employees that work on nothing but managing and expanding the family's wealth. None of those people in the family office are actually family members. Okay. Family does not run the family office. Okay. It is for your family. So I'm not at a point where I can go hire full-time people. And so I hired a company called Do Wealth. Now, Do Wealth probably has 250 people just like me. And Do Wealth has, I believe, 25 people just like Ryan Cox. So what is Ryan's job? Well, Ryan does a lot of things for me, but let's go through a couple of them so you can understand. First and foremost, somebody wants a new partnership with me. Okay. Who reads the partnership agreement? Who amends it? Who says this is not in favor for PACE? I don't like this. We got to adjust this. I'll give you a good example. A year ago, I get a call from a buddy of mine. He says, will you come speak for me at this big event? We have 10,000 people. I want you to come and speak, and I would pay your speaking fee, or I'll give you a franchise of this really cool company that I own. I go, okay, tell me about that franchise. That sounds cool. And the name of the franchise is Dirty Dough. You guys ever seen Dirty Dough franchises? That's like Crumble. It's like a Crumble. It's like the Walmart version of Crumble. Anyway, he says, I'll give you a franchise. I'll run the store. I'll do all the things. And it will probably pay you like $100,000 a year for the rest of your life. I'm like, that sounds great. I'll waive my speaking fee for that. That's freaking great. So I go speak. I do the thing. He says, here, reach out to my team. Do I reach out to the team and set up this ownership in this Crumble company or this Dirty Dough company? No. I email Ryan Cox with the person who is at Dirty Dough, and I put them together, and I then do what? Nothing. I don't look at the agreement. I don't negotiate the agreement. I don't amend it. I don't advise on it. I don't do anything. I'm off doing what I should be doing. Right? Why am I reading documents? What the freak? People do that? So I give it to Ryan. Ryan goes through it, and then Ryan says, we should not do this deal. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's $100,000 a year. I could go to my transaction coordination group. I have 6 girls on that team, and I could pay them all like $1,500 every month off this free franchise I got. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I don't really care about the $100,000, but I could have this and do it as a spiff for the girls that are on my TC team. And he goes, okay, well, here's the problem. The problem is an hour of your time is worth $37,000. I'm like, how do you know that? And he goes, well, because if I take the revenue of all your companies and I divide it by how many hours you're putting into these companies, 1 hour of your time is worth $37,000. I'm like, okay, what does that have to do with this deal? He goes, well, the problem is the agreement states that you are required to spend 20 hours a year helping promote and showing up and like doing meetups at the Dirty Dough franchise. So I was like, oh, interesting. Okay, so you might go, well, I can pay, so why don't you just read that stuff yourself? Well, then I couldn't do free classes for people on raising capital, could I? I'd be sitting there reading freaking things, falling asleep. So what happens is he looks at partnership agreements, he amends them, he adjusts them, he suggests things. When I hired them a couple of years ago, he went to all my existing partnerships, okay? My existing partnerships with like Josiah. You guys know who Josiah is? Okay, do you guys know who Cody Barton is? You guys obviously know Molly. So when I have a compensation structure, or hey, I'm going to bonus somebody, or hey, we're going to bring this new person in and do profit share, who sets up all of those agreements? Ryan does. Why? Because his job is to protect me overall, like a full on everything that has to do with PACE about money, health, his family, where his kids are, what's going to happen with his kids. Ryan's job is to protect me and make sure that my money doubles. The other job he has, Nathan, let's go down to this whiteboard down here. So he looks at partnership agreements. So my partner Josiah and we own 4 companies together. When we start a new company together, now, do I trust Josiah? No, I don't. I don't trust anybody. What's that? Ryan is supervised by a gentleman named Jim Dew, the owner of the Fractional owner office. Yeah. Yeah. So do I trust Josiah as a person? Yes, I love him. But what do we always talk about in this community? Trust, verify, and protect. Okay. There's been things where, and then Ryan's job, sad for Josiah, Ryan's job is to negotiate on my behalf. So he'll always fight and go, well, I think Pace deserves an extra blah, 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 blah. Now, Josiah is really good at being like, come on, dude, it's a 50-50 thing. What are you doing? But that's his default thing. So those tough conversations you have with partnerships, where is it going to sit in my corporate structure? How am I getting paid? What entity it's getting paid to? All of that kind of stuff. Do you trust Ryan? No, I don't. Do I like Ryan? And do I hope? And here's a better way to do it. Do I trust him? Do I trust that he has my best interests at heart? Yes, I do. But I also make sure that every Friday I get a report of everything that they're working on. Okay, and I verify, and also my bank balance and my net worth. Every month we track my net worth, and if the net worth is not growing, then I go, what's the problem? It's pretty simple. My thing is I just track my net worth. Okay, cool. So Ryan will go, all right, well, these 4 companies, Ryan came in, and I had already owned these 4 companies with Josiah. Ryan came in and adjusted, edited, fixed them, and said, hey, this is not good for you. If there's an exit, Josiah has the ability to take 100% of the profits if you guys go exit to a VC firm. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, it's read this way, this, and this. Josiah comes and goes, oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was written that way, and we went and fixed it. Okay, my partnership with Cody, same thing. Do you think I've read a single document in my life? I try not to. But Cody and I own 3 companies together, and it was the same exact thing, okay? And Ryan comes in and goes, hey, I'm reading through these partnership agreements, and I'm seeing these line items that need to be fixed. Okay, so partnership agreements, it's a big one. What about when, you guys know Bo, who runs my portfolio? Do I want to incentivize Bo to care about the company above and beyond just his salary? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so are you going to incentivize key employees and key team members by just giving them a salary? No, that lasts maybe 2 or 3 years, and what ends up happening is like, dude, I want to have a slice of this. So who has the conversation about the profit share? Ryan. I'll tell you a really great story. I go, hey, Ryan, we're starting this lending company, and I want to have Bo, Molly, and a couple of other people have not just a salary, but also profit share above and beyond, their base. And he goes, awesome, what are you thinking? And I tell him a number that's double digits of each one of them. And then he comes and I go, I just don't see that they would want to be around that number or anything lower than this number. He goes, okay, well, let me have the call. So he has the call and he goes, hey, we got it all done. And everybody's excited. We're all docking it all up. And I was like, okay, cool. He goes, don't you want to know what percent I got them at? I go, I imagine the percent I told you I'm willing to do. And he goes, no, because you had 4 people with that double-digit percentage, totaling like 50%. He goes, I got all 4 people to be involved in one chunk of that percentage. So we're down like, between those 4 people, we're like at 15%. You retain the other 85%. And he goes, the way I structured it is, if they hit the numbers in year 1, it's 15% profit share. Year 2, it goes to here. Year 3 goes to here. And he's like, you're giving away all this stuff on the front end. You're going to spoil people, and they're not going to want to go build with you. Their financial thermostat's going to get turned off. It's so smart. And so he does that stuff for me. The other thing he does, every single deal that I invest in, he looks at. Okay, so here's a couple of deals I've recently invested in. I invested in a deal with Rhea Campbell in the community. Okay. I hate boutique hotels. They're just shit, honestly. I'm not interested in this because is this scalable? For me, no, that's not a scalable business model. If it's for, you're just starting out and you're in your first 3 or 4 years of real estate investing, this is a freaking awesome business model. But where I'm at right now doing boutique hotels, it's not easy to duplicate. It's just not. So you can retire off of one project for sure. So that's cool and that's enticing for people at a different phase. But in my phase, you can see how that doesn't make sense. And why is this important for raising capital? Because you need to understand, if I'm just a lowly guy, I have a decent net worth, but when you guys want to go to family offices and get checks for 10 million, 7 million, that kind of things, you got to understand the mindset that's going on of like, they're going to say no to these types of deals. Now, Ryan says, I like this deal. Let's put 100K in here. And I gave Rhea $100,000, even though I hate that business model. But why? Because I'm an LP. I'm a limited partner. I don't need to worry about running the project, dealing with it. And so I diversify, and he goes and looks at the deal. I did not look at one shred of paper. I don't know the address. I don't know anything. Rhea comes to me, okay? Rhea comes to me. This is how it's going to be with all rich people, okay? You deal with a rich person, and what's going to happen is you are going to want to raise money. Now, I can get into, like this afternoon, I'll get into smaller dollar amounts, but for the first part of this morning, we're gonna talk about larger dollar amounts, okay? So you wanna go raise 10 million bucks. If you came to anybody that's worth $10 million or has the ability to write a check for $10 million, they all have a team. And what do they say? They go, hey, talk to my team. So that's what I did. Rhea Campbell comes to me. She goes, hey, Pace, I want to raise this money. Will you invest with me? And I go, I would love to. And I say, go through my team every single time. Now, Rhea had a pitch deck. Rhea had numbers. Rhea had all of the things ready. And so the team immediately, okay, this is Ryan, the team immediately, and I can pull this up today. I can show you guys her pitch deck today, and we can go through it. Ryan immediately said, she's sharp. I like her.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amit, last night, where are you at? You in here, Amit?
Yep,
Okay, Amit,
I'm hiding.
he's hiding because I'm going to pick on him right now. So he has a 3-bay automotive shop he wants to raise $500,000 around. And so I asked him some very basic questions. First and foremost, would I be the one that makes the decision on whether I deploy capital into that or not? No, Ryan would, right? Amit, good to see you. Oh, Nathan stepped away. He's going to try and fix something. Oh, you guys went and got that microphone. Cool. Okay, so Amit, I go to Amit last night and I go, so how much money do you need? He goes, 500. I go, cool. When does the investor get it paid back? He's like, 3 months. I go, that's not true. Like I started looking at the project. He goes, I got to buy it. I got to repave the thing. I got to get a tenant in there. Then I got to get to a point where I can refinance. Is that happening in 3 months, guys? So immediately, sorry for picking on you, Amit, because you're super smart. Immediately, what have you just done? All your credibility is gone, right? So what I told him last night is I said, work with Emma. Emma also helps out with pitch decks and works with people. Emma, are you still in here? Okay, make sure everybody in here has her phone number. She can help you guys with pitch decks and lining things out if you guys need help with that kind of stuff. There's a lot of companies that do that. My securities attorney, who was here for the securities attorney the other day in my office? Okay, Carl, good to see you, bro. He will do all your pitch decks for you as well. You pay him a couple $100, he'll line it out exactly the way a family office would want to see it, in the order they want to see it. And it's like, when do I get the money back? What's the percentage? What's the worst case scenario? What's the downside, right? And so I'm sitting there going, what's the downside? What's the this? And I'm basically pulling it all out of you. And I go, perfect. Send me over the details. And he goes, I just gave the details to you. That's literally what Amit said to me last night. He goes, what are you talking about? I just gave you the details. I'm like, how can I pass that on to my family office? Like, you're going to make me do the work? You're going to make me go type out everything I extracted from you? So you guys want to do business with people who have a lot of money, don't give them friction, right? You've got to have that pitch deck ready. You got to understand what they're looking for. And so that's why Ryan Cox is coming today, is you guys can ask him these kind of questions. And you can say, well, what about this? And what about that? And then what, right? Type of thing. So I invested in a Rhea Campbell thing this year. The reality is 90% of my money just needs to stay in my own deals, right? Like Subto fund, I'd say the Subto fund is my favorite investment I've ever made. I feel guilty when I get a check from it because I'm like, I don't have to do any work. And our occupancy is at like 97%. The thing just prints cash. It's freaking amazing. So I prefer to have my money in my own deals. But if I'm trying to collaborate with high-level people, one of the best ways to collaborate with high-level people is to invest with them. Right? Say, I invested in that project. I'm with you on that deal. And so even when you get to a point where you have your own projects, you'll go out and you'll invest in other deals. So another deal I did last year, do you guys know Alex Q inside of Subto? Does self-storage facilities? Yeah, Alex Quezada. Yeah, he's out of Orlando. You guys should know Alex Q if you guys don't know him. He's like student 70 in Subto. Okay. And so when he does a self-storage thing, what does he do? He doesn't even call me anymore. Who does he call? He calls Ryan Cox. So this is why this is so important. He doesn't even text me, okay? And then what happens on the last deal I gave him $100,000 for, Alex Q never told me he had a deal going on. Ryan Cox looks at the deal because Alex Q went directly to him. And Alex says, hey, I'm looking, if Pace could write another six-figure check, that'd be helpful to close out our offering, blah, 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 blah. Okay, he says, okay, cool, I like it. Ryan comes to me, goes, hey, I found a couple of great projects and you've got some extra cash laying around. Let's go deploy this into these projects. I go, cool, sounds great. Did I look at the projects? No, I didn't look at them. I don't talk about them. Nobody wealthy is sitting down looking at your pitch deck. They're not doing it. Not one person worth $10 million or more is looking at a single shred of anything from you. Okay. In fact, when you send them an email, the way you should send somebody that has money an email, say, who on your team can look at this project? That is how you present a deal to somebody like me. Who on your team can I communicate with? Okay. So Alex Q goes and makes a post on Instagram. He goes, hey, I got this amazing project. We just closed. It's amazing. Thank you to all my investors. And I send him a DM. I go, bro, why didn't you bring me that deal? I would love it. He goes, you already wrote a check for 100 grand, dude. So you got to understand that nobody that you want their money is the person you're supposed to be talking to unless their net worth is under a certain dollar amount. Okay. So he will look at these types of deals. I did some self-storage with him. I did some self-storage with AJ. I think Landon Moore, I might write him a check at some point. He's going to start doing a lot more self-storage stuff. I don't want to be a self-storage guy. So what I would do, same thing with Doran. I don't want to develop stuff. You're the develop master. So for me, as my friend, I just go, dude, when's your next project? I'll write you a check for $100,000. So one of the best ways to diversify is go, hey, I want to be involved in that project. I want to be involved in that project. And even though I am wanting to do deals, I still don't look at any of them. I will never look at a number, a prospectus. People come and pitch their deals to me all day, every day. And I go, great, thank you for the 17-minute pitch. Can you please go talk to my team? Okay. Now, I invested in some other things this year. I invested in like an Everbowl franchise. One of my favorite things I invested in, I'm gonna tell you guys, this is freaking awesome. Do you guys know who Jeff Fenster is? Anybody know Jeff Fenster? Okay, Jeff Fenster is the founder of Everbowl franchise, and he has a company called WeBuild. And what WeBuild is they build all of the Olive Gardens, cheesecake factories, all of the internal build out, all the tenant improvements. They come in and they knock those things out like 10 times faster than anybody else. So he got these big contracts for all of these chains like Chili's and Stretch Lab and all these kind of things. Drew Brees, Shaquille O'Neal, Jeff Fenster, and me are the only 4 investors in this deal. So why would I invest in another deal? Do I really care about the return on that deal? Sure, but like I could just put all my money in the Subto fund and I would actually make a greater return. So why would I want to put money into one of those deals is because sometimes the intelligent thing to do is write a check to be on somebody else's project so you can become friends with them. So next thing you know, a couple months later, I'm going to the rodeo in Montana with Drew Brees. Somebody sends a picture, like DM me on Instagram. They go, I'm sitting across the rodeo from you and I see you're sitting next to, did you know you're sitting next to Drew Brees? I go, yeah. Okay. So those types of things, same thing with anybody in here. Like, I want to establish my relationship with you at a deeper level. Jim, I believe, Jim and Maria, you guys are investing in the Subto fund at a greater level. And so you guys are at Jim, not Carl. Where's Jim? Is he in here? Oh, there he is, Jim. So Jim, Maria, you guys have been talking about coming on at a higher level inside a Subto fund. And so what that means for me is I understand the main reason you want it. Do you want the return? Sure. But what do you really want? You want to hang out with me, but also you want to establish a higher level of credibility. And you want to be able to say, hey, I have used Pace's brand to go and establish my own fund and my own thing. And you want it as a springboard to go do more stuff, right? And so for me, I do the same thing. And I will go to Ryan and Ryan will say stuff. I'll go, hey, Ryan, I really want to invest in this. Can you tell me if we should or not? He will come back and say the return's not as good as Subto fund. So tell me why else would you invest in this deal? So who's another person I've invested with is Ken McElroy. I'll write Ken McElroy checks just so that I basically, when I'm texting Ken, he's not texting me as a guy that wants to get a question. He's getting a text from a guy who's invested in his projects. It's a different relationship. But Ryan still has to have me justify why I'm writing that check outside of Subto fund because Subto fund has been my best return. So he will go, tell me. He's kind of like the authority over my own money. Okay, and he'll say, tell me why we should invest in this thing with Ken McElroy because you'll get a lower return than if you just put it into the Subto fund. And I go, well, I want this relationship with Ken at a higher level. He goes, okay, great, because I know where that return will go. That return beyond the money will go into deeper relationships, open a door, get on a stage, right? There's strategy there. right? And only intelligent people understand that strategy side of things. And so why am I telling you this? I'm trying to tell you the relationship I have with my family office so that when he comes in here and explains these things to you, he won't explain these things to you the way I'm explaining them to you. He just won't. He gets in here and he goes, here's how to talk to a family office and here's how this, that, and the other. But understanding the client side and the people that you're trying to get to invest in your projects is the reason why I'm belaboring this point. Okay, what is another thing that Ryan Cox does for me? Ryan communicates with my CPA. He communicates with Molly. He communicates with everybody that runs my books. He communicates with my bank. He'll say stuff like, hey, he'll work with Bo, my portfolio manager, and he'll say, it's time to harvest this house. So for example, hey, Nathan, or Rachel, you see that paper thing, that big stack of paper, the thing on it? Will you bring that to me, please? Okay, so he'll look at the entire portfolio once a quarter and he'll say, this quarter, we need to sell this property, and this property because your return on your equity is so low, okay? Do I have time to sit down and do this kind of crap? No, I don't. So let's take a look at this real fast. Nathan, let's go down the board. So I bought this house for $372,788 in 2019, okay? Over those years, it has now appreciated to $675, okay? I bought this sub 2. And I put, number one, I put $0 into the deal. It's a great story. I told it on Instagram stories this morning, or Instagram live this morning. The property now has $300K in equity, okay? Who's paying attention to that stuff? Ryan, right? Molly's busy dealing with new acquisitions. She's busy dealing with the employee stuff and all of those types of things. Ryan has like a holistic view on all of my money. Okay, and so what happens is he looks at this $300K in this property and he says, hey, Pace, this property is going to make about $10,000 this year in cash flow. So guys, what's my effective rate of return on what's my return on equity, my ROE? What's my return on equity? It's like literally 3.3%. Yep. Even though I'm making $10,000 this year off this property in cash, that's net cash flow. I have $300,000 stuck in that property. So you got to look at the return on equity and go, dude, that 300 grand should be somewhere else. So what does he do? Then Ryan looks at the rest of the portfolio and he goes, where is your greatest return right now? Okay. And he says, number one, your greatest return is a sub 2 fund. Okay. So why don't we roll that money into the sub 2 fund? Or two, I have outside of the sub 2 fund, I obviously have my own portfolio. And I will have sub 2 community members bring deals to me and partner with me on stuff. So I just bought a deal with Brandon Harris. Some of you guys know Brandon Harris. He's in Owners Club. I bought a deal with Brandon Harris. It's an RV park. And this RV park will net me $13,000 a month. Okay. Now I'm going to be making what? Let's just say 170 a year. What is that? No, it's not 170. It's like 150, 156. I'll make $156,000 off that $300,000. Do you see why you have to roll out of your equity and it's time to harvest sometimes and roll it into other things? So who's thinking about this crap while I'm doing all the other stuff? Ryan. I do not sit down and look at any of this kind of stuff. I don't. And so that is his job to look at and go, now, how much does Ryan, let's talk about how much does Ryan charge? It's $9,000 a month. That is the cheapest money I could ever spend on a monthly basis. Okay. Sure says, hey, what's the best way to pull out your equity from this property? I actually sold this property. Nathan, come up to me real fast. This is the settlement statement. We just closed on it a couple of days ago. So I did a 1031 exchange on the cash in this property into an RV park. So I don't have to pay any taxes. Now, here's what Ryan will do on top of this. This is what's crazy about family offices. And you guys will understand why a family office is so important to build these relationships, is because they are the end all be all of all the decisions for rich people. No rich person's making decisions on their own at some point, okay? So on that particular deal, Ryan, not only does he go and find the right person, okay, he finds the right person to do the 1031 exchange, okay, because how many companies do you think are out there that do 1031 exchanges? Thousands. He then, when I go do a cost segregation, he's constantly pricing out other cost seg companies. So we use a company called Madison. I don't know their whole name. Madison Specs. See, Landon knows the company that I use. I don't. Why? Because Ryan found Madison Specs, and then Madison Spec gives us a quote on, hey, Pace, last year I did 67 cost segregations, okay? Paid $0 in taxes, I did 67 cost segregations. If somebody gives me a quote on a cost segregation and gives Landon a quote on a cost segregation, should I be paying the same as Landon's paying? Who's negotiating that? Ryan. You see how important this is? And so do you also see that if you came to ask me for money for any project, it actually is a nuisance for you to bother me for money? Not you guys, but like in general. And so when you're trying to talk to rich people, you're like, well, I don't want to talk to the family office. Okay. There is something, does anybody in here have an assistant or ever had an assistant? Okay. When somebody tries to bypass your assistant, Doran, how does that feel? I know you're not an angry person, but are you annoyed by it? Or are you like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, no reason for me to have an assistant if you're just going to go around me.
Exactly. What's the point?
Right. So what happens is people that have never understood, okay, they've never understood what an assistant does and protects your time and make sure that things come to you. Like when you do, Doran did a really cool project this last couple of years, made tons of money on this amazing hotel. And so what happens is that garners you a lot of attention. And what happens is that attention, people go, can I sit you down with coffee and pick your brain? Well, no, first and foremost. Secondly, here, reach out to my assistant. Well, let's have my assistant see if it's worth my time to invest my time into that thing. It seems rude and it seems like people are pushing you off. But could you see why if I tell you to talk to my family office, I'm not pushing you off. My family office will actually do a better job than I will do looking at these projects. And the other thing is, chances I'm going to do an 8-hour class today. Do you think if somebody sends me a text, goes, Pace, I need you to invest in this project for me, am I even going to see that text message? No. So this is why family offices are so important. $9,000 is incredibly cheap. Yes, go ahead, Ross. I don't know the answer to that. I think that's a Ryan Cox question. I think it's a really great question to ask Ryan today when he gets here. He'll be here in like 30 minutes. Any questions you guys have about family offices, today's the day, okay? This is the guy that runs my family office. Now check this out. Here's how this kind of works. And I don't know that Ryan will get into these things. He has his own agenda, what he wants to talk about today. And one of the biggest things he wants to talk about is like how people will bring deals to him out of sequence, or they'll try and bypass them, okay? So let's say that somebody gets a hold of me and I go, hey, no problem, talk to Ryan. What will happen a lot of times is people will talk to Ryan, they'll get on an email with them, and then they just call me a week later. Why? They didn't like the answer Ryan gave them. So is that going to be helpful for them to get money from me or detrimental? You've now made an enemy with my family office, right? And so what people don't realize is that you're asking people for money, you're barking up the wrong tree, number one, okay? Now, again, am I talking about people that have $30,000 that you're just going to do a single family sub-2 on? No. I'm talking about people that you guys want to go and raise a big multifamily fund around. You got to talk to their family office, not to them. Okay, so here's what ends up happening. This is kind of cool about these family offices. So Ryan is one of 25 reps inside of Do Wealth. Okay, each one of these reps, okay, there's 25 of these guys. I'm not going to dry out 25. You can do this. Each one of these guys has an average of 10 clients. Okay, so let's do this times 10. So imagine this one family office has probably 225 clients that all have a $10 million net worth or more. What are the biggest things that these guys care about more than anything else? Okay, it's actually not. And the return, I would even say, is not even the top two. Okay, my first wealthy person I ever met in my life, his email signature, like literally, his name's Tim. His email signature said, I'm not in the business of making money. I'm in the business of keeping money. Okay. Yep. So the number one thing that they care about is actually taxes. Yep. Rich people hate the federal government. And so they're trying to figure out how to avoid taxes. How can I avoid taxes if I'm a rich person? Cost segregations on real estate. Okay. Cost segregations on real estate. And so when you guys are raising capital for these deals, one of the most important things you can do when you're going to these family offices is talk about the tax benefits and the way that a lot of these investors can get around paying taxes. And a lot of people don't pitch that. What they do is they pitch the return. Imagine somebody that's worth $10 million. Do I really need another offer or an opportunity of another 17% return? I could throw a rock and find a 17% return. Okay. What I care about is my taxes. Okay. So number one, taxes. Number two, what's the next thing that they care about more than anything else? Before return. Return's number three. There you go. Downside. Protect the downside. Thanks, Carl. What's the downside? What's the worst case scenario of my money? Okay. And then they want to return. So when you're doing the pitch deck properly, here's how great this is. And we'll get into all this stuff in other classes. But what happens is when you go and you find one person of this, let's say Ryan Cox, and I'm going to give this to everybody in Subto. I'll give you guys Ryan Cox's information directly. You guys can go pitch deals to him. Why would you pitch a deal to him? Because you want my money? No, you want these people's money. Okay, so think about this. This is what's so freaking cool. This is like its own little private country club. Why? Because these 225 people that are all worth $10 million or more, they're like little paces that run around and they find other opportunities all over the place, right? Would you say that I've brought deals to Ryan Cox that Ryan Cox told me, yes, we should invest in, and then turned around and said, do you mind if I go pitch this to the other 25 guys that are running these people's money? You don't need to know all 25 of the reps. You need one rep inside of this company, and you need to pitch it properly and build a relationship with them. You now not only have access to my money, but you have access to 225 people's money. This is the hack. Family offices is the hack. So when people are like, well, how do I go get investor leads? I want to go raise money. I'm like, how many family offices do you have relationships with? Oh, I don't. That's just one person. They're going to tell me no. First and foremost, how do I approach a family office? I'll tell you guys that here in just a second. But when I go to Ryan Cox they have a portal, a software it's proprietary. It's internal software that all of these guys see every deal that's being funded. Okay, so if I fund a deal with Rhea Campbell, what happens is Ryan then puts it in the portal and says, Pace Morby just deployed $100,000 into this project, and it's still an open project. What happens is these other 25 family office guys who I don't know any of them. I don't know a single one of their names. We could pull it up. Let's go to, is this helpful for you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just break your brains on how simple it is. And I watch people try and have these individual conversations with private money lenders. Like you're gonna have a conversation with me about your deal. I don't have time to listen to your story. We have people that are paid to do that job, right? Would you guys call Elon Musk and say, dude, I got a flat tire on my Tesla? Hey man, the battery's not working. I just need to talk to freaking Elon. No, it's disrespectful. Okay. So, thank you. Shameless plug. Go to Squat Up Summit if you guys want to go to Squat Up Summit. So let's go to Do Wealth and let's go to their website. You'll see, now, am I trying to promote Do Wealth? No. Okay. They're not cheap. For the first year, by the way, what's the cost? I told you it's $9,000 a month. The first year is $11,000 a month. Why? Because what they're doing is they're going through all my bullshiz that I've had for the last 10 years doing it all incorrectly. Took him 2 years to fix all my problems. I'll show you guys my new corporate structure. It's pretty gangster. So, okay, so here's our team. Let's go to their team. All right, there you go. These are the people. When you get to know one of them, you now have access to all of these people that are representing 10, 15 clients each. This is the hack. Do I need to know all of those individuals? No, I need to know one. I need to know one. How many family offices are there in the country? By my calculations, it's about 6,000. I gave this, Minister Bay Williams says she's having a hard time hearing me. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Can you turn my mic all the way up? Yeah, there's always one person that's like, they might not know that they also have a volume button on their phone. Okay, so this is a family office. This is a fractional family office, which means at some point, my goal is to get to a point where I no longer need Ryan Cox and Do Wealth. And Ryan Cox and Do Wealth knows that. They limit how many clients they work with. Their goal is to say, we need to move you on to getting into your own family office. That might take me 15, 20 years. I don't know. But at some point, I will have a team this big that runs all of my stuff. I might be 72 years old when it happens, and it might not be this big. It might be 10 people, okay? But that is what a family office looks like, right there. No more one-on-one calls with people. Imagine if all you did is you go, all right, let's say I worked for the Subto fund. Let's say I was Frank. What if all Frank did every single day was call family offices? Frank is our head of investor relations, and he called family offices and he says, what? Now here's the best way to approach a family office. I'll tell you, I've never once had a bad experience with doing this exact thing. You ready for the best line of the day? Better than any seller call I've ever made in my life. This is the line, okay? The only problem about Windex, it sucks. I got to wait for it to dry before I write on it. I've ruined many, many pens.
Wax on, wax off.
Wax on, wax off, bro. That's right. What's the difference between family, great question, Alexis. What's the difference between fractional family office, multifamily office, and single family office? Okay, so fractional family office means they don't only work for me. Ryan Cox is not dedicated to me, Alexis. Ryan Cox has 9 other me's, and then inside of Ryan Cox's company, there's 25 other Ryan Coxes, which all have 10 clients as well. So it's all fractional, right? They've all fractionized. The same thing, like, man, if I could have freaking, you have a mark on your face. I'm aware. Thank you, Damien. So if I could have learned this earlier, okay, when I first hired my first CFO, I hired a full-fledged CFO at like $120,000, $130,000 a year. That was a scary freaking chunk of money to start spending. Then I realized like 2 years into it, I was like, I could have hired a fractional CFO for like $3,000 a month to work 10 hours a week for me. There's so many fractional CFOs, fractional COOs, fractional CMOs. There's companies that do all this kind of stuff that fractionally. So you can have the benefit even though you're not quite ready for the whole entire thing, okay? Now, Alan Barker says, we think you already have a great start developing your family office. Everyone we've been in contact with has been top notch. Thank you, Alan, appreciate that. For an example, Sonia, does the lenders required season money in your bank account? Okay, we don't, she's having a separate conversation. Okay, cool. So here's what I do when I'm calling family offices. And where can I find family offices? Well, number one, I'm gonna give everybody in Subto the list of family offices and all the contact information for all of the family offices, okay? I personally have 3,600 of them. I think my calculation, there's about 6,000 family offices nationwide, okay? I don't have the other 2,400. Okay, and the main reason I don't have the other 2,400 is because do all of these family offices like real estate? No, not all of them like real estate. Okay, cool. So if I reach out to a family office, this is the line I'm telling them. By the way, am I going to get a hold of Ryan Cox if I called to the family office? No, I'm not. I don't know who is on the other side of this. Usually there's a gatekeeper. Okay, I love gatekeepers. They're great. The gatekeeper is who? A secretary, right? Somebody that runs the front desk. Okay, so this is the conversation you want to have with them. You want to say, hey, my name is Pace, and I'm curious, what were the last 10 deals you funded? Can you share the decks? So this is the line. Hey, my name is Pace Morby. I'm an investor. I run into a lot of deals that maybe your family office would want to invest your client's capital into, but I don't want to bring you stuff that's a waste of your time. Is there somebody at your office that can tell me the last 10 deals that you guys funded and give me a copy of all the pitch decks so that I can bring you exactly what you guys are looking for? Jag says, they would share that? Are you kidding me? Why wouldn't they share that? Their job is to grow their clients' money. Okay, this is the funniest thing. When I first got into real estate, the first thing that I was afraid of was real estate attorneys. Now, like, all my attorneys are my friends. And I'm like, why did I think this was a scary thing? The next thing I was afraid of was title companies. oh my gosh, title companies are so scary. And then you realize it's just an escrow officer sitting in there all by herself, working 120 files a month, barely surviving. And here's where everything changed for me. When I found out a title company had a marketing director on payroll, I'm like, why do they need a marketing director? They're like, because our job is to go get more people to bring us files. I don't know why I was afraid of title companies, but I was. Family offices is no different. They want to do deals. They want people submitting deals to them. And so the easiest thing for you to do. Now, here's what's cool about the list that I have for you guys, okay, in Subto. The 3,600 list will actually tell you the last exit that they had. I have a list where it literally tells you the last big exit. So let's say they invested $100 million into a thing and it exited, they did an IPO, whatever. It will tell you and it will show you the pitch deck they invested in. So if I'm going to give you the pitch deck and I'm going to give you the contact information, okay, why do you need to make this call? Who's the knucklehead that has their ringer on? Is that?
It's out in the hallway charging.
Oh, it's okay. It's you, Paul, isn't it?
Yep.
Freaking, it's always Paul, man. It's always Paul. Better not be my mom calling you, bro. He's handsome, bro. He's my mom's type, so I got to be careful. He is my mom's type. Okay, so somebody just said, hey, will you say the pitch again? Yeah, no problem. The pitch is a little bit different every time. Why? Because I don't read a script. Okay, write this down for people that are like, oh, what's the script, guys? Ladies, my ladies in here. When a man takes you on a date, do you want a man taking you on a date with a script? You want to be sitting across the table with a man that's like, hold on. So what's your favorite color? How many brothers and sisters do you have? Where, and they like wrote everything. That's a script to me. It's disgusting, to be honest. So every time I say the pitch, I will say it a little bit different. I don't memorize the words. I memorize what I'm trying to accomplish and I reverse engineer. So what am I trying to accomplish? I'm trying to accomplish that establishing a conversation with this person and giving the gatekeeper something that they cannot answer on their own. That gatekeeper, do you think they're going to go, oh yeah, I know exactly the last 10 deals. Here's the pitch deck. They're going to know this? No. Now, let's do a little psychology here. What do you think this person right here gets paid? Let's say 60 to 75K. Which at some point in the 1950s, that was a hell of a lot of money. Now it's like, all right, it's all right. Let's say that this front desk person is getting paid 60 to 75K, right? They're super articulate. They show well. This is going to sound horrible and misogynistic, but they show well, right? You don't want somebody that has an eye patch and a wooden arm and a hook for an arm as your front desk person. Do we agree with this? Have we all done business with people that we walk into the reception area and the reception person is handsome or cute or friendly and we want to do more business with them? Okay. So I'm not being sexist. I'm just telling you, that's who this person is. At $60,000 to $75,000, is this person going to be incredibly tapped into all of the things that are going on in the family office? Are they even going to care what's going on really, really deep depth? Or they're going to go, I'm doing my job so I can go home. Even though they're a higher level person in this position, a family office is not going to hire a knucklehead, okay? But what happens is you ask them very politely, here's who I am in the question. My name is Pace Morby. I'm a real estate investor, and I run into a lot of deals. I'd love to bring them to your company. Now she knows who I am, what I'm doing. I'm curious, what were the last 10 deals that your company funded, and is there somebody I can talk to that can share the decks with me? Now, I'm not calling that family office and saying, hi, my name is Pace Morby. Do you guys invest in real estate? Oh my gosh, when I hear other people's calls, I'm like, dude, like why did you think that was a good way to call somebody, right? Like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Sound confident and tell them you want to do business with them. It's not that hard. Do I have to go to Walmart and say, hey, I walk up to the Walmart greeter and go, hey, I just wondering, can I buy something off the shelf today? Can I do business with you guys? No. You just walk right by them and you go buy the thing, you go do the business, right? And so what happens with people is they very quickly forget that these people are in business to see your deals. That is what they are in business for. They're not sitting here going, wow, you're bothering me. They're saying, why are more people not bringing us deals? It's the number one thing you will hear from Ryan Cox. Do you think they have a surplus of deals or a lack of deals? It's a lack of deals. Why? Because what happens is people will call and bother them and ask them stupid questions. And then they have to hire a gatekeeper to keep that person from asking stupid questions to them directly. That is why that gatekeeper primarily existed, is like, I cannot answer another question to one of these knuckleheads that says, hey, like if I brought you guys a deal, would you fund it? Yes. Do you have a deal? No, I don't have one yet, but I'll get in touch with you. Okay. Well, Pace, I don't have a deal. So you're telling me I shouldn't waste their time? No. I didn't tell you to call the gatekeeper and say, I have a deal, I want to present it today. You say, hey, I run into deals. I want to know what were the last 10 deals you funded and who can I talk to that can show me the decks that you guys approved. I want to bring you exactly what you guys are looking for. So think about this. If this is all you did for the next year, is you called one family office, 21 days a month, there's 21 working days, Monday through Friday, 21 working days on a monthly basis times 12, you're at 250 family offices in a year. How many family offices would you have to call before you're overwhelmed with opportunities? It wouldn't even be a month. Just like these calls with these agents, right? The calls with the agents, I called about a freaking house. I always turn almost every conversation I have with an agent into a full-fledged freaking business. I don't need thousands of agents. I need a dozen. I also don't need 3,600 family offices. I'll give them to you. And what will happen is you will maybe have a relationship with 10 of them. Now, somebody that's going to end up coming and teaching, a friend of mine, his name is Nick Sansone. Okay, Nick Sansone from Sansone Development. He has 57 million square feet under development right now. He raises on average about $20 million a month. He says, I have 12 relationships with family offices. That's it. 12. So do I need all 3,600? No. Okay, so now here's a couple of things we want to ask ourselves. Okay, A, do I want to bother these people with small dollar amounts? No. What's the dollar amount? Should I bother them for a $100,000 investment? If I'm raising $100,000, let's say I'm buying a fourplex, a fourplex sub 2. Okay, am I bothering anybody at a family office? Hell no. Are you kidding me? It's so dumb. They want to write checks $3 million, $5 million, $7 million, $10 million, $20 million. A lot of times they just want to be the only investor in the whole entire project. They don't want to be bothered with having other investors involved in the thing. Okay. So what I see people do is they go, oh, I'm trying to raise money for this single family sub 2 deal that I need $25,000 for. This is a waste of your time. I would say do not go to a family office until you're trying to raise at least $1 million or more. That's the rule of thumb. $1 million or more, do not even bother them. Now, the best time to raise money is when? 6 months before you need it. Okay. Now, why is that important? Okay. Does everybody know the script?
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, grab that mic. If you guys are gonna talk, make sure you grab that mic and talk on the mic.
I should be charging for this information. Honestly.
It's not working. Is it on?
The best information also
Good now.
with a great educator and a great communicator, a great, it's on. Who's got the question?
I have right here.
Oh, okay.
So $9,000 a month, but do they also take a cut of
No.
what you've grown?
For me, no. Oh my gosh, what a great question, dude. Such a great question. So Bill Fisher is asking the question, hey, your family office, they charge you $9,000 a month. Now, here's the problem. Bill, if they took $9,000 a month from me and got incentivized on top of it for things that I'm deploying my money into, would that be a conflict of interest or not a conflict of interest? I couldn't trust him at that point, because now what he's going to do is they're going to start working side deals with people. This is why I chose Do Wealth, because there are other family offices that do it that way. But the reason I chose that family office is I'm like, you guys don't get incentivized financially when I go sign up a new affiliate relationship or a new whatever. Okay, so I've got a really fun thing that we're going to do this afternoon, something that's really exciting. We had Stella from Fractional.app come in and teach part of the class like a week ago for like an hour. Anybody here for that? Okay, so I talked to Stella at Fractional and I said, hey, will you make it so anybody that's inside of our community, and we'll get to what Fractional is today, But will you make it so anybody inside of our community that goes and starts a fractional account, which means that you can pitch deals inside of this account? Freaking great. We'll show it to you later. I don't want to go into like everything about it, but I go, will you make it so people can have like badges on their name inside the community? Meaning I've raised over $100,000. I'm a great communicator. I have the safety badge, the ethics badge, I have the partnership badge. I have these things so that when somebody's pitching a deal, let's say inside of Gator or inside of Subto, and go, I have a deal I'm raising money for. They're basically giving people their fractional link to go to their fractional app, and somebody in the community go, oh, cool, that person has a safety badge, they have the ethics badge, they have the communication badge, they have the this badge. Cool, I want to go invest with that person. Cool, awesome. Well, Stella at Fractional, her and I have a new relationship where I go, I want to make sure that my community, anybody inside my community has these extra benefits if they sign up with Fractional, that they can, kind of, I guess, market themselves differently than anybody else on Fractional. And she's like, okay, great. We start talking about like an affiliate relationship and all of these types of things. I don't want Ryan to have the ability to work a side deal with Stella and say, hey, if I get paced to do this with you, I want to make $8,000 a month. Because here's what'll happen. LoopNet and Crexy both came to me last year. Okay, LoopNet and Crexy are big, like, multifamily commercial real estate websites, right? They both came to me, and LoopNet's like, we'll pay Pace this much money monthly. They didn't come to me, they went to Ryan. We'll pay Pace monthly to talk about LoopNet, right? Crexy came and said, hey, we'll pay Pace in stock options and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. And they're pitching Ryan. Ryan chose Crexy because it was better benefit for me. LoopNet also presented to him, hey, if you get Pace signed up with us, we'll cut you a back end deal. Do I want somebody on my team that's doing that? No. And he chose the thing that was better for me. And he's just like, that is not my money. My money is the $9,000 you pay me every single month. And if I do a good job, you'll bring more clients to me. And so that's the answer to the question. Okay. So I prefer that they go and fight on my behalf and represent me in the best possible way. And I know 100% they are not financially benefited beyond how they're already financially benefited. Right? Yeah. So it's a flat fee, doesn't change ever. It's the same thing. I imagine at some point they'll raise their prices. I told Ryan like 6 months ago, you guys should be charging like 50 grand a month for this. It's insane. But I also use it a lot, right? Like I use the service a lot and I've integrated Ryan really deeply into my stuff. Okay. So the reason, the thing that I'm saying about the family offices, it is so easy. The best things in life are the simple things in life where you go, you now have information, the way I just told you how to go talk to family offices, and we're going to get deeper into that when Ryan's here. You now have information you'll never forget. And it's the most simple thing in the world of like, call a family office, ask them what things they've recently, like that little nugget of information you'll never forget for the rest of your life. And if you can't raise large swaths of money, it's because you're a lazy piece of shit. That's it. That's it. These family offices have billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars that they want to deploy. And if you're not making the phone calls, now here's what I see a lot of people do is that they will go and individually reach out to, like I have a lot of friends that are raising a lot of money and they'll go buy accredited investor lists. Okay, is this effective? Yes, it is effective. But what am I now doing? I'm trying to get a hold of Elon Musk directly and complain about my screen. That's dumb. Again, if you think my name is somewhere on an accredited investor list, of course, but I block all unknown numbers on my phone. If you are not programmed in my phone already as a contact, my phone will not even ring. So how are you going to get a hold of me? Think about other wealthy people that have money and have things going on. Are they going to pick up your phone? No, they're not. They will not, and they're busy, and you are bothering them. So the difference is, for me, it's like I went from thinking I'm bothering family offices and I should just call the individual to going, oh my gosh, why would I ever call the individual? That's so disrespectful, actually. And the only time I thought that was the right thing to do is because I had never had an assistant at the point, and I just didn't realize how important an assistant really was in somebody's life. And I was sitting over there disrespecting people and going, but I want to pitch you a deal. I want to pitch you a deal. I want to pitch you a deal. What did Dan Martell teach us a month ago? What was the best line? There you go, Reagan. He says, if you don't have an assistant, you are the assistant. Okay. So you want to pitch a deal to me? It actually is disrespectful to come to me directly. Now, you don't know. A lot of people don't know. But when you go to somebody at a meetup, here's another thing. You want to raise small amounts of money? Are people worth $10 million probably going to meetups? Ain't no way. The only reason that somebody worth 10 million bucks is going to a meetup is to speak. Okay. So let's say you go to a meetup and the speaker's there. I want to get their attention. I want to collaborate with them. Right? What do I say to them? Who do I talk to on your team to present a couple of opportunities? Boom. John says, I see Pace at the meetup all the time. Yeah, because I like hanging out. There you go. Angie says, I have an investor that is at our Colorado meetup that's worth 100 million bucks. I think that's her personal friend as well. So the family office side of things, you really don't need a lot of these conversations, but what you need to do is you need to see how they're Pace, how do I craft my pitch deck? I don't know. What family office have you talked to? You reverse engineer everything, because what's happening is, you guys have played the games as little kids here. Nathan, go to this. What's the most basic game as a kid? Is the game that looks like this. You guys know this game where you get a block and you put the block in the thing and you're like, oh, the block slid in there. Okay, the block slid in there. Okay, and you see your little 2-year-old trying to do this. You're like, wow, man, that guy's dumb. Doesn't he know the star thing goes in the star thing? How stupid is this little 2-year-old kid? When I see people go, how do I pitch a family office? And they've actually never spoken to a family office to see what they've actually funded and what their pitch decks look like that they said yes to. It's like taking a square peg and putting in this oval hole. Yes, Tracy.
So recently, thanks to you, I've had this doing this, reaching out.
Hold on, Tracy. People need to hear from you. Nathan, show us what Tracy looks like.
So
wave to the camera right here.
I don't know if this is on. Hello. But recently, thanks to you putting me in this direction, one of the things I've learned by talking to family offices and why it is so important, yes, get an idea of what a pitch deck should look like, but each one has very different metrics. They have different ways they want to see it visually. Some people are, I think some of the people that are doing the underwriting are visual and some aren't. Some just want the numbers. Some want it to, they want a really nice MO. I mean, it depends. So it is really important to start to call each one just to learn what it is that their team wants to see and how they want to see it. Yeah,
it's critical. And I would say that most of these pitch decks, and we've talked about fund to funds. Ted had taught fund to funds a couple of months ago, or not a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago. We've been doing this. For anybody today's your first day in this class. I don't know. Hey, is Sarabi here? Is she communicating? Okay. Is Mel here or Rachel? Will you text Sarabi and make sure that Ryan Cox can get into the house and all that kind of stuff? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so here's what Tracy's saying. She's saying, hey, being able to communicate with them and asking and doing your due diligence up front. Guys, they have money. They want to deploy it. It's not that hard, right? Like private money lenders want to lend money. They want to lend money. You don't need to ask them to lend money. In fact, one of the biggest things I learned in single family was when I would pay my private money lenders off. I would pay them off and they'd call me up and they go, what are you doing? Why'd you pay me off? I'm like, didn't you want your money back? No, I didn't want my money back. I want my return. Well, just keep sending me my check. So family offices are the same thing. They want to deploy capital. Some of them are financially incentivized to deploy more capital, right? But most family offices that are fractional family offices do not. They get a flat fee. So let's go through this again. You go to the family office. Step number 1. What are they going to have on that pitch deck? The first thing on the pitch deck, okay? Should it be a lot of graphics that I have to scroll through? Okay, no, it shouldn't be. It should be who you are really quick, like a quick bio. And they want to know, is this a knucklehead that's presenting to me? Have you guys ever been pitched a deal or somebody told you a business idea that immediately the person who's pitching the deal to you discounted the greatest possible deal, meaning They made the best possible deal look stupid just because of the words that came out of their mouth and how they presented themselves. You guys ever had that? Maybe you didn't even listen to the deal because you were just like, dude, you're not credible, right? Hey, I'm trying to raise $5 million for my first project. Is that the way to do this? No. Okay, so step number 1 is your bio. This is where fund to funds is so important, is because when you guys go and do a fund to funds or you go partner with somebody bigger, what I would do is I would say, all right, I know at some point I want to go to family offices. I know that I want to go and present myself. Who has never raised money from a family office? Raise your hand. Kristen, I can see you, by the way. Good to see you. Hi. I'm sorry I said a cuss word in front of you. Okay, so, and I love that. Rachel Garcia is like, I'm raising my hand. Okay, cool. You've never raised money from a family office. Okay, great. Then don't call family offices. Unless it's simply to build a relationship and say, hey, send me the pitch decks that you have, right? Now, what's going to happen is you're going to probably call, let's say, 20 family offices. And out of those 20 family offices, I would say, based on my numbers, I'd say about 8 to 12 of them actually want to buy real estate. Okay, the other 8 to 10 don't. They buy businesses, they do private equity, they do debt, right? They'll go do lending, they'll do that, all that kind of stuff. So the main thing you're going to go do is you're going to say, I'm going to go find 20 family offices off the list that Pace gives me, and I'm going to filter out and create a list of 8 to 12 of them that are looking for real estate. Cool. Then the next step is you're going to find out what type of real estate are they looking for. Okay, so let's say that you want to go do multifamily. That's what your heart and soul is all on top of. You love multifamily. Out of these 8 to 12 people, let's say 6 of them would never invest in multifamily. They just want RV parks. Should I still consider them part of my first initial list of people that I'm going to go pitch deals to? No. Do not bother somebody on multifamily deals that are doing RV parks and mobile home parks. Do not do it. It's dumb. Okay, so let's say that I call 20 family offices. I find 8 to 12 of those family offices that are saying, yes, we do real estate. Okay, cool. Send me the decks. Send me the deals you guys have recently funded. Okay, awesome. They send them to you. And only, let's say 6 of them are doing multifamily. And 6 of them are doing single family or debt or RV parks. Well, guess what? I got to go back to the drawing table and I got to replace these 6 with another 6, right? I want to make sure I have 8 to 12 perfect people that I can bring those deals to in the future. It's making sense? Okay, so that means you might have to call 20 and you'll get 6, which means you got to call another 20 to get another 6. So that means you got to call 40 people to get 12 contacts of people that will actually look at your deals. Does that make sense? Now, Nick Sansone, the guy that will be coming, he's coming on December, he's coming on December 21st in person here. Nick Sansone, who raises $20 million every month, he says, I only have 12 relationships with family offices. That's all I've ever needed is 12. So there's your framework. Your framework is I need to go and find 12 people that will actually buy multifamily and invest in multifamily deals. They don't all do. Very, very simple. Okay, great. Now, if you've never raised money from a family office, should I just go in there and start pitching multifamily deals that I see in a free Facebook group? No. Here's how you do this, okay? This is how I would do it, and this is how I got started. I got started with family raising capital through fund to funds. When I went beyond single family, by the way, guys, if you're just joining us today, we've already taught 6 raising private capital classes in person in my office. This is actually class number 7. And we've already talked about single family. How do I go find single family investors? If you are in sub 2, you will get all of those recordings. We're building a full semester. Rachel, will you do me a favor? Will you go in my bathroom upstairs in the office and pull the merit badge frame thing off the wall and bring that to me, please? Thank you so much. If you don't have an assistant, you are the assistant, by the way. Just remind yourself of that. Okay, so if I'm going to go raise money from a family office, should I go in there and pitch my first deal to them? I've never managed a project. I don't even know what a management team looks like. I've never exited a property successfully. Maybe all I've done is I've just done single family flips. Would you say that if you're going to go raise $10 million from a family office, that a family office will be super jazzed about the fact that you've done 14 flips in your life and that they now go, wow, man, those 14 flips, let's give you $10 million for your first multifamily deal. Just bring it around on this side. Or you can throw it over to me. Okay, cool. This is one of my favorite things ever. I know this doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people here, but this is, these are merit badges. If you guys are, who's a scout in here? Anybody a scout? Reagan, you had a scout in your family? Nobody in here was a scout?
I got kicked out.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Bill, that makes sense.
Dysfunctional scout.
Dysfunctional scout. Okay, cool. So for those of you guys that are wondering, why am I doing this raising private capital class? Well, this class is 9 classes long. So I have 3 more classes to go. And it will become one of the merit badges that you get inside of Subto. Then what we're going to do is we're releasing another merit badge that shows that you've raised $100,000, another merit badge that shows you've raised $1 million, and another merit badge that shows you've raised $10 million. So at some point, probably within the next 12 months or so, you'll be able to go into Subto and you'll be able to filter and go click, click, click. I want to find people in the community that have verifiably raised $15 million or $25 million. And then that way, you'll have an easier way collaborating with people that have these badges and have earned these things. Now, the only merit badge that actually requires the classes is the Raising Private Capital class, which of course I'm giving away for free. But it's just my way of going, how do I elevate the entire community that helps us filter and go, all right, Pace, well, you know, so last year for Subto Fund, we raised $15 million. Well, I would get a badge that says I've raised $15 million. So and it's verified and you can show it. So when you go collaborate with other people and they go, yeah, I can raise money. And then they can't. Has anybody ever ran into that situation? I think Kat Aguilar, she's on here. Find Kat Aguilar, see if she's, if I can pull her up real quick. K-A-T. Okay, bring her up. Just unmute her. Kat, what up?
Hi, Sensei. How are you?
Good to see you, Kat. We love you. If you guys don't know Kat Aguilar, she's out of the DMV. She is one of the great leaders over there in Washington, D.C. She also runs the biggest bachata
Yay! You said it.
competition in the world. Okay, unfreaking believable. Kat, you've worked with people that have said, "Hey, I can raise a lot of money for you, and just bring deals to me, and I'll raise a bunch of money." And then those people fall flat on their face and they don't perform. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep.
In fact, it's one of the stressful. You sent me a text about it recently. You're like, "This is really stressful. How do I get around that? How do I avoid these types of people?"
Yeah.
Whoa, Ingrid says she's here. I want to meet her. I danced bachata in my college year. She's Colombiana, so she.
I met Ingrid. She was there on Day of Pace Day with Pace, and for the first one for October. So I met you, Ingrid, for a little bit.
You're currently raising capital, right, Kat?
Yeah, I actually produced 3 term sheets this year, and
you got screwed on one of them.
I got screwed on my first one, which was 139.
Somebody went around you, right? So she found the money and she had the investment and she put them together and they worked her out of the deal because she hadn't documented her arrangement. It was like how much money was funded?
139 million. Yeah.
And she got pushed out of the deal.
Yeah, I got pushed out.
She was texting me. It was early in the morning. This is probably, I don't know, maybe it wasn't a year ago, Kat. I can't remember, but.
It was about a year ago.
She texted me and I said, "This is all your fault. You screwed up."
No, I didn't. No.
I said, you did not document this. This is your fault. I go, "You don't blame anybody else. This is 100% your fault. Move on," is what I told her. She's like, "How do I fix it?" I'm like, "You don't. You move on."
You have no idea like the stress that put me through. And I was like, this was crazy. I went through like ups and downs, celebrations, and then failure. And then, but all in all, I think it was a good learning lesson. But yeah, you kicked my butt though, also, because, you know,
I wasn't nice to her on the voice memo.
I didn't know, but I didn't want to tell you because also I was like, I want him to be proud of me that I did this. And then when I got screwed out of the deal, I was like, man, and then I was like, okay, Sensei, help me. And I think that was like, you know, I was still dealing with it also in August, when you came to the festival, and you know,
imagine watching 2 people you connect get funded $139 million and you get worked out of the deal.
Yeah.
So she was voice memoing me, and I was like, we got to teach classes on this. We got to teach
Yes.
like how to structure yourself into these deals. If you're raising money for somebody else's deal, how do you make sure you're documented and put together properly? So Kat, thank you. I appreciate you. Good to hear from you. I love you. Okay, so here's what's great. And this is where Kat was in a bad situation. Instead of, let's say you go to the Subto fund. Okay, this is a really easy thing you could do. Let's say you go to Subto fund, which is my fund, or you could go to somebody else's. You go to Brandon Turner's, you could go to Ken McElroy, you go to Grant Cardone, go to somebody else's fund. I don't care, but we've got our team here, so you guys already know them, right? Let's say I go to the fund and I go, hey, I want to go and raise money from family offices on behalf of Subto fund. Can you do that? You absolutely can. So why not go to the family office and go, hey, and don't use your flips as your experience. You use your experience of the Subto fund and you use the experience of Pace Morby and go, hey, this is the team that I'm on, right? So when your first pitch deck or your first thing is here, you go, here's the team, right? And then you put me, or you put Josiah, or you put Ted Head on this, and this is the team that you guys are representing. So now when you're reaching out to the family offices, you're not using your own individual credibility, you're using the credibility of a much larger group. So this is why fund to funds is such a great way to go, is because now, I'll give you a good example. I did a fund to funds 3 years ago, and I didn't have to raise a lot of money. I raised $2 million for the fund to funds. They were raising 50 million. I only had to raise 2 million of it. And I raised that $2 million, and that project is like I think it's $112 million project that we raised money for. So when I went to go raise money from other people, I said, oh yeah, we just did a $112 million project. Okay. The greatest way for you guys to get into family offices is start with what I already told you. Number one, get a list of 12. Get 12. Your number you're looking for is 12 family offices. Those family offices, where am I going to put the contact information? I'll email it to people inside of Subto. Okay. I'll email this list to people inside of Subto. You're going to get 12 family offices. You are going to find out which ones are doing multifamily. Okay. And then what you do is you go sign up. This is an easy way to do is I would do a fund of funds with Subto fund and say, well, I don't even have a project, right? Are you going to go, here's what, this information's so good, but are you going to go reach out to a family office right now? Are you going to reach out to a family office if you don't have a project? Yes, you will in order to find out what they're funding, but guess what's going to happen? If you don't have anything to send them in the next 2 to 3 weeks, they're going to completely forget who you are. Right now you're starting that credibility and that rapport building all over again. And so what I would do is I would go to somebody like the Subto fund or Brandon Turner or other people that are doing projects and go, what projects do you actively have that I can raise money for? Why? Because our team has underwritten the deal. We've verified the deal. We're the largest investor in the deal, right? We already have assets that we control that have proof that cash flow is coming in, happy investors. You have all of those types of things. So when the family office says, who's the principal? Who's the sponsor, right? They're asking, who's the sponsor of the deal? Do you want to have just your name on that thing when all you've done is 14 flips? No, you absolutely do not, right? Who's the GP team? Who are the GPs? Who are the sponsors? What's their credibility? So for those of you guys that want to go raise big money and get into the family office game, the best step forward, in my personal opinion, is fund to funds. Okay, this is great. Bring Mauricio up here. Mauricio Valver. Mauricio Valver. Mauricio, what's up?
Hello.
Okay, so let's say, here's what's cool. Ted, will you sit right there for me and put that mic close to your face? Let's show people what Ted Head looks like. This guy, one of the best beards in the game, salt and pepper style. Look at this guy. Okay, so Ted, let's say that I do a fund of funds with Subto fund. And I go get a family office that says, yeah, we want to look a little bit more deep in this. We have questions for you. When can you get on the phone, Pace? Let's say, or not Pace, let's just say my name's Peter. Actually, what would my name be if my name wasn't Pace?
Chase.
Chase. All right. So, hey Chase, we saw your deck, looks good. We want to get on the phone call and ask some questions. If I'm raising money for the Subto fund, is that a phone call I need to have on my own with that family office?
No, definitely not.
Who would handle that phone call?
You could have Frank on that call, be able to be there, talk about strategic parts of the fund and what's going on, everything that we've created from a fund level, but also before that call happens, we need to know what that family office is actually looking for, like you mentioned before. So like next week, Frank and I are going to be in Florida for a family office event.
Yeah.
We're actually exhibiting there. And so during that, prior to that, and after that, we're gathering those pitch decks from those family offices. So you do your due diligence, then you have that conversation. So there's credibility, like you said. If you're just trying to have it with an office where you don't have, you're trying to do it on your own, you either need a PACE or you need a Frank or somebody with the funds, somebody with that meat of it, so we can actually give you that full detail what's going on.
Right. So let's say we've got Maria right here. Let's say, Maria, you bring 10 people to Subto Fund. Do you have to close those investors to write a check, or is that my job? That's Frank and Ted's job, or maybe it probably won't be me. Every once in a while I'll get involved into a conversation when people are like, well, I want to meet PACE. Last year, when we launched the Subto Fund, we had a guy that wrote a check for $1 million. He wouldn't do it unless he talked to me. Cool. Happy to jump on that call. Even though he talked to our team a couple of times, he wanted to write a check for $1 million. He's like, I will not do it unless I get to talk to PACE. Cool. I'm here for that. So, Mauricio, does that help answer your question?
Yeah, that does.
So here's the better way to look at it. Do you need to find the deal?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
Oh.
Subto Fund already found the deal. Do you need to have a team and build a team and have payroll and your own office?
No.
Do you need to know how to convert an interested party into an invested party? Somebody writes the check.
No, that's you guys.
That's us. Do you need to manage the asset, deal with the tenants, distribute the cash flow, answer questions, ongoing questions from investors?
No, I don't think so. No.
The answer is no, literally. So it's the cheat code. Alexis Morgan says, I want to raise money for the Subto Fund. Is there ever too much money? I would say that here's the downfall to only having one fund you're raising money for, is the Subto Fund is not always closing a deal. Okay, there's not always a deal that's closing this week, right? And so there is some timing involved in it, Alexis, but I would say you're really not limited. If you bring us 10 million bucks, here's what'll happen. We have deals that are being submitted to us all the time. We would just say yes to more deals, right? We turn deals down based on capital that's flowing in the door. So if you go, hey, we got a $10 million family office, I'd just say, okay, no problem. And we would acquire another asset beyond what we are already doing. So yes, bring us the money. Okay, cool. So family office side of things, Ryan Cox will kind of explain what he does a little bit more, how he communicates with investors. He'll talk about those types of things. Give you guys some good Q&A here in a second. We've been going for 2 hours. What we should do is we should take a 10-minute break for everybody in here. You guys can go pee. All the girls probably need to go pee. We'll do a 10-minute break. PACE, this is the information that the wealthy share with their children and family. Yeah, this is why I'm like, nobody shared this with me. I had to go learn it. I've read all the family office, I've read all the raising private capital books. None of them are good until chapter 7. And then even in like chapter 7, they go, start a podcast. Okay, well, yeah. They don't talk about family offices, how to pitch them, how to go to them. And the number one thing I think you should take away today is how simple it is to go talk to a family office and ask them to just show you what they've recently closed on. That's it. And it's the same exact thing. If you guys come to me, Rinda, you guys all know Rinda Emick. She sends me a text this morning. She goes, hey, I want to find you an RV park. I go, cool, find me an RV park. She goes, I need your buy box. Is she just going to start sending me RV parks?
No.
No, she wants to know, what are you looking for? What is an immediate no? I'm not going to waste your freaking time. So she sent me, I haven't replied back, Rinda. I'm so sorry. She is actually in here. But I did not reply back to her because I'm like, oh crap, let me get with my team. Let's get the PDF. I have a PDF that literally says, here's what I'm buying. Here's why I'm buying it, et cetera. Kevin says, can Gators get the family office list? No. Gators are not getting the family office list. I gave Gators access to this training today. How about that? So people in Subto, I'll give you guys the family office list. And I also have the other one that's really good, and we'll bring Matt Sorensen in here. Who's in, everybody, there's a lot of people in Owners Club in this room. Holy crap. Okay, so what's another one that besides a family office, another place I can go to get large swaths of money?
Pension funds.
Pension funds are good. Self-directed. Okay, so here's what happens is there's a company called Directed IRA. I use them. That's who handles my self-directed stuff. Directed IRA. In Owners Club, what's cool is that Directed IRA is bringing 15,000 investors to people inside of our community, say, here's all the people who have money. I think they have something like 15,000 people with an average of like $300,000 tied up, and they don't know where to put their money. I know it's crazy. It's so freaking crazy to me. So how do I'll tell you, this is one of the greatest ways that I raise money. Okay, so we'll do this I'll do this in 10 minutes, and then we'll take a break. Check this out. So people go and get retirement accounts, right? They have a 401k, they have an IRA, they have all the things, right? People have all these fancy names for all these things, but basically they're all just retirement accounts, right? Okay, cool. With these retirement accounts, people go, I'm going to go self-direct my own money, which means I don't want to rely on an investment advisor anymore. I want to go direct my money. Here's what happens. They pull their money, they put their money in these accounts, and they go use companies like Directed IRA is the company I use. Directed IRA, what is their number one goal for their clients? Directed IRA. And I think they have something like 30,000 clients. And out of those 30,000 clients, 15,000 of them have not invested their money. Okay, Vanguard is another one. Thank you, Yerzan. So Vanguard is another company that does this. You guys can Google this right now. Google your city. Do it right now on your phone. It even works on Androids, I promise you. Okay, do it on your phone right now and type in the city you live in and say self-directed IRA. Type in city, self-directed IRA. Obviously, don't go to Vanguard or Fidelity or whatever. Go to the ones that are like smaller mom and pop shops. Okay. Carl, where do you live again?
I live in Minnesota, Grand Rapids.
Really? That's a good town.
You know that one?
I do know. Yeah, bro. Grand Rapids. Are you kidding me?
In Minnesota?
Yes. Of course I do. John Cusack has a great movie there. Gross Point Blank, I think is what it's called, or something like that. Okay, so everybody Googled it on your phone? Did you find a company that's not Vanguard or Fidelity? You find even in Alaska they have it, or don't they? Alaska self-directed IRA. Okay, so I'm giving you a gem right here. This is where I started raising a lot more money for single family stuff. Okay, so what did I do? I went to a local company. Directed IRA is a really big one. Do I need 30,000 investors? Do I need 15,000 investors? No. Literally, if I had access to 200, it's more than enough, right? Okay, so I go to a local company. Everybody in the side chat, give me a yes if you guys did the practice of just Googling the thing in your phone. Give me a yes. We got 600 people on here. Okay. This is what I did. This is 2016, 17, and 18. Here's what I would do. I would go to the local directed IRA company and I'd say, can I do a lunch and learn for your clients? Why would I do a lunch and learn for their clients? I'm not pitching anything. This is what I would do. These 15,000 people, why are they not invested in a deal? One, they have no idea where to find a deal. They're like people on freaking YouTube that don't know their butt from a hole in the ground. Sorry, everybody on YouTube. They don't know where to find the deal. And even if they knew how to find the deal, they don't know how to underwrite it. They won't even, guys, they won't even get this far. They wouldn't even get to as far as underwriting. Literally 99% of the people here that are like, I'm going to do a self-directed IRA. I'm going to manage my own money. 99% of them have no idea where to put their money. The concept, okay, directed IRA and Vanguard's job is to sell them on the concept of managing their own money, but does directed IRA and Vanguard bring them opportunities to invest their money? So what you're telling me is you took 15,000 people and you tell them to self-direct their money, but you don't have opportunities for them? What happens with these clients? They cancel their self-directed money and they go put it back into the corporation or the place that they're at or whatever. They're like, this self-directed thing is not working out. Okay, so what is self-directed IRA's motivation is to keep these 15,000 clients paying them. And if they don't have something to invest in, are they going to lose them or keep them? Okay, so this is what I would do. I would go and do a lunch and learn. Am I pitching at a lunch and learn? No. Okay, the average lunch and learn, I did this with Eric Sage. Does anybody know Eric Sage in the community? Oh my gosh, Julian knows him. Julian's OG, but our average is $345 is what we would spend. We can keep it open. Okay, so we would spend $345 a month to go to local IRA companies, and would I pitch them a deal? So what am I doing? What am I educating them on, my friends? This is the gem right here. I'm going to put in this gem box right here. Here's the gem box. What am I educating them on? I don't say how they can invest their money. I show them how I find deals. Why? Psychology, guys. Pay attention to this. This is too good. 99% of people are not going to go and find the deals. What am I really doing here, Kimberly? I'm showing them how hard it is to find deals, and I tell a story. So check this out. You want to come back to me, Nathan? Here's how I'll tell this story. And let's just imagine we're in a lunch and learn. And I'll go, all right, guys, so today what we're going to talk about in this lunch and learn, thank you guys so much for being here. I want to show you guys how I found this deal, how I funded this deal, and how I'm making money on this deal, so you guys can go and do this too. Cool. So Vanguard, directed IRA, these local Alaska Moose Wilderness IRA people that you're going to talk to, I don't know what it's going to be called. They don't think I'm pitching, even though they know I am. By the way, I'm not lying to them. They just know, please don't pitch. We know people are going to invest in you. Please don't pitch. So, all right, guys, the address is 2720 North Sterling Avenue. Here's where I got the lead. I got the lead from cold calling. I ended up calling the agent. Here's how I overcame the objections. Same way. I tell the same story all the time. What they're doing is they're excited. They're pumped up. Wow, this is freaking amazing. I go, so here's how I funded the deal. One of my many private money lenders took money from their self-directed IRA, and they rolled their money into my deal. Made it so I got paid up front. I did this, this, and this, boom, 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 boom. And I'm giving them the technical ways. I go to PropStream, I do this, I do that, and I'm showing them how to go find a deal. Why would I do that? I'm basically telling them, you don't want to do what I do, so just give me your money so I can place it for you. This is how you raise unlimited money. One of these pitches a month. Why did this cost me $345? I paid for the lunch. I think we're paying for your guys' lunch today, but it's like $1,000 every time you guys come over to my house. And anyway, so you get the point. These companies, you just Googled it. You have them right there. This is one of the greatest gems I could ever give you. Okay? Marketing. Okay? Promoting. I'm promoting without people knowing I'm promoting. And how do I know this? Here's how I know this. Did somebody teach me this? Is this inside of a Raising Private Capital course that I took? No. What happened is I would do all these meetups in 2014, 2015, and 2016. I'd do them at my office, and I would tell people, hey, here's how I found the deal. Here's my whiteboard. Boom, 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 boom. And then what happened is these people would show up, and it would compound, and my meetups got big. And I'm like, why are you mother freakers not doing any deals? This is so frustrating. And then started just saying, can I just give you money on a deal? And I'm like, oh my gosh, how do I compound this? How do I filter? Because what's happening is in wholesale, no offense to people in wholesale, this is going to sound really bad. Wholesale attracts the brokest pieces of shit on the planet. I'm one of them. I also know this because when I got into wholesale, I needed wholesale to change my life. I needed it. It was the catalyst for me to change my life. I needed it. So when you're doing like, hey guys, we're doing a meetup on wholesale, guess what you're attracting? You're attracting broke ass mother truckers. You're not attracting people with $100,000 in their self-directed IRA. So after I was going through all of these meetups, I was like, okay, I love these people because what does a meetup do for me? A meetup primarily brings recruiting opportunities for acquisition people. Meetups also bring me the opportunity for people to bring me deals. Okay, we had a girl, man, nobody might come. Hey, Ryan, good to see you. Look how rich that guy looks. That guy looks like he manages some money or something. Okay, so I was doing a meetup and I had a girl named Katie Uber, Huber. She came to my meetup and she said, hey, I'm in the TTP program. I'm in this, but like I can't seem to get deals done. I go, this is easy, Katie. Are you willing to do calls? Are you willing to do this? She goes, yes, I just don't have any money. I go, okay, cool. Here's the list of all the foreclosures. Set appointments for me. I'll go on appointments for you. That's what a meetup's for. Meetups are typically not meant to raise money because the people that are coming to meetups need a freaking deal to change their life. So Katie would set appointments for me. I ended up doing 31 deals with her in a year. 1 year, she was just at a free meetup and I go, here's the foreclosures. Call the foreclosures. She'd set the appointment. I'd go meet, I'd sit there and go with her to the appointments. And then next thing you know, she started watching me close. So then she started bringing them to me contracted insteed of just the lead. Okay, great. Well, I learned how to do that from just providing value to people and them saying, I don't even have $1 to my name to buy PropStream. And you're telling me I got to go buy PropStream. Okay, great. Well, this is obviously the wrong freaking crowd to raise money from. Like 99% of the people are people that don't have any money that are coming to my meetups. Cool. Well, I should be doing deals with those people or recruiting them to do deals for me, lead management, whatever. So I go, where is a place? And so I stopped and I looked at all the people that were rolling money into my projects. Guess where it was coming from? Self-directed IRAs, retirement accounts. So I simply go, where are more of these people? And so I called, and the first company I called was CPI, I think is the name of them here locally. They're a small company. They have less than 1,000 clients. And I just said, hey, is there any way I can come in and pitch your clients? No, absolutely not. Do not ever pitch our clients. There's no way. I go, okay, well, man, I'm just looking for more people. And he goes, okay, but we don't mind if you talk about your deals. And if somebody like comes through, because they can't pitch. Okay, I can't pitch and they can't be the conduit for me pitching because then they could get in trouble if a deal goes bad. You promoted this guy, Pace Morby, brought this deal to us, right? And so I had a guy at CPI says, why don't you just do a lunch and learn? Come in, we got a cute little office, buy people lunch. We'll send out an email to all of our clients saying, hey, this coming Friday, we have a guy coming in to talk about how he's doing deals and we want to give you guys free education. Why? Because they want their people to have a place to put their money. Okay, so this is in a series of like significance of how much money you can raise. Family offices, probably a little bit larger, venture capital firms, larger swaths and chunks of money. Take a step down from that, you're going to self-directed companies. And you're doing, here's a deal that we did. Okay, here's a deal that we did. Well, Pace, I haven't done a deal yet. Okay, well, get your ass involved in a deal, first and foremost. Okay, or talk about the restaurant you guys have.
Forgive me for being ignorant, but how would I, because we have.
Okay, so
we have like 45 employees. The next step was that I wanted to create some sort of retirement benefit for them, especially my long timers that have been with us since the beginning. And we actually had an appointment to talk to a 401k. And how do I get? I would want them to invest in Subto because I believe in it.
That's what I would do. What I would do is I would start with like a fund of funds. Okay, and what I would do, so think about this. Let's say I go and I do a lunch and learn for people in my local town of like, hey, I want to talk about this $20 million deal that we just did. You could talk about the multifamily deal that Subto Fund did. So understand the story. Where did the lead come from? How did we find the lead? Heck, like even do it on a Zoom and have Ryan Wagner, our head of acquisitions, tell the story. Right? And go, here's where the lead came from. You guys can find these leads on Crexy.com and develop relationships with brokers. And then you're going to run into this blockade, but here's how you overcome it. Here's the next blockade. Here's how you overcome it. You don't have to tell a story about a deal you've done, but if you're raising capital for somebody like me or a Brandon Turner or Grant Cardone, tell a story about one of their deals and go, this is a great place. You know, this is how we find deals. This is how we go do these things. And then let people ask questions to Ryan, not to you. Right? And Ryan, let's say Ryan, the acquisition guy, somebody asked a question, but how do I overcome this? And the seller's objection here and da-da-da-da-da-da. And Ryan Wagner will go, oh, that's super freaking easy. Here's how I did this. Here's how I did this. And they're taking notes because in their mind, they're like, I'm going to go find these deals. But then when you get to the part of like, well, okay, so we got the deal under contract for $19.5 million. And then we had to raise $5 million to get this deal done. And luckily, we know a lot of people with self-directed IRAs. And so we had enough people that invested in this deal, we were able to close it out. What did you just say? You basically just invited them to invest in a deal with you because you said, hey, I got social proof. I've already done this. People with self-directed IRAs have already invested in these deals with us. And you could even, you got the credibility. You also are just basically you're pitching them without pitching them. Okay. By the way, is there an end to how many self-directed IRA companies there are out there? You guys all literally Googled a different city and you came up with 5 different options in your local city. The opportunities are endless to raise capital. Okay, so when you're going down that road, Kat Aguilar says, this is nuts. Was that helpful for everybody in here? Okay, so when you're doing a deal, it's very simple. Man, I should you know what I should do? I should go to CPI again and do a lunch and learn and record the thing and give it to you guys. And show you guys how easy it is to be like, all right, we're going to talk about one deal today. Here's the 5-year process of I bought it, I held on to it. What am I now doing? 1031. How am I using my self-directed IRA? Or actually, how did I build up? That class is 45 minutes long, and I do a little bit of Q&A, and I'm out. And then what do? I say, if you guys ever have any questions about finding deals, here's my contact information. Or a really easy one to do is go, hey, here's the settlement statement documents. If you guys want a copy of these settlement statement documents, just go to paceprovesit.com, which I have a website that's like Pace Proves It. Because, when you do cool things, people are like, oh, you're a scam artist. I love that. It's the greatest thing ever. So I have a website. I can't remember if it's Pace Proves or paceprovesit.com. It's been a couple of years since I've done this, but I go just go to paceprovesit.com. You can download all the settlement documents to see exactly how this deal worked out. What am I really doing? I'm pulling everybody out of that freaking room to go here, and then I can see who downloaded my settlement statement, and I send them an email that night going, hey, just want to let you guys know I do have a project coming up if anybody wants to get involved in it. You just built a funnel. You're done. Boom. Nathaniel says I need to pee. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, everybody, and then we'll bring Brian Cox up here. Was this good, everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, guys, we're going to get started back up here. Thank you guys so much for waiting for us while we did a little bit of lunch break. Maria, you got some beer. I like it. That looks like beer. I like it. He's going to come up here, and then I'm going to sit there and talk to him. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. Nathan, come back to me, please. All right.
I do my best, sir.
Okay. Anybody learn anything today?
Yes, lots.
Cool. People lose their mind when I'm not talking online. It's like they're like, what? My volume is broken. Everything's broken. Guys, we were just at a 10-minute lunch, hanging out, networking. It's kind of fun to be able to do these in-person classes. If you guys ever want to do the in-person classes, email support@subto.com. Typically, it's only really open for Sub 2 members. So email the team. Happy to have you guys come over and hang out at the house. It's a little bit different in person. I'd say the pros are you get to hang out with other people and you get the energy, right? And also, I would say the number one benefit of being in person is that you get the forced focus. Meaning you can't just like start scrolling on your phone and you can't start doing other things that completely distract you. Because I'm sure we've got 1,000 people between Zoom and YouTube watching right now. I'd say 990 of them have like deviated to go, do something. So it's nice to be in person. The downside is that you're stuck in this room with me. So sorry about that. And you get less breaks. So hopefully this was worth it. Yes, sir.
The other thing, sorry.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, I've been at all of the classes. And the other thing that's absolutely incredible, kind of like Owners Club, is that the networking that goes on here is just amazing. And it's cool because on the break, we're talking about the things that you're talking about, and it's helping to level us up just to be in the same room and to be able to share thoughts and ideas of what you've been talking about all morning. So I've noticed that in every single class. It's just amazing to be here. So anybody that can get here, definitely come on out.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. By the way, does Rachel do a good job getting food and all that kind of stuff? All right, so we have a very distinguished guest, somebody who has changed my life significantly. If I would have known that due wealth and fractional family offices were a thing 5 years ago, oh my gosh, my life would be so different. So he actually, Ryan never does this. Ryan does not have an Instagram, doesn't have a Facebook, doesn't have any social media whatsoever. He's a little bit of a dinosaur. I'm not joking. He really does not. And he never does these types of things, but he does them for our community, and he loves showing up and presenting these kind of things. He's going to get into some nitty gritty stuff of like all the data points that they look at before they even show one of their clients a deal. You guys excited to be bored to death? I've never been bored when Ryan talks, by the way, so it'll be great. All right, Ryan Cox, come on up here, brother. Awesome. I'm going to switch out. You're going to take my microphone. Let's get you, just shove that down there and then attach this. Go up underneath and then clip it on. You can sit or you can stand, whatever you prefer to do. And I'll be sitting next to you and we'll go back and forth when you need to.
Awesome. And can I share my screen or?
Yeah, Nathan will share it. Awesome. There you go.
Yep. So I'm Ryan. I run family offices for entrepreneurs. And I think the maybe a misnomer of what a family office is. I kind of wanted to start with this is ours, by the way, but I wanted to start with what is a family office versus kind of what does Do Wealth do as a fractional family office. So if you've heard the term family office before, guys, typically it's big money, right? I mean, you're talking probably 250 million plus. And why is that? Because the cost to run a family office is very expensive. So what a family office does is they kind of open their own, let's call it their own business. And within this business, they're going to have a bunch of people here, a bunch of really smart people. So they're going to hire a CPA, a CFO, maybe a bookkeeper, maybe a investment manager, right? And they're going to bring everybody internal because they have such sizable assets that it makes sense to bring everybody internal because one, they get the write-off, right? And two, they are constantly working on this business's family office, right? These guys are involved in huge deals, whether it's real estate, private equity. They have their own businesses, right? Like, let's talk about maybe the Mark Zuckerbergs of the world. His family office is iconic. Or maybe Jeff Bezos has his own, but that's big money. So what we did is we found at Do Wealth, the underserved market was the client making maybe $1 million in profit, or what we call EBITDA, to maybe 50, 60, 70 million, or maybe they had a balance sheet of 100 million, where they needed that service, they needed that intimate touch, and they weren't getting it from a typical advisor, so someone that manages just assets. They needed somebody to run their family office, but they couldn't fork up the cash to do that. So that's kind of where we sit as a fractional family office. So I kind of put this is our little logo here. So what we try to do currently, like most entrepreneurs, they sit in the middle of what we call a wealth wheel, and they're trying to manage all this stuff. Can you imagine Pace trying to manage all of these things, working directly with his CPA, his estate attorney, to make sure everything's buttoned up? My guess is he probably wouldn't do any of it, or if he did, it would be, it'd be rushed and we wouldn't be well thought out. So that's where we kind of try to put ourselves here, guys, and we move the entrepreneur to the wheel. Do what they do best, right? They pedal, they move this thing forward. We are going to work directly with all of these professionals. Now, the big difference with Fractional is that we don't have any of this in-house. We have a big Rolodex of different CPAs, of insurance agents, of bankers, of investments to go and allocate that out to, and they know how we work, but we don't do any of this internal. We simply are the quarterback. We are bird dogging everything for the entrepreneur. We have, I'd say in this model right now, I think we have probably 225 to 250 clients that are in this kind of buy box, in this entrepreneur space, anywhere again from 1 million, we call it EBITDA, or you can call it profit, to 50 million plus, right? Or maybe balance sheets of 100 million, 250 million, right? I'll pause there, see if there's any questions before.
So on the CPA side of things, just for you guys to understand, I had a really good CPA before I worked with them, but we had outgrown our CPA. I just didn't know it. Right. And Ryan really loved my previous CPA, really nice guy. His name's Dustin Griffiths. A lot of people I've referred over to him. He just couldn't keep up with all the new businesses I was starting. So Ryan also not only has the CPAs, he'll interview the CPAs and go, hey, this is the client that I'm trying to pair you up with. You need to understand how he moves. You need to understand what he does. So he's interviewing these CPAs and understanding what type of business I run. Like he's intimately understanding his client before he brings those services to the table. They're not just treating their client like, oh yeah, you need a CPA. It's like, who is the CPA you need? And our guy is Brandon.
Yeah, his name's Brandon. And
see, I don't even know my CPA's name.
Yeah, I think you've met him once.
I've met him one time. I've spoke to him one time in a facilitated conversation where Ryan was there.
Yep.
He's never emailed me, texted me, called me one time. And what was happening is my CPA prior was probably taking 10 hours a month of my team's time. Most of it was just following up saying, hey, when's this going to happen? When's this going to be done? Why hasn't this been filed? Da, 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 da. And so they do a lot. They're so intimately involved in their clients' work that he'll get to this point, obviously, but I want to tee up like all the other things he does. He's not going to just let any old deal come to my table, right? He takes that sense of responsibility over my total wealth to the point where he's like, I'm not just going to give you any old CPA. I'm going to give you a CPA that understands creative finance. I'm going to give you a CPA like this CPA, Brandon, is the CPA that helped us figure out how do I take depreciation on a lease option, right? Like that's not just some regular CPA. By the way, do you think they're worth $9,000 a month? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the new CPA, there was an instant like ROI too, just by the new way we went with depreciation and all that. So now he may have cost a little bit more, but the ROI was there from day one.
I mean, you sent me a text about a month ago and you said, hey, good news. You're not paying any taxes this year again. I think you got me $18.5 million in write-offs this year. Yep. And $4.5 million is rolling over to next year that we didn't need to use. So actually this year. And I think we're already like pretty much set already for this year for the most part.
I think we're set for this year. And then obviously we'll see kind of what happens with taxes.
With Trump.
With Trump, right?
Yeah.
We'll see what he rolls back and all that next year. But I mean, if 100% depreciation comes back, probably set for several years.
So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That's my guess.
I hope, yeah. I voted for Biden though, so it's all good.
Yeah, and then even on like the insurance front for Pace, one thing we immediately got done is just trying to consolidate all the insurance. Like, I don't know if everybody knows how many properties he has, but it was kind of all over the place. There was insurances that were, I mean, yeah, the property had insurance, but it wasn't the right policy. So if something was to happen on that property, they wouldn't have paid out, right? Or it was titled, it was owned by X LLC, but the insurance was on Y LLC. So a lot of those things, we just came in and just instantly cleaned that up, got you an estate plan, updated your estate plan within a month. So
yeah, he sat down with like the people I'm working with already, like friends of mine, like PCS. He worked with Matt Sorensen and his team, got on calls with them, and we quarterbacked the perfect corporate structure for me and my family and my kids, because every corporate structure is going to be a little bit different depending on what your business is and all of those types of things. And why is this all important, right? Around raising capital is, you know, that when you're bringing a deal or you're bringing an opportunity to a family office, you know, this is how they think of their clients. They know, how old is Corbin? How old is Monday? How old is this? If I present a deal to Pace, it better serve the greater good of his overall family. And so he's not just intimately involved in the tax planning and the this and the that and the partnership agreements. It's also who are the other spokes on the wheel. Your CPA is not doing his job. That means I can't do my job as the family office. We're getting rid of the CPA. Okay. Your insurance people aren't doing their job. We're going to consolidate. Yeah, it sounds like we got to fix some audio. Put him on the outside. There you go. Boom. Now you're probably dialed in. So
beautiful.
We did a big umbrella policy, I think is what you did.
Yep. Yeah, we did that over the entire portfolio.
Right. And I was involved how many hours?
Yeah. Maybe you're talking the master policy is the actual.
I quarterbacked that whole thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You just said yes at the end.
So this is important. I know when you have context of what a family office does and how they care about their clients, it helps you understand what he's about to get into and all of the spokes on that wheel. It also should give you guys a good level of understanding, as well as like, you should have a goal in your life to go, I need a fractional family office. I need to get to a point where I have enough cash flow coming in from my assets that I can afford somebody like a Do Wealth that basically, how many employees do you think he's worth me hiring full-time? 5, 6, 7, 12, right? It is the most underpaid thing. Don't tell Jim this, but it's the most underpaid service I pay for every single one by far.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the good thing about family offices, especially ours, like when it comes back to the investment review, we don't really have skin in the game besides if it's good for the client. The way we structure our fees is it's a monthly fee, as Pace said, and we don't collect kickbacks, commissions, or referral fees or anything. So like I do what's best for his situation or for another client's situation, just based off of the facts and circumstances. Yes.
Do you have a minimum net worth? Oh, sorry. Do you have a minimum net worth that you require?
Yeah, so like, our fee doesn't start making sense. That's kind of why I outlined $1 million in profit, like your business or kind of your total income's $1 million or higher. Net worth though, right? We also have, I call those like active businesses. We also have kind of balance sheet entrepreneurs that maybe they've already sold their business and they've got this huge liquidation event and now they're worth maybe 50, 60, $70 million, but they don't have any like business income coming in. That's still a good fit for us, that we can manage a lot of different things, because that becomes truly like kind of a family office in a sense. Yeah. Any other questions before I go on? I know this is just outlining a family office.
I spent an hour and a half on a lot of this stuff, deep diving on a lot of things you've done for me, like partnership repairs. And if I'm negotiating with a team member on profit share, like the lending thing, where I'm like, hey, will you help me negotiate with Molly and Bo on the profit share for the lending business? And I pass that on to you. I explained all of those things to them over the course of about an hour and a half. So I think you're probably going to have a little questions around this, just because I kind of did a lot of it.
No worries. So investment philosophy wise, guys, like when we go into an investments, we we kind of go to this, is anybody familiar with UBS? It's a big wealth manager out there. So they release a global family office report every year. And what that entails is it goes around to all these big family offices and it says, how are you invested? What is your allocation this year? What is your target allocation? And we try to build our investment philosophy based off that. So I kind of pulled some snippets in here on how UBS looks at their family offices and how they invest. Now, this is a little too much. We boiled this down a little bit more, but it just goes to show the detail that some of these family offices are looking at. Like, I mean, they're in 31% equities, and let's talk real estate, 13% there, 7% hedge funds. And
Ryan, can we share this slide with people via email later?
I can share the report.
Okay, share the report. Okay,
it's you can just Google it. But yeah, I love this report because it just dives into everything. I mean, art and antiques, gold and precious metals, right? Each year they come in and they take an average of where are these guys and gals invested, right? And it kind of helps us build where we want to target or where we want our clients to go. Now, it's never going to be perfect. I'm never going to get a client to go perfectly into this, but you can see every year, guys, like in 2019, maybe real estate here was 14% because they were a little bullish on real estate. And in 2020, it went to 13, right? But it stayed pretty consistent across. Over the last few years. 2023 was 9%, and we'll see where 2024 comes out. So overall, they take a huge wide scope of investing, and that's across developed markets, which is US, the European markets and emerging markets. They go into the Indias, the Chinas, all that. So this is a little too much to show clients, but we look at it and we kind of stick by it. But so we kind of built out what we call our billionaires allocation. And this boils it down to 7 asset classes here: equities, fixed income, real estate, private equity, commodities.
Equity, would that be equities? Would that be like an LP position?
No, equities could be an LP position depending on what the investment is. Maybe the LP position could be private equity as well, or also real estate.
Yeah,
that could boil down to
like
what the actual investment is.
If I'm investing in a private equity fund, I would be an LP and owning partial equity in a business, right?
Yep. So we would put that in PE, in private equity.
Okay.
Equities on that other side is more like the Apples, the Googles, the stock market, let's call it.
Okay.
So maybe a client comes to us, guys, and their starting allocation looks like this. They're so heavily invested in this piece of the pie. Most likely, this is going to be their business, right? And our whole idea is, hey, how do we pull cash out of that business? I'm not saying your business is not a good spot to put it, but how do we pull cash out and start diversifying and buy into all of these things over here? How can we put a little bit into real estate? How can we put a little bit into oil? And the idea is to come up with their benchmark and start working our way towards it. So maybe over the next 3 to 5 years, we can build something that starts to mirror something like this, and we diversify away there. So if something was to happen or there's a downturn, you know what, maybe real estate was down or real estate was up, but equities was down, right? It's just a little bit more diversification to provide a little bit less volatility. We call it the ups and downs.
What do you guys think my flywheel looks like?
Yeah, let me see if I could draw it.
Yeah, he'll draw it for you. It's really hard to draw mine.
RE.
Yeah.
What's the other one? Maybe you have a little bit. Let's go other.
Yeah, there you go. I got some crypto. We own other businesses, like my business with Cody Barton, we'll buy businesses and whatnot. But one of the things that Ryan brought to me early on was, hey, let's get you in this, and this. One of the things he's going to talk about today is some oil investments that he likes to get his clients into. And I said no to it for the first year or 2 years we were working together because I already had so many things in my pipeline. And I also was putting a fund together and other things. So I said, hey, this is my main business model. But now we're slowly, like this year, you guys ever heard me talk about Lone Ranger? Ryan brought that to me and said, hey, you got $1 million cash sitting here. Why don't we, instead of it being in the bank, let's go put this with Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger will pay you 10% every single month. So those are the types of things he brought to the table. He's like, man, you're putting a lot of money into buying real estate. I'm like, yes, because I care about what's the number one thing I care about? Taxes. I care about taxes more than anything else. And so he comes to me and judges me, which is great, and says, hey, we got to diversify. So over the next couple of years, I will get closer to that billionaire's profile than I currently am right now. And so that's what he's talking about, is taking people like me that come to the table and go, I'm a real estate guy. It's all I have. I don't trust anything but real estate. It's like, okay, but I know the things, and we have other clients that are successful. Like, think about how powerful this is for a client like me that goes to a company like them that has 250 other clients that are at least making $1 million a year. The aggregation, the collection of all the information they get of where everybody else has their money and opportunities that are flowing back and forth. It's like, it's just basically a big investment club.
Yep.
Which is cool.
We get to show, like, I mean, some of our older clients, they have a more established balance sheet, and it shows, like, guys, the power of, hey, putting some money here, putting some money here, putting some money here.
So I don't have to do the research on my own. They do all that research.
Yeah, and I'd never push you away from real estate. The idea is kind of just to build a war chest of other opportunities. So, I mean, real estate is what you do, but
we're fixing that.
Yeah.
I'm quitting real estate.
So we'll go over, like, I figured maybe this will help. We'll go over just a typical deal review process. I don't specifically do deal reviews. We were before as the advisor, but we get so many deals. I think I put it in here. We review 600 deals per year at least. We get so many deals that come across.
Where are they coming to?
Yep. So they come either from clients, or there's, just people reaching out.
So somebody reaches out. So this is similar to what I do with you.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody reaches out to me, like Dan Fleischman.
Yep.
Or Ken McElroy, or whatever, Rhea Campbell or whatever, right? And they come to me and I go, talk to Ryan.
Correct.
So a lot of the ways that deals are being submitted to you are actually from your client saying, I'm not the one that makes the decision. Talk to my family office.
Yeah, I don't know what the percent is that happens there versus maybe even wholesalers coming in or brokers that want to pitch it. But yeah, it's a good mix of everything.
Okay, got it. But I'm just trying to figure out of that 600 that you look at, a lot of those, let's say 20, 30% of those are coming from the clients themselves saying, I can't look at these deals. Will you guys look at these deals?
100%. That's like one of our biggest value adds, I would say, is the time energy shield. So why would a client go and trying to review that deal? Send it over our way. We'll go vet it all out. And that's kind of why we had to have a director of investments and an investment analyst. We had to hire both of them. That's their whole day. All they do is look at deals and review them. And if we like the deal enough, well, we send out to our clients, I think 3 or 4 a month that just say, hey, here's another good deal. This is the asset class it's in. Here's the minimum. Here's why it's good. Here's why it's bad. And then they can go and deploy capital into it.
Okay. So you're out of 600 you look at on a yearly basis. It sounds like about 8% of those make it to you guys pitching it to your clients.
I'd say, yeah, probably more than 90% get turned down.
Okay. So are you going to cover data points on why people get turned down?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yes.
So we kind of collect stress tests, and I'll show you some of the data points we go over. But when I was talking,
Ryan, here's an interesting thing. So let's say that I call your family office and I say, hey, my name is Pace. Obviously I'm going to talk to a cute girl up front.
Mm-hmm. No, there's nobody up front.
We're
very remote now.
Are you?
There's only a few people in the main office. Yeah.
The office I've been to?
Yeah, but you could talk to me.
Oh, you're cute.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I reach out and I say, hey, my name is Pace. I want to bring opportunities to your clients. I just don't want to waste your time. Can you tell me maybe 10 of the most recent deals you guys have closed and some pitch decks that you guys have really enjoyed? Is that something that you would?
Yeah. So if you were to call me and say that, I would kindly say, hey, look, let me point you in the right direction, and I'd go right to the investment analyst who happens to be Santiago, and that's kind of what happens right now.
Okay, and he would be willing to give somebody, like, hey, here's the last 10 deals we did, or last 2 deals we did.
I don't know if he'd give, like, maybe the deals of the names. I don't know if he'd give us, like, our whole deal review that we do, but what he would do is say everything that we're looking for in a deal.
Okay, got it.
Hey, these are the things we want to see before, because they got to build out a data room.
People are so afraid. This is what I'm trying to get people to overcome right now, Ryan. They're afraid to call a family office because they think that somebody's going to hang up on them and say, we don't want to talk to you. Who are you?
Oh, I'm telling you this. I think this oil and gas one that I love that's in here. It just happened. I think he just called around.
Somebody just called the family office, got a hold of
and this guy's got, like, he's got good experience in there, has dealt with a bunch of the different big companies there, and we just love the deal.
So you're telling me that if I just pick up the phone and, like, talk to people, things happen?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Okay, cool.
So we do data points, and I think, honestly, probably takes about 10 to 20 hours to review a deal and actually fully vet it out. I put a screenshot in here of just a bunch of, I had hid the deal names, but just a bunch of the deals that have come through our desk this year alone. This is probably 10% of them. I just couldn't, if I zoomed all the way out, you couldn't read anything. So we look over, like, has it been reviewed? We look over the priority. Is this thing high priority because it's closing soon, or is it low priority because it's an evergreen fund? An evergreen fund means money comes in and out nonstop, very much like Lone Ranger. We look over, we have a review. If we really like it, people can go to, is it only for accredited investors, or is it, for the whole world? I mentioned evergreen, estimated close date, docs review, like it just goes on and on. All the different data points we look for in specific deals. So as we kind of look at, like, what does our deal review look like? This one, again, is for an oil and gas one that I liked a lot. And it kind of breaks down a couple things, right? First, we talk about the deal itself, and we're interviewing all the managers. We're getting their financials. I mean, we go as deep, guys, to see, let me see your insurance policies. We want to know if something happens and there's a liability on this, that they are covered with their insurance policies. So we are checking that, right? That's something that a lot of people don't even think about. We got to go deep enough to make sure that our clients are covered, because we're on the hook for it if something was to happen to this deal, because we're the ones that vetted it and recommended it. So
a big part of what I appreciate what he's doing right now is I hope that it scares the piss out of some of you guys to hear that. Wait, you're going to ask about insurance policies and coverage and this, that, and the other? Because if you're going to go to a family office trying to pitch a single family flip,
yeah,
like, they're not going to waste their time, right? They're not going to spend 10 hours on whatever for a measly little return and deploying such a small amount of money. They spend a lot of time for big deals, obviously. So the other thing is they're going to ask you probably 50 questions through this process, and you won't have the answer to 41 of them. So how do you overcome that? You overcome that. We've talked about it over and over and over. It's kind of the cheat code when you're raising big money. Just do a fund of funds. Go find somebody you want to raise money for, get their deck, get their team, put yourself on that deck as one of the team members, and go and have the conversation with the family office. Because you're going to get these questions about, okay, what does the insurance policy look like? What's the track history? Can we see, in fact, you might even, I'm curious, Santiago is the name of
he's the investment analyst, and we have Brian Staub, who's like the director of investments there.
Okay, so I don't know Santiago, which is cool.
Yep.
But let's say
we've sent a few videos for you to on deals you've sent me. So if you hear his voice.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. So Santiago looks at a deal. He's going to go and spend all this time and energy on, analyzing a deal. And you, as the person that's pitching it to them, are going to get 20, 30, 40 questions that you are not freaking prepared for. This guy is dialed freaking in.
That's all he does.
How quickly do you think he's going to find out you don't know what you're doing? One question.
Maybe two.
Yeah. Maybe two. So again, for the people that are in here, we've already done a lot of conversations around raising money for single family flips, raising money for Subto and seller finance, like individual projects. We'll do a little bit more of that over the next couple of weeks to wrap all this, like the smaller project stuff up. But the reason why I'm giving you these, holy crap, this is scary type of moments is for you to realize what you're dealing with here and why you need to go partner with somebody to go present these deals. Now, what's cool, okay, is I imagine that Santiago might even go, hey, looks like you're raising money for a multifamily deal. Who's the team that's behind it? Yep. And what other assets have you successfully completed?
I think that's a huge piece, and I'll show you kind of the people, process, and product. But I mean, historical success is a huge piece of it. It's hard to want to buy in on the first deal of it unless you have this guy specifically. The only reason we liked it is because while this is his second deal, he's got 30 years of experience in the industry, and he was able to prove that and show it. We did a background check on him. We did the whole nine to make sure that he was who he said he was.
I like that you chose this deal because it was a guy that called off the street.
I'm pretty certain he was.
I love that.
Great guy, yeah.
I freaking love that. And the guy's just like, hey, I've got this project. I want to talk to somebody about it. You guys went through the process. So again, fund to funds, guys. If you're trying to get into multifamily space, the first couple of big raises you should do as a fund to funds. So here's what is going to happen. Let's say you go to your third raise, and now you're doing your own project. You're doing your own development. You're doing your own thing. One, you've seen how a team is put together. Two, when that family office on your third project says, well, what's your history? What's your track history? You just show them the last 2 fund to funds you did, right? With Subto fund, go, these are the last 2 funds that I did. And you can verify and vet all of those kind of things, which is really, really easy. So for the people that are wanting to go big, get $10 million checks, $20 million checks, this is the way.
Yeah, and I would say if you're trying to go big on the family office side too, one thing that really, I guess, kind of turned us on to this deal is like a preferred structure. It was called, let's call it a Class A share versus the typical Class B share. This guy knew we could bring some money to the table, and we could bring a lot of money to the table. So he said, you know what, I'm going to cut my fee in half. And it brought us right. It kind of just brought us right to the forefront and said, hey, wow, we really like this deal now. I'm not saying that has to happen, but when you're talking about, when you're trying to raise from one family office $10 to $20 million, they're going to want their own share class. They're going to want their own kind of structure, their own returns, they want to feel different. They don't want to feel like the same old Joe Schmo off the block there. So
a good example, like Maria, Jim, you guys are investing in Subto fund at a specific dollar amount, you get treated differently. It's very similar to what he's talking about here. You get treated differently than the guy that came in with 50 grand or the guy that came in with 10,000 bucks or whatever. And I like that this guy actually partitioned out and created a specific class of shares just for your investors.
And said, look, you get it in before December, we'll honor every one of your clients to get there. So, I mean, could I tell you, he probably got 7, 8, 9 million bucks from us.
From one family office.
From, a fractional family office, but from probably 10, 12, 15 clients.
Freaking awesome.
Yeah. I mean, oil and gas, we could talk about taxes and all that, but to me, it's, if real estate's 1, oil and gas is 1A for taxes. So,
so he made you guys feel special by carving out specific types of shares, catering to you and your investors, because he knew, hey, if I can get $9 million from one group, why wouldn't I do this?
It's so much easier, right, than trying to raise 100 smaller LP positions. Hey, if I could just make these guys happy. I mean, I don't know how big the fund was, 25 million raised, but if he got 10 million from us, I mean,
it's a big deal.
Yeah, he didn't do a lot of legwork for us. We did all the vetting, we did the whole deal review, and we just sent it to our clients, and our clients trust us enough to say that's the right call.
And this guy's not getting on individual phone calls with each individual LP that you guys brought to the table.
No, he doesn't talk to our client at all.
Guys,
we do it all.
Listen to what he just said.
Yeah, he's never once.
Like if you're presenting a deal properly to a family office, they will go he didn't raise the money, but they present these deals to their clients, and the clients go, all right, I'm good, let's go.
Oh, it's a huge ROI for us. I get to look like a genius for it. Not only did I save them on first year taxes, but if this thing pays out in the income stream, my ROI speaks for itself. That's our whole goal here, is like to make sure our monthly fee is paid for time and time again, if not multiples of it, right? So it's a huge, easy ROI win for us, as long as the deal is good and vetted out well.
It's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Think about the time you saved him too, the sponsor, right? Like he didn't have to go have these 9, 10, 15 different conversations to raise that 9 million bucks. You guys did the vetting. You guys went through that process one time versus him having to go do it 9 times. Plus the social proof and the trust that you guys bring to the table to these individual investors. Think about this, guys. If you went directly to those 9 clients without going through the family office, what are the chances those 9 clients are going to invest with you? Quite literally 0.
Yeah.
Like this is what I was talking about earlier. People that are worth $10 million, they don't want to make the decisions on this stuff, right? People that are worth $1 million or whatever dollars, they're like, what'd you call it? Time energy shield. Yeah. Time energy shield.
I try to quantify that for you.
Bro, you are so amazing at it for me. It's, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I go, hey, what do you think about this deal? You go, I like it. And you'll tell me, here's why I like it, whatever. Like Rhea Campbell was a good one. Ken McElroy recently, you're like, hey, I like this deal. This is great. There's no red flags. If you want to invest in it, then invest in it type of stuff. Saves me hours and hours and hours and hours. But the value you provide not only to your client, but simultaneously to the person that's raising the money, you just got, the family office will now present you to their clients. Oh my gosh, that's such a big cheat code.
It really is. I've never thought about it that way, but I always just look at it like, oh man, I just found my client a bitchin' deal, and it's
like Lone Ranger. When you brought Lone Ranger to me, and my money with my $1 million was just sitting in the bank, but Lone Ranger's writing me a check for $9,000 every single month.
Yep.
And I was like, when can I pull my money out? You're like, anytime. Like, this is the greatest deal anybody's brought to me. And then you brought other things to me. You've saved me money on all sorts of freaking crazy things. But again, guys, presenting to a family office, building a relationship with a family office, one gas and oil guy that had only done one deal prior, obviously had the experience. The family office essentially went and raised that $9 million for him.
Yep.
It's freaking great.
Yeah, so we're going through everything, guys. We're going over, what are let's talk about real estate. What are the tax benefits? What is the depreciation up front for oil and gas? It was like, what is the, we call it intangible drilling costs? What is the tax benefit in year one? We're going over all this stuff. We don't have to go over the nitty gritty, but we are really breaking down a deal and even going over, what has been the price of oil over the last many, many years and stress test their assumptions to make sure that, hey, look, worst case scenario, this thing may return 6-7%, but we're hoping for 12 to 15%, right? So we're constantly just running things through by just going above and beyond to get all the research needed. I talked about a little bit about—
Would you say that most of your clients, you brought up 6 to 12%, would you say most of your clients are not sitting there going, how do I make 50% a year? They're thinking more like, how do I make 12% and have tax efficiency?
Yeah, I think that's kind of building out that war chest. It's like, hey, if you want to make that 50, 60, 70%, the best place to do that is in your business or what you know best, real estate, whatever it is. If we want to start building that war chest, start saving, creating generational wealth, let's start getting a little bit more into that 10, 12, 15% range.
That should give you guys a lot of hope too, that you don't have to be presenting IRRs to people at 27%.
Oh yeah, if we see that, I mean, the first thing we do, that to me, that's a red flag a little bit.
Crazy.
It scares me when you say it's 27% IRR.
First off, you're a liar. Second off, your assumptions are all wrong. You don't know how to underwrite a deal. So
it's always better. I mean, to me, it doesn't hurt to be conservative on that, because the best thing that can happen is you say you project 12%, and it does 18. So then your next deal around, hey guys, I'm raising more money. Of course they're coming back for the second bite. Like, they want more of that exposure because you told them to do 12, it did 18. So
that should make you guys feel really good though, knowing that you can go and pitch a family office at 8 to 12% and still be okay. You don't need to be going in there going, well, man, if my IRR on my pitch deck doesn't say 17% projected IRR, they're not even going to look at the deck.
Well, then we're going to want to look at the model and the real estate model, because we've run it through we have a whole real estate model that we run it through and stress test it. So maybe I can even shoot that over to you guys to take a look at.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll go check it out. But yeah, we are doing our own analysis of if that 17%.
Is that news to anybody about the 12%? Or you guys thought they were out there trying to look for 30 or 40% returns for their clients?
Yeah, the only place I would say 30, 40% is in the private equity venture capital space. But the downside to that is my money is locked up. You guys talk about your real estate, maybe trying to flip it in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Private equity and venture capital, you probably have an 8, 10-year runway, and you can't do anything if the investment belly's up. You are stuck in that thing. So that's the only place I would ever think that would be realistic. And you really have to find that unicorn company that really does that for them and pulls that fund to 30, 40%. Outside of that, guys, we're looking 10, 15% conservative. We're looking for tax benefits. We're looking at all the normal stuff. We also go through some of the cons and risks, right? And make sure the clients know that. So, regulatory risk, deployment of capital risk, experience, maybe there's some investments out there that are capital calls, and you don't call all 100 grand or $1 million at once. You got to call it over 5 years. That to me could be a little bit of a nuisance, and it's a cash management thing. So we got to lay that out.
Does anybody not know what a cash call is? It's very important. Okay, so a cash call, Bill, Kristen, Ryan might be able to explain it better than me, but essentially, let's say that we go raise $10 million for a project, and we come up short on the renovation, or let's say that interest rates spike and my lender is forcing me to close out their loan, or something financially is putting stress on the project. Where do I go? If I'm the person running the project, guess where I go? I go to the investors and go, hey guys, we're doing a capital call. Like, I'm calling you for capital. And they're saying, we need a new cash infusion. So your pro rata share of the ownership of this business, you need to deploy 25 grand. All 100 investors need to deploy $25,000 to keep this ship afloat. Capital calls are actually pretty common. Like I had a capital call on a deal, multifamily deal that we're involved in last year. A different sponsor that I raised money for capital called my investors, and I said no. Luckily, the way we structured the documents, I said I don't have to do it, because we actually read the documents. But they can come to you and go, we need another $1 million, and that $1 million has to come from the investors, not from the sponsor who maybe had a bad model, overestimated or whatever. That actually puts stress on the investor. And a lot of investors don't look at that, right? So this is something that Ryan and the team are looking at going, what does the documentation say for capital calls? Is it all one cash infusion right now? You got to give me 25 grand right now? Or is it $5,000 a year for the next 5 years to catch up that 25 grand? Those are things they're even looking at that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then let's see what else we have. The other things we have, guys, is just different risks associated with it. I mean, for oil and gas specifically, there's so many. There's operational risk, there's financial risk, there's any kind of challenges. Maybe there's environmental, maybe there's, you know, whoever comes in for presidency doesn't like oil or wants to drill more for oil, right? There's just a lot of things that need to be understood. And we go through the time and the process to make sure that every one of those is identified. So again, we leave no stone unturned. And then the last,
Ryan, why wouldn't you just put all your clients' money in like the S&P 500 or something?
I don't think a lot of clients don't like equities. I'm a fan of S&P 500. I think it's a great allocation, but to me, I don't think it's sexy enough for some entrepreneurs. And I mean, they're high flying people. They want that sexy investment. They want that maybe that liquid investment, that 10 to 12% making money, or maybe even a tangible asset that they can go and drive by and say, I own that property. So I try to push the clients to equities a little bit more, but they want this other exposure.
I think I'm ready for some equities next year. I know you've been saying it for 2 years.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay. Okay. So, but are there clients that are fully into equities? Like, hey, just put my money in the S&P 500.
There are clients that are fully into that. And I mean, you're talking portfolios, 30, 40, $50 million. There's nothing wrong with it. Now we are trying to say, hey, let's diversify. Here's a few other options, right? Because to me, when you have that size of an asset, you're not going to spend all that in your lifetime. Now we're starting to talk about what are you going to do with it with your kids and all that. So let's move it outside your estate and let's invest it really aggressively. So that's a whole other discussion, but yeah, we do have clients that like it. My dad, 100% equities. You can't convince him to do a single thing else. He won't even invest in bonds, hates cash, all stock market.
Okay. So for you, I don't know if you guys have profiles on your clients or if it's just up to the individual advisors for you to go, okay, I know Pace. I'm not even going to present this gas and oil thing to him because I already know he's going to say no.
Yep.
He's deploying cash. He's like, we're doing 2 1031s right now into a new RV park purchase.
Yep.
So I'm obviously, even when I'm 1031ing, I'm going into another piece of real estate. You might not even present certain opportunities.
I did. It's great investment for you, but one, you don't need a tax benefit. And two, I know your cash is better deployed elsewhere right now. And the only thing I could think of for Pace until we want to start building out the war chest is what is a spot I can make a little bit more yield, a little bit more return on your money while you wait for the next opportunity. And that's why Lone Ranger makes so much sense, right?
Yeah, really good fit.
And there's some other ones out there that make sense. Is like, how do I get a little bit more aggressive with my cash while making some, and then you just have it readily available. So
think about this, guys. If you guys are reaching, let's say you had a list of every single accredited investor in the country. How do you even know what they invest in? You just have a list of accredited investors and you're cold calling these people, right? Versus going to a family office that have 250 clients that they have already pre-profiled every one of these clients to go, these guys like real estate, these guys like private equity, these guys like this. It is the cheat code. It saves all the individual time of you guys going and calling individual accredited investors. In fact, there's friends of ours, and we do it too, that will run ads on Facebook to get accredited investors. Now, of course, when I'm running an ad, I can be really specific. This is a multifamily deal. So of course that's going to capture their attention, but think about the amount of money you're spending on ads when all you got to do is call about 50 family offices and they've already partitioned out these accredited investors that want to put money into real estate. It really is, at the end of the day, the cheat code to get these $5, $7, $10 million chunks of cash.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we keep a client's balance sheet rolling nonstop. So like yours is always rolling, and it's they can access it through their portal online, so they can kind of see a live balance sheet.
I have a portal?
You do, yeah. I've never sent it to you because I know you're never going to look.
Molly probably.
But it is up. No, she doesn't have it either. But it is up there.
Okay.
All your policies are on there. Everything.
Okay. Cool.
Last thing is, like, when we send this out to clients, the last thing we do is, hey, you know what, maybe we will specify, and I'll go, you know what, I know this client loves oil and gas. He's a wildcatter. I'm sending it to him. I know he's going to put $1 million in. But outside of that, what we will send out is we will just send this out to every one of our clients every month. When we'll pick, again, maybe 3 to 4 good deals that we know are good, and we'll identify the asset class, we'll identify the minimum, we'll do it all. And we'll put this like red light and green light for red light on oil and gas for risk adverse investors. Like if you cannot stand, if you're like a money market or need low risk, low yield type things, this is not good for you. Illiquid investors, right? If you need your money out quick, back to pace, this is not a good investment for you. Who is it a good investment for? You know, someone that has a good, comfortable with risk, a longer risk or a longer duration investment. Anybody who looks for good tax advantages, this is right up your alley. So we make sure the client knows, hey, we're not telling you to yes or no. We're telling you who it's right for and who it's not right for. So kind of going over our last piece here is like, how do we go through this all? We kind of believe in a few different things. We have people, process, and product. So people, what are we looking at? For the people, for the team that's behind this thing? We're looking at their background. We're looking especially at their expertise. We're looking at their track record, their network and reputation, the resources they have, the capabilities. Like, do they have anything that kind of differentiates themselves from the other multifamily investments or other oil and gas deals? And then the team depth. Is it just that person, or what kind of team do you have behind you, right? The fund of funds thing makes a lot of sense because you probably have multiple people with multiple track records on there that you can kind of flex your muscles on. So
you guys, I know this is maybe a Santiago question, but before you guys hired Santiago, I'm sure you were looking at deals.
Yep.
Will you look at a deal that's being presented to you and immediately the team is inexperienced, you don't even look at the rest of the deal?
I wouldn't say we don't look at it, but we will look at it, we'll be a little bit more cautious with it. If like the main guy or main gal is experienced, we still will let it go. But if it's the first deal, you got to really wow them. You got to really say, hey, why am I going to risk sending this to my clients when this is your first deal? You don't have any track record or you don't have any team behind you.
Yeah. Okay.
So process wise, like we want to see what I talked about, competitive advantage. What kind of differentiates yourself? Maybe it is something where it's like, hey, I have a different share class for people that are over $1 million, over $500,000, right? Asset class, we look at investment thesis.
What type of, like, when you talk about share classes, what are some advantages or what are some perks that you've seen people deliver in a different share class?
Yeah, so maybe class A, let's say we have two classes just to make it easy. Maybe class A, the minimum is $1 million, right?
Okay.
Maybe the investment management fee on this entire thing is a 2%, but on this one they knock it down to 1.5%, right? But class B, the minimum's $100,000, but that fee is still 2%. And maybe there is what we call a preferred return, right? Maybe the preferred return is 8%. And then the investment manager participates above 8%. That's what we call a waterfall. And maybe on class A, they split it 10% to the GP and 90% to the LP. But maybe and that's class A, maybe on B though, they do 20 or 30% to the GP, right? And then 80% to the LP. So you just get the benefit of different distributions and different waterfall schemes, and also fees, usually lower fees.
So it basically is incentivizing people to spend more money and invest more money, is essentially saying, hey, and we do this. I think our threshold is like $350,000 as an individual investor, and you get additional benefits above and beyond other people. And it incentivizes people. It's like, hey, you worked your guts out for this money to invest in us. Let's give you some perks and some things. Are you guys almost requiring that to a certain degree?
I mean, if they really want, because we see so many deals and we only have so much bandwidth, if they really want us to go and push that and do that, we'd like to see and show our clients that, hey, we fought for a different fee structure or a different share of class, because it kind of it makes them feel good too.
Rich people like status.
They love it. Yeah, they love it.
Yeah, it's so stupid. I'm one of those suckers too. American Airlines always has my business because I got this stupid tag on my bag that says I got a cool status. And you know what? I'm aware of it, and I still.
You should like own the American Airlines. Well, you fly, man.
The tag is made out of like an old airplane, so I guess I kind of do own part of it. I don't. But that status stuff really does make a big difference, and it does, and it makes you guys look like a superhero as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't make any money in the deal.
But it makes you look cool.
That's my ROI, right? I'm like, hey, I just saved you 50% on a fee. I can easily quantify that to the client. You put $1 million in, I saved you half the fee, and that's easy. Over 5-10 years, it's the life of this investment.
So good. Plus you went to bat for them, which shows value there. So if I'm watching this in the future, my takeaway from that is if I'm going and talking to family offices, I want to go to a family office and say, hey, what can I do to incentivize your clients to invest, as a group? The more money, what would you want to see in
that's
Class
exactly.
A?
I think that's exactly the way to do it. And I think that's exactly the way people come and approach Santiago, or Santiago will kind of lightly say, hey, look, is there anything you do for bulk investments? It's not like we're going to go and raise a fund of money, but hey, we have the clients that like this exposure, but we like to show a little bit more than what your current structure is.
Yeah.
And maybe just lightly touch them and say, hey, you do this, and maybe we can put it in front of our clients.
Okay, cool.
And then last thing is product, right? Structure. I think a lot of times capital stack is like, to me, maybe one of the most important pieces is how much money is the GP investing in this thing. If the GP is investing no money, how can I tell a client to invest money when I know the managers or the people running this thing are investing absolutely no money? So this to me is a non-starter. Just when I review deals, if you have no money in the deal, I don't understand what the point of it for me to put money in when you don't believe in the deal. So I like to see the GP putting a substantial amount of money on it, not their whole life savings, but let's see them have good skin in the game for this. So capital stack to me is very important.
One thing that we did on Subto Fund on Subto Fund 1 is we told all of our investors that Pace is the largest investor.
Yep.
And we had a couple of guys try and beat me out. And I go, you throw more money and I'm throwing another $100,000. You're not going to beat me. I want to braggadociously tell all of our investors that I believe in it so much that I'm the largest investor.
I think that's so important. Like, I think that when I used to review deals, that was the first question I would ask.
How much you
money
invested?
Like, what's your skin in the game?
So good.
So
again, on the fund, like think about it from the fund to funds, right? A lot of people in here probably are thinking from a fund to funds perspective rather than, you're full on ready to talk to a family office. The way you would do that is you would point out to about the GP, right? This team.
Yep.
We're the largest investor. You don't have to say, I'm the largest investor. You can say the GP team is the largest investor as an LP as well, right? Because obviously we're the GP, but I'm also the largest LP. And it makes a big difference. I'm sure, Frank, you say that to people on the phone, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. It's a huge lead.
Yeah.
Just like you said.
Yep. Yeah. We don't want the mortgage, like taking out a second mortgage or something to put more money in, but we want to see good skin in the game. So, and then other things, guys, just conflicts. If there's any, we always run, if we like the deal, we most of the time will run a background check, and we will pay for that out of pocket. We can go, there's firms out there that will run like a soft background check, or we can run a harder one and actually alert the investor or the GP, hey, we're running one on you. Are you okay with that? Because we just want to make sure, again, no stone is left unturned on this, because it's our name on the line a little bit with some of these deals, and deals do go sour, and they go south, but our goal is to try to mitigate that as much as possible. And then lastly, I think here is just terms. We talked about terms a lot, but terms are so important when you're going to family offices. They want to feel special, and they will not feel special if they are with the 100K type minimum investors. They want to see something a little bit sexier. So
on the term side, preferred or no preferred return? You guys are obviously looking for a preferred return.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter necessarily, but most of the deals we see have a preferred return. I would say a good majority of them do, because they want to say like, hey, even if you're not getting spit out a preferred return right now, I promise you when this deal liquidates, you're going to get at least 8%. Before anybody else participates.
Okay, now on reasons why, if you guys have 600 deals that get presented to you on a yearly basis, you guys are essentially participating in 8% of those. So about 40 of them get it all the way through, right? 3 or 4.
I'd say, yeah, 30 to 40 probably get spit out.
So less than one a week.
Yep.
Which is actually still a good amount. What would you say are a couple of reasons why the other ones don't? Right out of the gate, is it team? Is it the deal structure? Is it experience? What would you say are the top?
I'd say tenure, like experience there. Deal structure, not like fees are too high or there's nothing really. There's no meat on the bone for us. and maybe the manager wasn't a very nice person. Like we didn't have good interaction back and forth. They were slow to respond. They didn't give us, like, if they don't give us the documents we're looking for, like historical financials or previous
If it takes them 5 days to give you like
Correct.
an insurance policy.
Yeah, and show me your projections. We really want to see your projections. If those things are off, you got no chance to have a successful deal when you're projecting 37% IRR. So,
dang. All right. Any questions for Ryan Cox? Bill Fisher from all the way from Canada Light.
This may be a really dumb question because I'm kind of new to this field as of today. Does your company have a published success rate
on our deals?
Yeah.
Like on the ones we actually go and recommend. I would say we should, but I don't think we have one yet because we're still a little newer with having a director of investments and investment analyst in there. And we really just started building out this, we use Monday.com. We just started building this whole mainframe out with, I'd say, over the last year and a half.
Are you saying like successful deals have closed out and paid the investors back type of thing?
Yeah, like if they said it's going to be a 12% investment and if they said it was going to be a 12% investment and it actually came through or was greater and then on some of the ones that just failed.
Yeah. I'd say over time we will. And I think that would be even more equity to show our clients like, hey, the deals we pick are good, but we're still so new to this. Maybe a real estate deal is a 5-year window and it just started last year. So we don't know until the results come out over the next few years, but it's a good point that we should be tracking that. My guess is they will be tracking that. Yeah, it's a good question.
Great question. Any other questions, family office wise? How to pitch, how to present, who to talk to?
Hey, good.
Does your office purchase real estate for your investors? And if so, how is the pitch any different? Maybe a few highlights on how that might look different than people coming with a capital ask.
Yeah, so we don't like manage any of the money specifically. So we don't go and pay for the property. We'll help transact it. We'll make sure it goes smoothly. When you go to that big family office, the first one I described, they're absolutely buying property and specific assets and multifamily, whatever it is. They are absolutely buying it for their client, which is their boss. We kind of stayed away from that because managing cash and doing that whole thing is a whole nother level of compliance that we're just not interested in.
Is that common for fractional offices?
Yeah, I would say most of them, if not all of them, probably don't go and just, maybe they have the money in a management account they have or an account they have that they can wire the money over for the real estate, but I doubt they're going and picking real estate for them.
Okay, here's a good question, because you do have a lot of clients that are looking for tax benefits like depreciation like I am.
Oh yeah.
And I when I go to the holiday party with all the other clients, I'm probably one of the few that doesn't pay any taxes.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Most clients actually say, well, how do I get to zero? I'm like, guys, I know one person. I'm not going to tell you his name, but
tell him my name, bro.
I'm like, guys, this, you're not going to believe the story, but I promise you it's real. Like he does X amount but he depreciated this much and there's no one else that could do what you do.
But why is that? It's because creative finance, right?
That's there's no way someone could go and get that much. And like, if you didn't do it the way you did it, there's no chance.
You'd be putting 30, 40, 50% down on real estate, or a lot of these guys will buy things with cash. So the pound of flesh they get of depreciation is in conjunction with how much money they put in, doesn't really equal. For us, a lot of times we're getting like the RV park that we bought last year, $5 million. I didn't put $1 of my own money into a $5 million purchase, and your cash
on cash returns probably very, very high because you put no cash down.
Yeah.
The RV, like the multifamily assets, I was telling you this last time, when we run cost segs, the single family homes, we're getting us roughly 28 to 30% in depreciation on the purchase price. Man, those RV parks and the multifamilies, we were sitting more like 44, 45% on those. So,
which is crazy to me on an RV park. Ryan figured this out, not me. But the RV parks that you did cost segs on, I'm like, bro, they're just dirt.
But they got asphalt. They've got some buildings around there. And you know what pays off is having somebody fly out there and go and scan it. If you have a boot on the ground there to actually look at the whole thing, yeah. So we paid a little extra to have them go out there and see the property. But not on the single families. We only did that on the multifamilies.
So on where I'm leading is this. let's say somebody finds a bunch of single family Subto and seller finance deals similar to the way I've built my portfolio over the last couple of years. I know we've been slowing down on the single family stuff. In fact, we're harvesting a lot of our single family and rolling into larger stuff. Somebody that wants to save money on taxes, do you have individual investors that would buy single family pieces of real estate if somebody was pitching and bringing those deals to you guys?
Maybe some I would say there's probably a few out there that want that real estate exposure. I'm not sure many of our clients actually understand what creative finance is.
Good, don't tell them.
Yeah. Because like when I try to explain the concept to them, they're like, that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
I actually don't think there's a lot of education around it besides like your community and that. Like even if you talk to some real estate agents, they've never even heard of it before. Like my wife's mom, she has no idea what it is.
So great.
Yeah, so it's a very niche product and it really works well for you.
What about somebody like a Santiago? Would I be wasting my time barking up the tree of a Santiago by saying
for a single home?
I've got 5 single family rentals.
Probably Santiago's probably not even going to respond, or he'll be nice to you and say, "Hey, it's just not in our buy box."
Even if you have real estate, people want real estate exposure. It's just too small for a family office.
I think it's probably too small for him to spend 10 to 20 hours vetting it out and like doing the analysis.
$300,000 purchase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to be a little selective because we just don't have the biggest team over there. So while, there's 600 of these things, maybe there is a good deal
that's a really good way to actually frame that in your mind is as you guys are presenting these deals to people, you got to understand they're going to look at the deal and go, is this worth our time? I have 40 deals that got submitted this week and somebody just sent me a single family property via email. Chances are they won't even look at it because it's not even worth 10 hours of my time.
And they probably have to go and learn what creative finance is anyway.
That's true.
And so that's going to take them another 10 hours and you just direct them to a couple of your videos.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So
Maria, what do you got?
Hi.
Along the same lines, if the single family is a mansion in California for $3 million, is it more interesting?
If it's a $3 million real estate, potentially it's just, you got to find the right person. I still don't know if we're trying to review the deal for one client, we're trying to find it for a handful of our clients, right? At least 10, 20, 30 of them that would be attracted to that thing. So you think about a $3 million deal. Maybe it's a one-off case where I know a client needs or wants something like that. They want to get into it or they need a real estate depreciation piece because they're a real estate professional. That's probably more likely than Santiago or our team reviewing the deal to send out to clients.
Okay, then deviating from the single family conversation, what is the minimum of the deal kind of like size you would be looking at? Yeah. Is it a mil? Is it 5, 10?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a specific one. For this one specifically, it was 25 million. But I think there's maybe just a misnomer around there of the smaller the deal, it kind of maybe scares some people off. I don't know if that's necessarily us, but we want to see pretty sizable deals, 10, 15, $20 million.
Questions? Love it. Give it up for Ryan Cox.
Yeah.
Oh, you got one? Okay.
You can have one. You has one. Okay. Go ahead, Jerry.
As far as when people present you deals and they come to you and here's a deal, is there any certain format or way they're doing it that's more attractive? Are they asking for a Zoom call? Are they just shooting you email follow-ups, phone calls? What's the way that?
Yeah, it's probably for them. It probably starts with either a phone call or an email that gets them into the door, and then immediately what we're probably doing, responding to that email, is setting up a Zoom call. But what we want to see, initially, is maybe in that initial email or something, show us some substance of what you're actually pitching. This energy deal. I'm sure he sent us over his initial pitch deck, along with, hey, let's hop on a call. Let's grab a cup of coffee or something.
And do you have a more preferred, I know that Santiago is handling this area. Do you have something that you'd be able to share as far as what's the universal format that you prefer for your office?
As far as a good deal?
Yeah.
You're talking
a pitch deck style.
Yeah. I could probably cook up a few, I could send you this one, and then maybe a few real estate ones that we've liked in the past.
That'd be great.
You guys can look at.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll send it over to Pace, and then you can allocate it out.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yes. Oh, the one in my pocket. Got it.
Okay, should we shift focus to some easier stuff? Yes, please. Kimberly mentioned, she's like, this is a lot of stuff. I'm feeling overwhelmed. It's the best feeling ever. It means that you're learning stuff. New words, new terminology, new opportunities. Anybody feel inspired to go do new things?
Freaking great.
I feel like I've been so small-minded.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here thinking about my next purchase of a home, and I'm like, it's the chump change.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think that's one of the greatest gifts you can give to a friend is see if you can get them to think a little bit bigger. And hanging out with the right people will definitely do that for you. And being in the right rooms, learning the right information will do that for you. Okay. So a couple of things. I've got somebody coming at 2:00 that's going to teach something that I'm really excited about. But what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about connecting, making money through being a connector. And we're going to talk about how to connect properly, how to make like micro dollar amounts, and some of the things that we're going to be changing inside the community, Gator, Subto, et cetera, on how people are presenting and looking at deals. Okay. So hold on a second. Oh, Kat Aguilar says everybody's blowing up her phone. Anybody have a big takeaway today? Any notes you took down that you're going to go, all right, I'm going to go do this?
Skin in the game.
Skin in the game? Really? Is that what you said, Tracy, or who said that?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it's not like the biggest takeaway, but I think it's a great reminder because we see so many deals all the time where there is no skin in the game.
Yeah.
And we teach that, right? We teach how you combine things and do things
Without your own money. But in my experience, if you come to me with a deal and you're asking for a couple $100,000 or more, and you have no money invested whatsoever, I don't know, So I think especially when we're looking at asking for larger sums, I mean, that's what I like at that Subto fund. If you're going to do a fund to fund, so Subto fund, you guys want, right, Ted? Right? You want skin in the game. And I appreciate that. I think that's important.
You guys know about the girl that just went to prison?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me talk about that for just a couple of minutes. So on Sunday, everybody, she's in prison. Yeah, she's got a mugshot and everything. Yeah.
What is this? Not familiar.
Nicole Espinoza, short sale queen. She's currently in prison right now. She's actually a friend of mine. I've known her for a long time. She actually was listing a property for us in Texas. So essentially what she was doing and why this is, I will tell you guys what's happening and we're going to go in depth on it on Sunday. She does short sales. We'll talk about that for a second. But the reason that I thought about this was somebody said, how do I get proof of funds? I'm actually going to start taking away my proof of funds. And the reason being is I've never ran into issues here. But what happened is a couple of things she did so blatantly wrong. And this is, I don't know all the details, so forgive me, guys. I'm going to talk about this from what I think I understand from the articles. Hi, Nita Patel. Good to see you. She does short sales. And what she did is this. So people, let's say I'm a wholesaler and I'm going out and I'm finding projects. What she would do is these wholesalers would go to Nicole and say, hey, Nicole, this house that I have under contract is going to go into foreclosure. Will you please help me stop the foreclosure and buy myself some time to go find a buyer for this particular deal? And Nicole said, no problem. Well, what these wholesalers would do is they'd say, hey, Nicole, I need a proof of funds, and she would go, all right, no problem. So she went out to somebody she knew. I won't say their name. This is also an influential figure. And she found this person. Let's just say their name is Pace. It's not Pace, but let's just say it is. She said, hey, can you doctor up a proof of funds for me that I could use? And so I think administratively what she did is she got a little bit lazy. So he provides the proof of funds to her. She then provides the proof of funds to this person. And she does this 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, where each time she needs a proof of funds, she asks for a new proof of funds. But after a while, Pace starts getting a little annoyed by this. She starts feeling like, man, I'm in a time crunch. I don't want to go get a new fresh proof of funds. So what she started doing, I don't know this is the fact, but this is what it reads in some of the articles. She would edit somebody else's proof of funds on her own software and then hand this over to the wholesaler. Now, did she think she was doing anything wrong? No, I don't think she was trying to be nefarious. She was trying to be efficient. And what she was doing is going, dude, I hate bothering this person about the proof of funds. I'm just going to edit the one they already gave me. And it was done really, really poorly. It almost looked like a VA, a virtual assistant, was doing it for her, where the font did not even match up. Okay. Now, that's one of the things that she did. Okay. So what I worried about here is that the person who provided the proof of funds is not necessarily getting in trouble, but the Department of Justice, the DOJ, came in and interviewed this person and said, who are you? Why are you providing these proof of funds? Okay. So how many of these houses have they documented? They documented 88 times this has happened. That's nothing. This is nothing compared to what I'm about to tell you. So Nicole would then go take these deals, and she would negotiate and try and get short sales done. Okay. And they essentially this is where it gets really bad. She would contact the seller and say, hey, seller, I don't know what the bank that I'm negotiating with right now, I don't know what the bank is going to want to have as a purchase contract. So let's just get you to sign a purchase contract with blank numbers. So the seller was signing documents with blanks on them so that when the bank gave Nicole a number, Nicole could then go back over here and edit something based on what she knew the bank was going to accept. And so what's happening is she negotiated millions and millions of dollars down off of these purchase prices. And I think she took like about $3 million off of the purchase prices over the over 88 homes, which is, you really look at that, it's not actually that much. Okay. But what she was doing is having her sellers sign blank documents. Okay. Now, again, has she been proven guilty of this? No, she's innocent. She is currently innocent right now until she's proven guilty, right? So that's what, just so you guys know, any of you Democrats out there, that's what our country believes in, is innocent before you're proven guilty, just so you know. I'm neither a Democrat or Republican, but it's interesting how the Democrats typically operate. I don't want to cast judgment on her, but this is what they're basically saying she did. Okay. Pace, you're crazy. The system judges you as guilty until proven. I agree, but our law states you're innocent until proven guilty, right? The law. So she is currently in prison right now. She's got kids. It's a bad situation. So what are a couple of things she did? Proof of funds. Do not ever edit my proof of funds. I give my proof of funds. I just gave Angie Milanazzo one. And what I did for Angie is I did a video. I said, my name is Pace Morby. Angie is my partner, which I've done deals with Angie. Here's my bank balance. Here's my account number. It is so good. It's 3-minute video, and it was dedicated to a project with an address and a dollar amount. And I said the date. What I'm afraid of is that people are taking my proof of funds and editing them for their own purposes. If that comes back to me, even though I'm helping somebody do this is why a lot of people are not willing to get proof of funds anymore. Okay. Stacy Thomas says, maybe you shouldn't send them out anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. So we are going to be doing a training on Sunday, a little bit more in depth, on how to postpone a foreclosure. Here's what she's doing. There's a couple of services she's providing here. Let's go back to the whiteboard. So service number 1 is she's negotiating short sales. That's service number 1. Service number 2 is she's extending or canceling the foreclosure altogether. Service 3 is she's working with the seller to try and get these things done. And then service 4, she's providing a proof of funds for the wholesaler. If you really think about this, it's a pretty great little business model. If she didn't get, I think what happened here, she got lazy here. Here, There is honestly no excuse for this. Like, there is no excuse to have a seller ever sign a blank document without purchase agreements and all that kind of stuff. Joseph says, we're all going to suffer now because of this. No, actually, I disagree. I think we'll figure out how to do proof of funds and all that kind of stuff at a higher level. And I already have all the ways that we're going to overcome this as a community. But what's happening is we do this in our community all the time, right? Subto, we do this so much where we postpone foreclosures based on a purchase agreement that we have with the seller and also a buyer we have on the back end. So here's what she did on top of it. This is the fifth thing she was doing. She was putting in what you would call straw buyers. You guys know what a straw buyer is? A straw buyer is a fake buyer, right? Think about a scarecrow. It's a fake person. It's not real, right? So you put a straw buyer saying, here's the person purchasing the property. And this was a real person, but it was always the same person. And then what would happen is the bank would see that there's a buyer, and the bank says, okay, well, we'll extend the foreclosure. We'll extend all these things. She would negotiate between all of these parties. And then once they figured it out, she then would go and find a real buyer after she had already negotiated it. And so the buyer was never once the person that she signed the contract with. This person always changed. Now, doing that in and of itself is not illegal. That's not illegal. Changing who my buyer is on a wholesale deal, that's not illegal. But doing it all 88 times to the point where it's obvious that you were lying to the bank and you were writing fake contracts here, writing fake contracts here, editing proof of funds here, all of those types of things are pretty obvious that you shouldn't be doing this stuff. But I can tell you, this is why wholesalers are so stupid. I'm also a wholesaler, so don't get like, oh, Pace, you're always knocking wholesalers. No, wholesalers are very much the lowest level human beings in real estate. It's not a knock. It's not a criticism. They don't want to go get a license. They don't want to be managed by anybody else. They want to do everything with no money out of their pocket. They are the people that are working out of their car. And chances are they just didn't have the environment or the help or whatever. And so like, I'm going to get into real estate somehow, some way, and wholesaling is my way. So I don't want wholesaling to go away, but this is why wholesaling is becoming regulated, is because there are wholesalers running around writing fake contracts to manipulate and take advantage of banks and to help. Now, in her mind, do you think she did anything wrong? No. Every single time somebody does something wrong, she was there, she was going through the process, and she's going to go, are you kidding me? I helped 88 people stop their foreclosure. I helped real families, and I helped real wholesalers go make money, and I helped real buyers go and buy deals. So her business model is actually a sound business model. It's just the way she went around the paperwork and how she didn't build systems and processes. That is what she did wrong. Okay. And so what will happen, Tammy says, and I will need your proof of funds, bank statement for cash, proof of credit rating approval so that we can know that, I don't know what that means, Tammy. Sorry about that. She says, this is what the realtor is asking me. Yes. So if you're in Subto, just FYI, and you guys need a proof of funds, I do provide a proof of funds, a credibility email, but what I ask you guys to do is actually email me and the agent together and say, hey, this is Pace. He's my potential buyer on this deal, okay? And I then get to have a relationship with that agent. I know what the heck you're doing. Sometimes people will use my proof of funds on deals and I'm like, what are you doing? This is not a deal. What are you doing? Okay. And so, yeah, Armando says, it happens. People don't realize their sins and the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That is very true. So we're going to do a training on how to do foreclosures, postpone foreclosures, what documents, all that kind of stuff. We're doing that on Sunday. And then what we're doing actually is Q1 of 2025, we are doing a semester called Foreclosure Mastery. And we're going to go through the foreclosure process and we're going to show you guys how to do what she's doing, not just legally, but above board. All of the training that my wife has done inside of Subto is legitimate training on how things should be done. Do you guys see where she made the mistakes? Pretty obvious stuff, right? Okay, so I'm saying this to you because somebody brought up, I need a proof of funds. Okay, you guys want a proof of funds, I'll tell you what to do. You want a basic proof of funds, go to your hard money lender in your local town Or email money@pacemorby.com, a house that you need a proof of funds for, and I will give you guys a proof of funds specific to a specific house, money@pacemorby.com. What I'm going to do now is going forward on proof of funds, I'm going to make sure that any proof of funds that we provide to people, has the address of the house involved and the purchase price that is there. And we're going to train everybody on how to do this properly, even short sales. So the largest short sale negotiator in the country, do you guys know who that person is? Matthew Potter. He's student 105 in Subto. He has done over 27,000 short sales. He's going to be coming in. We're going to be doing a short sale semester as well to show you guys how to do short sales properly. We did a training on it 5 years ago in Subto when we first launched, but we haven't done one in a long time. But short sales are coming back in a really, really big way. This year, in 2024, we had 3.5 million single-family homes sold in the country, 3.5 million. In 2021, we had 7 million. So think about that. Our volume from 3 years ago is double what it is this year, which means what? The real estate market is depressed. Days on market are really high. This is where creative finance is currently dominating. And you could buy a Subto deal every hour today. It's so effing simple to buy Subto deals right now. But what that also means is that short sales are coming back, meaning that sellers have less equity than what their house is worth. And so the only thing they can do is they go, I'm going to let this go to foreclosure, right? So option A is I can buy that property subject to. Option B, the seller lets it go to foreclosure. Option C is a short sale. And so what Matthew Potter is going to do is he's going to show you guys how you can make money on short sales. Here's another thing you can't do. I have a friend of mine who went to prison for 4 years. I got a lot of friends that have been to prison. Damn. So what he did is he was doing short sales where he would get properties under contract and then sell the short sales to himself. You can't do that. Okay, you can't negotiate with the bank and then end up buying the deal as well. And so there are legal ways that you can make money in short sales, but wholesaling short sales is a very, very sensitive topic for the banks. And what happened is the banks will come in and they'll make a freaking example. And so I feel bad for Nicole, but I think what's going to happen is they're going to make an example out of her. She's the short sale queen. The way she branded herself, does this make anybody think twice about maybe getting a brand? But we're acting very quick, which is great. So I've got Sean Clemenson, one of our attorneys. He's going to come in, do a class on foreclosures, doing it properly, make sure we're going through all of it, and we'll offer it as a semester, a free semester inside of Subto, so you guys can go through and negotiate and do these things the proper way. Yeah, she's going to have to take a plea to it. She's facing 30 years in prison for this. Yeah. I mean, think about it. 25 years is murder. Right? It is crazy. Yeah, Edward says, do not wholesale. Now, again, I have nothing against Nicole. I think my prayers are out to her for anybody that's trying to do business. I think at the end of the day, if you're in foreclosures, you're trying to help people. You really are. I mean, dealing with foreclosure sellers is one of the hardest lead sources to go down because you're basically a therapist, a full-time therapist. So she has a bleeding heart. She definitely cared about her clients. She just was trying to do as many deals as possible, as efficiently as possible. And in her mind, I think she justified some really stupid things. And we'll be talking about, Caesar says she'll get 5, but we'll do 2.7. Dude, even doing 3 days in prison is more than I think anybody wants to do, right? So what we'll do is we'll do a whole full-on training on foreclosures, a full-on training on short sales. These trainings will not just be one class. They'll just be like this raising private capital class where it's like, look what we've learned in 4 hours today, right? We'll do a 12-week course that are 90 days in an ankle bracelet. I still wouldn't want that. All right. What's that? Yeah, that might be the right thing for her. That might be the right thing for her. 1 day is too many, yeah. And just being in that situation of like somebody accusing you of doing something wrong when in your mind you believed you did something right. I know Nicole. She actually was listing a property for us in Houston, Texas, and we had to we canceled. The second I found out she was in prison, I told my team, cancel the listing, go with somebody else, which means I don't want to associate myself with somebody that has that scarlet letter, right? Which means I'm taking more money off her plate in an already really, really bad situation. But I have to protect my brand and everything else. and the guy that was supplying her with proof of funds was investigated by the Department of Justice? Do I want them coming along to me and going, who are all the people she's doing business with? All right, so reputation is everything, right? Denise Jackson says, yeah, I saw that on your stories. Yeah, and I'm sitting there going, man, this is a tough thing. I want her family to still bring in that money to support her family, but also I have 600 employees that I'm responsible for. Which one's more important? My team is obviously way more important. And there you go. So we're gonna go on a yeah, the Martha Stewart documentary, by the way. That lady is crazy. She cheats on her husband on her honeymoon. She's like, yeah, but it wasn't cheating. Like it was just a fling. Anyway, but it was a great documentary. She is off the charts. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we're going to jump into smaller types of raising capital, and we have a guest today that's going to go through and show you guys how to do this. And it's new. I wish I had this when I was raising capital. Check this out. Well, this is actually I'll take a break in 7 minutes. Let's do this. I'll kind of tee her up. So the name of the company is Fractional. Okay, the name of the company is fractional.app. Now, we do have a special link. I don't know what it is, but there's a link that makes sure, I'll give you guys this link, that anybody that signs up with this link has the ability to have badges on your name. Okay, the badges will be the safety badge, if you've taken the safety badge, the ethics badge, raising capital badge. Okay, we also are coming out with a connector badge in January for all the Gators. So you'll be able to have the added benefit on Fractional of having badges. I'll get the link and put it in the side chat for you guys so you guys can sign up and make sure. Who's taking the safety badge? Everybody better be raising their hands. Kimberly and Bill, you haven't taken the safety badge? Okay. Shame, 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 Kimberly. Okay, so by the way, the safety badge is available to everybody, not just Subto, Gator, and Top Tier TC. We actually made that available to the free Facebook group as well, because we want everybody inside of our free Facebook group as well, even though they're not part of our community. We want to make sure that they are doing deals safely so that when you guys JV with them, what if we've already joined Fractional? Well, I would email Fractional and say, please make sure. And here's the cool thing. Every probably 3 to 6 months, we'll come out with new benefits and new ways to differentiate yourself. Here's what's going to happen differently. You guys will see stuff right now in the Subto Facebook group, the Gator Facebook group, where people go, I have a deal. Here's the deal. I need a private money lender. I'm actually going to abolish that in January. I'm not going to let people pitch to raise capital in any of our Facebook groups. The way it's going to be done now is you can go into the Facebook group and go, hey guys, I have a new deal. Come into my Fractional account and look at the deal that I'm pitching. And what Fractional is going to do is going to require you to specifically give enough the proper information and the proper order so we can have a uniform way of raising private capital. So in our community, it's like one person raises it this way, another person raises it this way, and there's no uniformity. And so we're going to create a bunch of training around Fractional. Now, why is this good? This is good because we just had Ryan Cox come in here and talk to us about raising really high level $10 million things that stresses Kimberly out. She said, I'm in over my head. Well, could you go raise $20,000 or $30,000 from somebody in this room? If I had a really screaming deal right now and somebody could partner on it with me, who has $20,000 to partner with me right now? Okay. Say it in the side chat. How many people have 20,000 bucks? Okay. So another big thing is people go, how do I raise money? If I'm raising money, the number one best place for me to raise money is where? Subto. If I want money, I literally go to Subto. That's the easiest place for me to go raise capital. How many people have raised capital from Subto in here? Anybody? Okay, me too. Millions and millions of dollars. In fact, it's interesting. I have a friend that teaches a raising private capital mastermind. She charges like 25 grand and she guarantees that by the end of the year of working with her, that she'll have 25 private money lenders for you. That's her guarantee. I'm like, dude, I got 25 private money lenders on day one of being inside of Subto. Like, what do you know? So why is fractional so good there? Well, where are these relationships being cultivated and how are you keeping up and nurturing these relationships? We're going to be talking about that in fractional. So for example, I will have my own fractional account that people can come in and look at all the deals I'm raising money for. I will obviously be raising money for my own big multifamily fund, doing those types of things, but I get weird deals all the time. I get my Gator deals all the time that I go, that's not really a deal for me, but if I had other people, I would maybe bring people into this deal. So for example, I got a really cool deal. We'll talk about it today. I've got a deal in Kalispell. Okay, Kalispell, it's a nursery. And the land value, just by itself, the land value is worth $6 million. Okay, that's not including any of the buildings. That's not including, we've already gotten offers on the land at $6 million from developers saying, hey, sell your entire nursery. Okay, pull up. Oh, you can't pull it up. It would take me 7 minutes to explain to you how to pull it up. I'll show it to you guys. Kalispell. It is called Hoopers. All right, so Hoopers Garden Center. Okay, so this beautiful nursery that you guys can see right here. It's massive. This is just a silly little one of the silly photos that you could do, but it's a massive, massive property. Let's look at maps. And we'll look where it's at. Keep using web, get out of here. Okay, cool. So this property is right here. Why can't I do, of course. Give me why can't I do satellite on this? This is dumb. Anyway, this property is big. It's here. And essentially, what we were thinking about doing is putting a gas station here at some point and a car wash back here. And this is already a business that's making a lot of money. And that's about $500,000 a year in that individual business. Okay, great. Well, I could go raise money for this. And I could go put a fund together. I could go to a family office. I could go do all these things. Or I could say, hey, how much does this guy need? He needs $4 million. That's a lot of money. But what if I divided that out and I said, you know what if I brought 100 people in at $40,000 each? Okay, well, that's a problem because these people are different than family offices, right? Family offices, if I'm at a family office, chances are these people are what? They are accredited, meaning that they have a net worth, they're savvy, the government says that these people can invest in this kind of thing. If somebody's investing somewhere around $40,000, chances are they are non-accredited. Make sense? Yeah. Okay, so what do I do with non-accredited people? It's really hard to raise money from them. In fact, you guys all meet hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of non-accredited investors in Subto Gator all the time. Okay, if I go to like my YouTube audience, for example, I would say my YouTube audience is like 99% non-accredited. Okay. Then when you go into Subto is like 25 to 30%. They are accredited, meaning that they're worth at least $1 million or more. But you still have, let's say 70% of people that are not accredited, but still have $200,000, $300,000 in cash. Oh, you can't see me. Of course you can. Now they can. How about that? Boom. So what do you do? How do you find these people? How do you cultivate these relationships? And so what we'll be talking about here after the break, okay, is we will talk about how you can use fractional to find deals like this, raise money from non-accredited investors, and these non-accredited investors can vote on the deal. And it's kind of cool. You guys ever seen a GoFundMe account where you see the little bar going like, oh, $22,000 raised out of the $40,000? That's basically what fractional looks like. It's like Pace has 17 projects that he's currently raising money for. Single family deal. Like we just did a deal a couple of days ago. Think about this. This is a challenge for us. And this is where This is where Fractional will solve this problem. Check it out. This is going to be a game changer. You guys are going to, if you guys aren't already seeing the vision of this, if you are, great. If you're not, oh my gosh, I'm like 1% of the way through this. Yes, Maria.
Does it sound like?
You're not going to be using Fractional to go and raise money for big funds, just so you know.
No. So does it sound like Fractional is going to be from January 1st, a unified marketplace for all Subto deals where we're looking for funding? So I can go there, post my deal, and I can also look for other people's opportunities. Is it like kind of one place for all of us?
Yes.
This sounds awesome.
It's awesome. Yeah. And one of the owner of Fractional is actually a Subto member. And they went and raised a bunch of money from a VC firm, did their first raise. They got a bunch of cash and they've got already 100,000 users on the platform. They've been on the news and other things. So Stella, who's a Subto member, is like, I love this community so much. I want to customize things for people that are learning directly from our community of like the safety badge and the this and the that. So let's say that I go present a deal and I'm a connector. Okay, this is a problem I have in Gator. Gators will go into the Facebook group and go, I have a deal, but I don't know if they took the safety badge. I don't know all the details of the deal. In fact, they'll raise money for a project acting as if they're the principal, even though they're not the principal, just for me to find out they're not the principal, meaning the person in charge. But I find out 2 weeks into the conversation, like, why didn't you tell me that? So we're going to standardize this across the platform, which is really cool. But check this out. No. It strengthens it. Maybe. Let me ask you a question, Maria. Why wouldn't you have just done exactly what this is? Like, this is what it takes for somebody to become a connector?
Well, the way I see it, how maybe I perceive that.
It makes being a connector easier. That's basically
yeah, but like, why do I need a connector if I can log into Fractional myself as a lender and look for people who can? So like, that's what I'm saying. So the connector as a middle person, what's the point if there is like a buyer and a lender here? So can't they connect to without?
Let me ask you a question. If I'm a seller of a home, I live in a home and I want to sell it, and I'm going to sell it to another family, what do I need a real estate agent for?
Just facilitate it?
Okay.
but like, maybe I'm missing the point.
Here's the thing, you are missing the point. And the thing we're missing is that connector's job is not to connect. It's a misnomer. It's a connector's job is actually to go all the way through the project as a key principle in the project. The point of connectors is that a lot of our connectors are incredibly lazy. So what they do is they go, here's somebody else's deal. It's like, no. I don't want you to do that. I've said this in the training 100 times. Do not just go, hey, I'm making a $3,000 fee for connecting these people and I'm out. If you're connecting people, you should be a principal in that conversation. You should be the one doing the communication. You should be doing photos. You should be doing weekly updates. You should be a principal in that transaction.
Then I can see the difference, because I guess my issue of understanding the connector's role is a bit simplified, because if it's like just I'm making two parties meet, there's no point. I can go log in myself.
Okay, cool. So
thank you.
Also, there's a big piece that you're missing, okay? Really, really, really big piece that you're missing. The big piece that you're missing is that people that are actively finding deals and going out and doing flips and doing things, they have zero time to raise money. Okay, so I'll give you a good example. Okay, my buddy, Doug Hopkins, okay? Doug Hopkins lives here local in Phoenix, Arizona. He spends $400,000 a month on marketing. The marketing he's doing is, as a cash buyer, he's marketing to homeowners that live in their houses, and he's on TV everywhere. You can't go anywhere without seeing Doug Hopkins. $400,000 a month. Doug Hopkins, who goes on every appointment for him? He spends $400,000 a month in marketing. Who's going on appointments? He is. He is physically going on all his appointments, and then he has another partner named Josh Barton, and Josh is on the west side, and he goes on the appointments on the east. They split the whole valley, east side, west side. Okay. Doug goes and gets 2 to 3 wholesale deals per day. Who is he selling these deals to? He's selling these deals to fix and flippers primarily, right? Fix and flippers and people that are buying and holding. Okay, great. So here's what's interesting. For a couple of years, I literally just went to Doug, and I still do it. I go to Doug and I go, hey, bring me your, every day I would text Josh and Doug, go, what appointments are you going on? 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 They would send me the addresses. I would then commit to these addresses or these deals, and then I would go and wholesale it to an actual fix and flipper, and I would make a wholesale fee. So what do if the fix and flipper is actually buying Doug Hopkins' deal, why do I have a job?
They don't have time to be both.
It's a completely different business. This is a full acquisition model is a full business. Fixing and flipping is a full business. A full business means I'm doing it 40, 60 hours a week. The person that's JVing, or let's say, as Jamil would call this, is astro flipping, I'm JVing between the parties. This is a full-time job. So when you're the connector, that's a full-time job. You're going through and you're talking to people. Let's go through like what a connector should be doing, okay? By the way, I've talked about this in the training. Connectors do not watch it. There's something just interesting about the connectors. They just choose to be the laziest sons of bitches I've ever met in my life. And so we're changing some of the regulation around how deals are going to be presented, because there should be uniformity. I should know who's the principal. Well, Pace, people can just bypass me. Oh, yeah, okay. I also could go, instead of buying eggs at Sprouts, I could just go to the chicken and pull a freaking egg out of his ass. Could I not? Why am I willing to go to the grocery store and drive over there? Is because there's a convenience, right? They took that job off the plate. They cleaned the deal up for me so that when I see the deal, it's all the information is already there. Okay, so the way it should be done, and let's say that I have a fix and flipper, okay? This is an actual deal that I just funded. This was actually Nathan's first deal, okay? Nathan just did a deal. It's his first Gator deal. $27,000 is what we funded, okay? This flipper, she went out and she got hard money. The hard money lender says, hey, I'll give you a loan for 80% of the purchase, but you need to bring your down payment and closing costs to the table. She didn't have the 27 grand. So I go to the table, or our team went to the table and go, hey, we'll bring that $27,000 to you, but I need to know, obviously, the address, who's your contractor, what's the experience of the contractor, essentially do like a pitch deck. And then my job is to then go to lenders or other Gators or other people in the community and go, hey guys, here's all the information I've put together, but here's what's cool. I've already put an agreement together with this flipper saying, hey, I can go help you raise this $27,000, but I need all this information, and I need to know that if somebody goes around me, that I'm still getting paid. Following me here? Now what you're doing, you're saying the contractors is this, the permit was pulled here, here's the budget, here's what the budget looks like, and you're presenting it in a formal, more uniform manner, rather than, hey guys, I need a private money lender for a house, which I get those stupid posts all the time. I see them all the time. I'm like, what are you doing? What it should be is there should be a post, okay, that says, hey guys, I have a new opportunity, a $27,000 deal. I just posted all the details in my fractional account. Here's the link. And now you're pulling people over to your fractional account. The fractional account can see, it doesn't have to show the address necessarily. You can change and customize what you're showing. I'm not going to show this flipper's name right out of the gate, but I'm going to say, who wants to be involved in this deal to get more information? I'm raising $27,000. The return is 10% plus 1 point. And the projected return, the projected time frame is 4 months to get your money back. Here's what I will be doing as the connector. I will be making a 2% arbitrage plus 1 point, however I'm deciding to make my money. And for that money, I am the person that's facilitating the communication, doing the updates to the investors, That's what a connector is supposed to be doing. Connectors are lazy pieces of shit. So what they do is they do this. They go, pay me $3,000 finder's fee, and I'll connect you with the fix and flipper.
I think that is what I'm asking, because like so far.
Get the microphone, please. Yeah, I know. You see why I'm fixing this? You see why I'm fixing this, right?
That's why I asked the question, because so far in my experience, which is only a year plus in the Subto community, is like the type of connectors I saw is like, hey, this is point A, then this is point Z. Go hang out. That's it. And I'm supposed to pay like a bunch of money for that. Like
No.
I can go to that thing and do it myself. Because, but if the value add is all that intermediate stuff, yeah, I'll pay money for that.
Yeah. By the way, I've already done all this training. This is none of what I'm telling you is new. I've told this to connectors over and over and over. I'm the one that invented the connector strategy like 7 years ago, and we just formalized it inside of the Gator. So Gator really is Gator 0, Gator 1, Gator 2, Gator 3. Gator 0 is something we call Gator wrestling, which is connecting. Okay. Gator 0 is like, you don't have to have any money and you can connect people. Okay. So can I make $3,000 connecting people? Yes. But you need to be a principal in the transaction. You need to be somebody that's saying, I will do the weekly updates. I will make sure that things are going well. I will make sure that everybody understands what's going on, when the fix and flipper should be out there just trying to get the project done, right? And so we're going to, where are the connector videos? Gator 0. Okay, what do you say up front to insert yourself? Roland, go into the Gator 0 training. The training is there. Okay, so what you'll do is, instead of going, I saw one in the Facebook group today, it was like, I need a private money lender, hit me up. First and foremost, how many, Eddie Charger says the training is great. So we do, hey, good to see you, brother. So if you're a private money lender, by the way, Maria, and you see somebody post in the Facebook group going, I need a private money lender, hit me up. Are you even replying to that? Hell no. Absolutely not. And so it's not that I'm taking something away from people. I'm teaching them how to amplify themselves, because those posts don't work. It's the same thing when somebody's brand new in the community and they hear me talk about how much money and how easy it is to raise money inside of Subto. They come in the community, they go into the Subto family night and they go, hi, I'm brand new here. I need private money. Also not a good recipe for success. So the right way to succeed is, hey guys, my name is Pace. I'm brand new here. I want to connect with as many people as possible. And when you're connecting with people, go, hey, by the way, if you ever want to look at the deals that I'm raising money for, here's my Fractional account. You can go and see the 7 projects I'm going for. And you, if you go into the portal, here's what's cool, is now inside the portal of Fractional, once a week, I can go live in there. I can underwrite the deals. I can say, here's 10 deals I said no to. Here's the deal I said yes to. It's kind of like your own little investment club inside of Fractional. Okay. So it has its own little, like, you can scroll through and go, okay, Pace has got 7 deals going on. Well, here's what I have going on right now. This is where Fractional solves a big problem for me. I have a list of like 2,000 people that have come to me and said, I want to give you money to deploy my cash. I go, cool. Well, how do I communicate with those 2,000 people when a $27,000 deal comes on my plate? Should I email all of those people and go, hey guys, I have a $27,000 deal. Dude, one person's going to fund that deal. Why would I even email the other 1,999 people? But if I post a new deal in Fractional, everybody gets a ping from my Fractional account, says, hey, Pace just posted a new deal. Now all 2,000 people that are already in my Fractional community see my post, it's already formalized, and then they can go and go, yeah, I want to fund that deal, and vote on, yep, I'm involved. I'll put in 5,000. Another person puts in 5,000. Fractional keeps track of all of that stuff. So instead of me going, okay, this is literally how we do it now. 4 people get involved in a deal, and we're writing it down. And we're going, okay, this person's good for 50. This is for my individual. This is not for Subto Fund. Subto Fund's a lot more sophisticated. But for like my individual lending business, I go, oh, this person's good for 50, this person's good for 50, this person's good for 50. Then here's what sucks about raising capital. People that say they're going to lend money are also full of crap. A third of the people that say they're going to wire money do not wire money. What Fractional does is says, okay, are you going to commit to this deal? You're going to put $5,000 into this deal. Amazing. You need to put 10% up today to hold your spot. And if they don't fund the other $4,500, they lose the $500. I can't tell you how beneficial Fractional is going to be for connectors, because connectors also, we have a lot of connectors doing things the right way. They just need some software to make this a little bit better. Also, I have so many deals that nobody ever gets to see because I just keep going to the same investors over and over and over because they make my life easy. So I want to be able to open up all my deals to everybody and go, hey guys, I have 40 deals that I'm funding this week. Who wants to be involved? You can scroll through and go, I want to be involved in that deal. Vote on it. Fractional automatically attributes you to that particular deal. Fractional runs the paperwork. They do all the things. They make sure everybody's vetted and background checks are done. It is so freaking good. But anybody can go on Fractional. What I wanted to do with Stella, and why I was excited that Stella is a Subto member, is I said, how do we make this a unique experience that people are trained and we require people that are pitching a deal, like you need to have a safety badge. You need to have this. You need to have at least the ground, like the foundational elements done. Then over time, I don't know how willing Stella is. She probably is very willing. She actually, I think she's here. And we'll take a 5-minute break. But Stella is willing to go, I'll add things for your guys' community, or our community. She's in Subto. I'll add things for you guys as we go that make it a lot easier. So for example, let's say that I'm a connector and I've done 12 connecting deals. Wouldn't you want to show like successful, I could scroll through your Fractional account and see successful deals that had been funded? Instead of just going, okay, you made a post in the Facebook group. The point is the Facebook group is the most technologically advanced we are for when people are pitching their deals. They need an easier way to pitch their deals, especially when you're working with non-accredited investors. Think about all the other gators too. There's gators that jump in and go, I don't want to find a deal. I just want to fund somebody else's deal. That's like 80% of gators. They don't want to find the deals. They want to just fund somebody else's deal. Okay, well, how do they know somebody's taken the safety badge unless they ask them? And how are they going to verify they have? So my team at Subto, Melissa, Saravi, and everybody else is going to make sure that when you guys get a Fractional account, we'll share everybody. Sorry, guys. We'll share everybody with Fractional that has actually gone through and done the foundational homework to get these badges and understand communication, the right paperwork. Hey, I've got a TC involved, all of those types of things. So you know, I'm not just walking into a deal where somebody at least hasn't even taken the safety badge, the ethics badge, those stuff. Okay, cool. Now, here's what's tough. Let's say that I'm a brand new gator. I join in 2 years from now, and somebody's like, I've successfully connected on 200 deals, which we have gators that have probably connected on 200-300 deals. Easy. Well, what's my competitive advantage if I'm a brand new gator and somebody has a Fractional account that shows they've successfully funded 200 connection deals? What's my competitive advantage? It's pretty simple. I bring one of my deals to that person and go, hey, it looks like you're a great connector. Can I bring a deal to you that you can help me connect on, and I can verify your background and we can collaborate and JV on a deal? Pretty simple, just like a fund of funds, kind of like through a fractional element. Does that make sense? So it starts rewarding the people that are doing things the right way, and it discounts the people that are not willing to do the work. And it makes it really easy to be like, dude, yeah, I'm a connector. I've done 14 deals. Here's what they are. You can see what they are. And it's going to be amazing. So should we take a break? Everybody go pee? Any questions about this before we jump into it?
Can I EMD the deposits?
Can you EMD the deposits? Can you pay for the EMD? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Does the voting make it SEC compliant? Yes. We're actually going to talk about this. Stella will come up here and she'll talk about it. But yes, you can have up to SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, allows you to have up to 100 investors in one deal. 100 non-accredited investors into one deal, because one, they're jumping into your individual fractional community and you're able to now pitch them, but you've cultivated a relationship with them and they have to vote on the deal that they want to fund. And it makes it all compliant, so you guys don't have to worry about, oh, this person's not accredited, I can't do anything with them. It's pretty cool. There are still a few minutes left in your 7-minute space. Thanks. I deserve that. Thank you. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back with Stella. Nathan,
Yes, sir.
you're breaking the rules.
Oh my.
Oh, man, breaking the law.
Which one?
Trying to get you guys to shut the up. Frank. All right, you can unmute me. Oh, hey guys, we're back. We're back. All right, so there's a link in the side chat, and why this link is important. I want to make sure you guys use this link because this is the link that's going to make sure that you guys can get set up with the safety badge and the other stuff. Nathan, will you do me a favor? Or Stella, will you do me a favor?
Yes.
Okay, Stella, will you please email Suravi at or here, let me give you the email if you don't mind.
Yeah.
SURAVIS at subto.com. If you could email her real fast, the link that is currently in the side chat, and I'll have her email it out to all the Gators and Subto today. So you guys can just click on the link. Why is this link so important that is in the side chat? It's fractional.app/community/creative. Okay, so for those of you guys that just want to go there right now, it is in the side chat, but there's always something funny about people, and I don't know how it all works, but people are people. And they'll go, what's the link? Where's the link? Community/creative. Okay, why is this important? Well, because what's going to happen is as we unleash some of the training over the next couple of months, we are going to tell people that if you don't have the safety badge and you don't have certain credentials, you should not be pitching deals in this community. Do we all agree with that? Yes. And so Stella over at Fractional is going to make sure that anybody that uses this link can get set up with those credentials. She will verify. I don't know how we'll set it up, but basically the team at Subto, which is Suravi, and everybody else over there, they will make sure that if you have the merit badges like raising capital, ethics, safety, blah, 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 your profile inside of Fractional will show that. So then that way, when you're pitching a deal, you don't just look like some knucklehead. Okay, let's unleash the side chat so that everybody can welcome Stella from Fractional into the Zoom today. Hey, live audience, let's give her a round of applause.
Excited to be here.
All right, so please, guys, sign up for that link, and this is how you guys can set up an account. Stella, will you do me a favor? Will you give us a demo? Will you show us the cool, fun things about your guys' app and fun? Just give us some visual and tell us all about what Fractional is going to look like.
Yeah, sure. Let me screen share. I think Pace, like you set up so much context for, why this is important. And, the reason why I created Fractional was because, as a real estate investor myself, I wanted to do more deals, bigger deals. And, it's really hard to have, a space where you remember, every single person you've connected with that has verbally said, oh yeah, like I would love to check out your deals. I would love to invest with you. It's such, a chaotic mess. So, that was the first part of what we wanted to build is like, well, everybody should have a congregated space where they can host, all the investors that are interested in partnering with them on deals. So that's going to be the first piece that we touch on. And then the second is like, okay, well, now that we have this community of people that want to invest with me, how do we actually get this whole deal together? How do they invest when they're not an accredited investor? If they, have less than 50K, or maybe, they have more money, but they're investing with me for the very first time. And it's a lot easier to get them to build trust with me with 25K, 50K, so that they can invest, 500K the very next time, right? So setting all of that up, putting a deal together as a partnership, and then afterwards, managing a partnership as well. Everything from the legal setup, the identity verification, to bookkeeping, tax filings, K1s, voting, profit distributions, all of that. So pretty much all that was...
Before we start, Nathan, do me a favor. People love to ask for the link on stuff. I need to sit next to these people. I need to know who you are. Are you guys ever like behind somebody at a red light and they can turn right on red, but they have lived their whole entire life not knowing that it's perfectly fine to turn right on red? And you're sitting there behind them going, does this mother trucker not know that they can turn right now? And I'm like, I just want to sit. I wish I could snap my fingers, sit in the passenger side of their car and look over at them like this. Bro, what are you doing? So it's the same thing with the links. Like people go, can you share the link again? I can share 85 times. Nathan, show it right here on the screen. Guys, it is in the side chat right now. It is underneath my name, www.fractional. You can see it. It's in the side chat. Fractional.app/community/creative. Okay. This link, as we unleash all these cool, fun perks and benefits for people that are inside of our creative university, which would be Subto, Gator, and Top Tier TC. This is the link that allows Stella and the team to know exactly who gets these perks and these benefits. Okay. So also, Stella, before you get started, I want to point something out. You said something really, really well. I watch people go to meetups. Last year I did 110 physical meetups in person. Actually, one of my favorite meetups was done by this amazing woman, Gabby, right here in Detroit. It was an unbelievable meetup. You probably had 250 people come to this freaking meetup. 350, she had to correct me, 350 people. So think about this. Think about people walk around a meetup and the way they connect is they go, here's my Instagram, here's my Blink card. You know what I'd rather do is share my fractional community. Hey, if you want to see the deals that I'm raising money for, communicate with me here. If you want to see the deals I'm turning down, and the way I am going to use my fractional account is I'm going to show you guys deals I turn down and why I turn them down. So I will actually use my fractional portal to educate people on why, like think about it. It's not just about the deals you're raising, it's showing people and entertaining, educating, building trust inside of this fractional account. And of course, Stella's going to show this to us. But she says, hey, you guys want to build and connect with each other. Stop giving people your Instagram, give them your fractional account and have them see the stuff that you're raising money for, the projects you're raising money for. Did I just change your life? Yeah.
You can add it to your Blink card.
You can add it to your Blink card if that's really what you want to do with your life. But, or you could just send people over to that. So, and here's what I would do, okay? If I were you guys, I would come up with a, when you guys are doing this, come back here, Nathan, real quick. Have you guys ever heard me say startwithprivy.com? Okay, start with Privy is actually what I would call a vanity domain, which means I bought this domain name. I own startwithprivy.com, and all that does is re-forward to a different domain because it makes it easier for me to tell people stuff. So for example, let's say I've got Dustin with me right now. I could tell people, go, hey, if you want to connect with me, go to dealswithdustin.com. And what this link does is this link then just sends people to your fractional portal so they can see the projects you're working on. So don't tell people, hey, go look me up on fractional. Say, go to dealswithdustin.com and just take that domain. So go on. I just gave you guys $1 million nugget right there. Yeah. Class is over. See ya. Okay, so dealswithdustin.com. Come up with something on your own, right? Keepupthepace.com or something like that. Like, hey, you want to see the projects I'm raising money for? If you want to collaborate with me on deals, people will come to me at a meetup and they'll say stuff like, Pace, why haven't we done a deal before? And I go, because you haven't gone to dealswithpace.com. Go to dealswithpace.com and I have active deals going on right now. If you want to participate in them, just go in there. Boom. So that is a great way for you to connect with each other now. Okay. I know, dropping bombs. Stella, I'm sorry to cut you off, but hopefully this gives people a good, in their brain, they need to know, how am I sharing this with people? How are people becoming aware of my thing, right? So if I go on Instagram stories or I do a reel or today, for example, did anybody watch my Instagram live this morning? You guys hate me. Gosh, everybody said, F all of you guys. Stella watched it. Okay, so what I did for a couple of years when I was first starting in the game, I would do Instagram Live almost every morning. And that Instagram Live was the best lead I received of the day. I would tell a story. And it would basically be called Deal of the Day or Lead of the Day. And I would just tell a quick story about like, all right, guys, I got a lead today. Here's what they're going through, blah, 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 blah. And I would just do like a 5-minute education live. I don't have to edit it. I don't have to post it later. I literally just go live and I go, here's a lead I got today, okay? How I will be using Fractional is You just sent me an email the other day, Nathan. In the last 2 weeks, my team has looked at 200 deals. Okay, 200 deals in the last 2 weeks. So what does that mean? Well, that means I have 200 opportunities as pace to go into my fractional account and go, here's a deal I turned down today, and here's why I turned it down. Why is that beneficial? Well, because all of the people that are now inside of my fractional community that I've gathered there are getting educated, and there's a touch point every single day where I'm providing value to them, and I'm not just pitching deals to them. I'm saying, hey, here's a post. Let me tell you why I said no to this. Here's what could have been done better, da, 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 da. By the way, I have a deal we're about to post tomorrow. So essentially, you've got all these people you've ever met. Imagine, Gabby, if you had 350 people from that meetup right now in your fractional account and you posted a deal and said, hey guys, who wants to vote on whether we're going to fund this deal or not? Oh my gosh, this makes raising capital so simple. And if you are a connector inside of our community, this makes it very simple to make it uniform and easy for people to understand the deal that you're pitching. I'm so sorry, Stella, for talking, but I'm very excited about your product. Thank you.
Of course. All right. Well, then let's start with your community Pace. So this is the link that's been dropped a million times already, so please join it. This is where you're going to get all the badges so that, everybody knows who you are, you get more credibility. But, to start, right, like say you're someone, you are interested in fundraising, you want to scale, you want to build a community. Well, similar to how, Pace has this community for all of us, right, to check out his deals, what you would want to do is, create your own community. And that literally takes 2 seconds to do. There's a guide that I've linked in Pace's community as well. So as long as you join that, you'll get access to everything that I'm talking about and just kind of walk through everything on your own. So the first thing, you'll want to do is create your own community on Fractional. And all you need to do is go to this link here. There's a create community on the side, type your community name, whatever you want it to be. And that's how, you get your own page, similar to, what we have going on here with Pace. And what happens next is it's really about that relationship building piece. We stressed a lot about this last time when we were in person. But, Pace, I had this golden line where it was like, your first interaction with someone should never be asking for their money, right? Like that is not how relationship building and fundraising works, which is why, hosting a community on Fractional is so important, because this is, the investment club for all investors who are interested in partnering with you. That's where they're going to sit together. You can ask them to introduce themselves, right? They can foster relationship building with you, with each other. You should be, posting updates in here, sharing your insights, hosting events, underwriting sessions, right? This is where, you're really gluing everybody together such that, you're building trust, you're building credibility, you're showing people how, diligent you are, such that when that right opportunity does come, they already know you so well. They've seen, the 90 deals you've passed, and they're like, we don't want to miss out on this golden one because we've all worked so hard to get here. And they know you've
Oh my gosh, she just dropped a bomb on you guys right there. Like, how do you encourage people to invest and take action on a deal that you have is show them the 5 deals that they missed out on or that you turned down, right? And what a lot of times people are doing is they're like, well, I don't have 1,000 deals I'm doing. Well, guess what? I think providing value in terms of here's the deals I turned down on this week is as high on the value chart or higher than saying, look at all these deals I'm doing, right? I want to work with somebody, let's say in my portal. By the way, you don't have to do it this way. This is just what I'm going to be doing. So feel free to emulate and copy what I do. But let's say that I do a deal every day and I say, here's what happened. Here's why this deal is not great. Multiple things can actually happen from that. Number one, what Stella just said, which is a bar of gold. It's not a nugget, it's a bar of gold, is that I'm actually training my audience that is inside my fractional community. Pace doesn't say yes to every deal. So when a deal does come around, I better jump on it right away. That's number one. Number two, I'm also coaching people on what types of deals they should be bringing to me, because I said, well, hey, if this was, I said no to 123 Main Street because they needed too much money down and because of blah, 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 blah. But if they fixed these 3 things, I would have funded the deal. Am I not also educating people on bringing me more opportunities and going, oh my gosh, Pace, I will bring you a deal just like that, right? So you don't have to have a deal that you're funding to talk about these deals and coach and provide value. Sorry, Stella.
Absolutely. And just to add on to that, what you can do in your community is create events. So this is something that I love to do is pretty much every time I want to host an underwriting session, I will actually just create an event. And you can, put your Zoom link and everything, and that will create its own, event RSVP link that you can share, on your social media with your network. And that becomes another lead gen funnel, essentially, to get more people to join your community. Because when they register for your underwriting session, they have to create a fractional account and join your community. So,
and by the way, how much does this cost to sign up? Nothing. How much does it cost for people to be inside your community? Nothing. Is there a yearly subscription fee? No. How does Fractional make money? They take 2 points on your deal. So let's say you go raise $100,000. They take $2,000. So let's say that I'm raising $100,000, and as a connector, I'm making, let's say I'm like, dude, I made 17 grand putting this deal together. They created this atmosphere for you to do this. And part of that 2 points includes the background check, the paperwork, all the things. It is crazy. Like, I will happily pay those 2 points. So they charge $2,000 out of your 17, you net 15, and everybody is all in one place, communicated all in one place. They can vote on the deals all in one place. My life is a nightmare right now because I have 2,000 investors that we are trying to constantly update that get inundated with emails all the time. And then they go, I'll see them in person. I go, hey dude, you missed out on the last deal. You're like, yeah, I get so many emails. I don't know. Dude, this is where people can come in and just go, I've got some capital. How can I jump into a deal with Pace or with Bill or with Dustin or with Maria or whoever? And it doesn't cost them any money to be in here, and it doesn't cost you any money to stay on the platform. It only costs money when you successfully raise capital. Give it up for Stella that set it up that way.
Thank you. Here to provide value. That's what we're here to do.
No, they make 2 points from the total raise. So let's say you guys raise $1 million. They charge 2 points. That's 20 grand, right? But if you're raising $1 million on a deal, you should be making way more than 20,000 bucks. Colleen says, what software is running the background? That is such a question that in my life, I would never even bother to ask. So what else do you include in the 2 points? What are you guys doing on the back end? When I get a deal funded, Stella, I want to knock this out of the way because people are going to continually ask, what does this cost? They're about to pitch me. Oh my gosh, Pace is going to start saying, use this link, blah, 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 blah. Guys, there's no pitch. There's no cost to this, okay? Do we use the same email we use for Kajabi? First and foremost, what are y'all doing with more than one email? I got one email. My mom emails me there. Your mom emails me there. Okay, doesn't matter. It's just one email. Well, okay. Sorry for your mom jokes. I was trying to keep it light, trying to keep it entertaining. Okay, Stacy. So it doesn't cost any money to come in here and start using this thing, which is amazing. You only pay when you successfully fund a transaction. Stella, what do you include in your 2 points?
Yeah, so let's talk about the transaction piece. So say, now you have your community going, you've been hosting underwriting sessions and boom, you found the deal, right? Now this is the one. So what happens is, you go to your community page and you create a project. So what I'm showing on the screen is actually one of my personal projects, which, I wanted to buy a 5-unit out in Washington, D.C., did not have $322,000 to buy that myself. And I was like, well, it's time to find partners through the platform. So, what we do is, you get to host a project explaining, yourself, all the research you've done. Pace, I would love to get your opinion on, what makes a good project and what to put here in a bit. But you can see here, on the side, right? The first thing that we help with is that deposit concept that Pace talked about earlier. Like, what sucks the most during fundraising is people giving you soft commitments saying, yeah, I'll invest 100 grand. And then day of closing, they just disappeared into thin air. They've ghosted you. Now you're short all this money. And
guys, this is a significant problem. Like what Stella's explaining is such a significant problem. It doesn't matter if it's a $10,000 investor or $1 million investor. You will get people that are so freaking excited about writing a check to you, right, Stella? That are like, okay, yeah, we'll get together. I'll wire the money tomorrow. And then you never hear from them ever again. I would say probably 40%. I don't know, Ted. Do you have an idea of, Frank, do you have an idea of how many people say they're going to wire money but then don't? Is it 10%?
It's more like 40.
Okay, Frank just said 40%. So think about this. Let's say that you guys have this right here. She's teeing this up. She's going to explain this. You guys see the 352 committed of the 322 of this project she's raising money for. Okay. One, you can see the graph is all that blue thing is all the way full because she's overfunded the project, which is pretty awesome. I actually have a question about that later. My question is, what do you do with the overfunding? Obviously, it's like first come, first serve, maybe type of thing, but that's a different question, different minute. So what happens is you will go spend this time, energy, and effort raising and pitching a deal, and you're doing it over the phone, and you're following up with people, and you're following up with people. There's no real natural FOMO that gets created. Sorry, guys, human beings need FOMO to take action. It's so sad, but it is true. When they're seeing this little blue bar fill up as you're raising capital for this deal, they want to hurry and get involved. And what she did, okay, Renee Wilkinson says, why does Fractional ask for my social security number? I will give them everything. Because if they're going to do a background check on me and make sure that my investors that are coming in there know that I've been vetted, dude, I'll give you all 5 of my social security numbers, okay? So yes, they need to verify who you are. Do you guys, are they checking credit? No, but they're doing a background check on you. Would you guys want to invest in me if I was a criminal? No, usually not, unless you're reformed, right? So what's happening is she's talking about the deposit structure that they created. Those $352,000 that she has committed on this project, those people had to put 10% down out of their commitment in order to hold their spot to even be put on that little blue line, which means $35,000 is sitting there at risk, meaning that if we fund the project, but you don't wire the rest of your money, you lose your 10% deposit if that's what you decide to do. Now, Stella did say something earlier. She was in an in-person class with us a couple weeks ago, and she said, if that person funds the 10% commitment, and then they don't fund the other 90%, you could either A, choose to give the money back to them, which I suggest not to, because then it sets a bad precedent. B, you can say, I'm keeping the 10%, you freaking knucklehead. Thank you for my free 10%. Or C, you can say, hey, you didn't fund in this deal. I will hold this money for you for the next project. I will roll it over to the next project. But think about how big of a freaking difference this makes. When somebody says they're going to do something, they better freaking do it or else they lose their spot. And 10% holds their spot, which makes it so that the likelihood of them falling out is probably 3%, not 40%.
Yes, absolutely. They have skin in the game, so they're a lot more locked in, and they're incentivized to be here. So we want committed investors working with you. So that's what that deposit is for. And you know, the identity verification is also really important. That is something that is required before you can deposit and participate in a project. So one, anyone who is proposing a project, they have to pass our identity verification checks. That is just for the safety of everyone, right? Like, you don't want a scammer proposing projects. That is no bueno, right? So you have to pass our identity verification checks to post a project. And then everyone who invests, they also need to pass the identity verification check, right? You don't want to partner with people who aren't who they say they are on some sort of financial crimes list, right? So that's what we do, you know, keeps everyone safe. We make sure everybody is who they say they are in order to invest together on the platform.
Stella, a couple of questions. Number one, is Fractional vetting people or LLCs?
We are vetting people. So you have to verify your personal identity in order to participate. But if you do want to invest through your LLC, you can do that as well. You just have to let us know afterwards that, you know, I actually want to own ownership through my LLC. You can invest through an SDRA as well. All of that is possible, but you at its core, you as a person, we have to make sure you are who you say you are.
Okay, so, and I actually appreciate that. I don't do business with LLCs. I actually do business with people who have LLCs. So I want to know you are who you say you are. We actually had a gentleman before we started doing background checks and certain things when we were letting people into Subto. We had a gentleman join Subto a couple of years ago. We had to kick him out that used an incorrect name, duped everybody, raised money. We had to kick him out, and it was not a fun story. I don't want to do business with people that aren't willing. And if people are like, oh, I don't have a social security number. Okay, well then there's 1,000 other ways to raise money. This is not, it's not like 2024 came and this is the first way to raise money. This is just an added cherry on top. So get over that really, really quickly. Joseph says, will they run credit?
No, we do
Tell
not.
me you have bad credit without telling me you have bad credit. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what my credit score is, so I don't know. Stella, will you guys run credit on this?
We will not run credit. But if there is a mortgage involved, maybe someone else will run credit on you. That is not something we're doing. We are just verifying your identity.
Okay, what about international investors? Is that possible? And if it's not possible, is there going to be a point where you allow international investments?
It is possible if you have an ITIN and we can verify you through your ITIN.
Oh, easy. Okay, cool. ITIN is basically a foreigner's social security number. That's the easiest way to describe that. What's the smallest amount somebody can invest into a deal?
So the minimum across the platform generally is $5,000. That's just what we think is the minimum someone can do to feel like they still have skin in the game and ownership. But the minimum for your project, you can decide that. So for example, I'm okay with a lot of cooks in the kitchen because I'm, just happy to vote with everyone. Maybe some other folks are like, I only want to work with 4 investors in my project. Well, 4 investors for $322K, the minimum is not going to be $5,000, right? So that's something that you can customize for your projects.
Okay, cool. So needless to say, let's say obviously I have a fractional portal and I go put a project in there. I can customize that and say, I'm looking for 100 investors at $40,000 on average per person for a $4 million raise. Or, hey guys, I need $12,000 and I'm okay having 12 people at $1,000. Is that something I could customize down to?
Not at $1,000 quite yet. If you talk to us and, we can think about making an exception. Right now, 5,000 is the bare minimum that someone can set. And then you can go up from there.
Okay, cool. Is the limit still 100 people, right? Yes, that is correct.
Yes, that is still
what did she mean by someone else may run a credit check? Maybe the person that's running the project might be running a credit check on the person who's sponsoring the deal. Maybe that's what you're talking about, Stella?
I was just referring to like in the transaction itself, like maybe if you were getting a mortgage or something, right? Like your lender might run a credit check, like that can obviously happen, but that is not on us.
Okay, cool. So again, if I'm raising money in my fractional portal, guys, to buy a deal, maybe the deal I'm buying required me to get a credit check, obviously to acquire it. But the people that are lending money into the deal do not have a credit check necessarily. I'm sure that there's maybe some situations where that might be the case, but I can't think of something off the top of my head. Mika says, will this include multifamily, commercial deals, et cetera, private equity? Yes, it will include all of the things.
Whatever your heart desires that other people also desire to do with you.
Yeah. Now, if you're going to be like, hey guys, I'm raising $50,000 for this bowl of oatmeal, probably not going to work out. You know what I'm saying? So yes, any type of asset class that people are willing to invest in.
Yeah, exactly.
Pablo really needs to, some people really need to know this kind of stuff. These are the questions I would never ask. So I appreciate you guys asking these questions. Pablo, does Stella hash and encrypt the data she gathers from, guys, everybody's watching you. Everybody knows what you're texting to your spouse. We know what you did last summer. Okay. Everybody knows everything about everybody, but people are really worried about encryption. Do you guys have hash browns basically is what they're asking?
Yes, everything is encrypted. It is stored very securely. Our identity verification partner, they do identity verification for the largest payment processing companies like Stripe, for example. So everything is in safe hands. We're taking care of your information, and yeah, everybody is safe here.
Okay, so Daniel Ellsworth is asking a really great question as well, right? He's saying, do we have to list the exact address of the project, or can we list a project we are interested in without having a contract yet? Interesting.
Great question. So I'll show you guys another example project. So no, you do not have to have an exact address. Even if you are, fundraising for an exact address, you don't have to share the full address either. You can make the address private, so it'll only share like the city and the zip code. Obviously, once your partnership is finalized, you should probably tell them what the address is, right? Like that's what the partnership is about. But at least in the beginning, you don't have to. And what I'm showing here, I think is really cool because you know, a lot of times you don't need to fundraise only when you have a specific deal. If you are someone who has a very specific buy box, right? Like I am only buying properties in Atlanta that has a, I don't know, 8% cap rate, that has this cash flow or whatever, right? Like if you have a very specific buy box and that's the only thing you're hunting for, what you can do is, you know, create a project that highlights, you know, that buy box, maybe show some comms, show your past traction, whatever it is, right? And people, you know, will pool capital together for a buy box or a lending box, right? Because, you know, people get that timing is a big thing, right? Because a lot of, you know, cases we've seen is sometimes when you find that perfect property, it's like, oh my gosh, we need to close in 2 days or, you know, 7 days, whatever it is, right? And it's a mad scramble to then try to have, you know, 10 investors pool their capital together and we still need to form the LLC and all that, right? Like that is really difficult to herd the cats so quickly when, you know, you're under a time crunch. So what you can do instead is, hey, you know, talk to people about your very specific buy box or lending criteria, and then get people to, you know, put their deposit in upfront beforehand, right? So now all of a sudden for this case, you know, there's 200K in deployable capital that's all deposited already. It's ready to deploy. And then the moment, you know, you find the deal that fits this lending box or buy box, you share it with, you know, these 11 investors who have, you know, put in their money, and then they get a vote, right? That's the thing that, you know, Pace talked about that we're all really excited about is they get a vote like, yes, this does fit the buy box. Like, let's go. We're ready to deploy. Let's do the deal. Right now, you've solved the timing issue. You have all your investors ready. They're active and participating. They're voting and, you know, giving the final green light on doing the deal together.
Can my connectors see how this will benefit the connectors, not make their life harder? It will make your life easier. Do I have to share every detail about the deal I'm raising money for right out of the gate and give away who my borrower is? Do I have to do all that? No, I don't. I can get people committed to the deal before I get all of that kind of stuff. This solves all of those connector problems that, anyway, you get what I'm saying. Yes, this will be nice for connectors. It will be nice for the people that are lending the money too. Let's scroll up a little bit. When does the 2% get charged? Never mind, Nathan, I got it. Jason says, when does the 2% get charged in the fundraising process? Sorry if covered. At the end, when the deal actually gets funded, are you guys the clearinghouse for the capital?
So we actually, the deposits, how they work is all the investors open a wallet on Fractional. So that is kind of like a Venmo balance or like a PayPal wallet, right? So every investor, they create their own wallet on Fractional, and that's how the initial deposits are held. And then, you know, once you have the final group of investors that are actually moving forward, they're officially partnering together on the deal, we will actually set up the LLC, the operating agreement, and we will open an LLC bank account that's hosted on that platform as well, which we'll kind of go into a little bit more into detail in just a bit. So now, you know, we're going to move the funds from each individual investor's wallet into the LLC bank account, right? Because that's going to be the entity that either, you know, is going to own title to the property or, you know, is the lending entity. So then we're going to then move the funds from the LLC bank account to, you know, whoever, maybe escrow or the borrower, whoever it is.
Love it. Okay. Can money be raised and then those same investors change their mind and vote against the deal and kill the raise? I think you're basically mixing two things together. First and foremost, if they need to change their mind, that would be up to you. You can say, hey, if you commit to the deal and you decide to change your mind, then you lose your 10%. I imagine you can customize that. Is that correct, Stella?
Yes, exactly. So if you propose a very specific address, they should not be changing their mind unless something really significantly changed, right? Like that's what the deposit is for. The voting comes into play where you are, you know, you've pooled capital for a buy box or a lending box, right? Where there wasn't a specific address that people said yes to. So they just need a vote to confirm, like, yes, you know, we said we were going to find this property in Atlanta, Georgia. This thing we're talking about now, it is Atlanta, Georgia, and not Dallas, Texas, right? Like it wouldn't like make sense if people pool their capital for Atlanta, Georgia, and then you're telling them to deploy their capital for Dallas, Texas, right? So that's what the voting is about. Is like, as long as whatever your bring is, it does fit the buy box that, people pool their capital for. They really have no reason to vote no.
Agreed. Amy says, this doesn't take the place of good capital raising. It just reduces so much mayhem. So for me, this is actually like a lending CRM, like this is so simple for me. By the way, where would I find the projects? I'll tell you guys where to find the projects. You guys want me to teach you guys something? Stella, will you unshare your screen just for us? Okay. By the way, is Stella cool or what? I wish I was as smart as she is. You know what I'm saying? Like, God gave all his intelligence to somebody else. Sure. I might make you laugh a little bit. That's all I can basically do. Okay. So if I wanted to go out and I wanted to find some deals today, I don't have any money. I don't have any deals. What's a really good place for me to go right now? Can we teach you guys a little bit? Okay. So we all know what a hard money lender is, right? Okay. What do hard money lenders do? Hard money lenders lend on hard assets. I'm just going to write that. So they write on hard assets, typically houses, in first lien position. Meaning this, let's say that I have a fix and flipper. His name is Flip. And Flip says, hey, I want to go buy this house that I just found on the Subto Facebook group. It's a great deal. I want to buy this. I want to flip it. The purchase price is $250,000. And the ARV is $500,000. Okay. Well, how is Flip going to buy this $250,000 purchase if the hard money lender, typically, they're only going to be lending like 70 to maybe 85% of the purchase price? How can Flip, if he's using this hard money lender, right? The company we use is myinvestorloan.com. Yes, that is actually who I use. They will give me a loan for usually 85% of the purchase. So what's 85% of the 250? Come on, help me out. Bill, you're just guessing. Are you just that good? Okay, so $212,500 is what the hard money lender will give to me. So what does that mean? That means I have a delta. I have a missing dollar amount in order to get the deal done, right? What's the missing dollar amount? It's $37,500 is what I'm missing. In order for me to close on this deal, I've got to get $37,500 just to purchase the deal. Okay, then I've got reno, and I've got closing costs, correct? So where does this red money come from? Comes from a private money lender. Okay, so could I not put a project like this into my fractional account and go, hey guys, I have a client named Flip. Flip has already secured his money to purchase this property at myinvestorloan.com. He's approved. They're getting ready to wire the $212,000. I'm raising $37,500 for the purchase, the gap funding, plus the renovation, blah, 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 blah. How many of these deals do you think are out there right now? Hundreds of thousands. Okay. Most of the deals that I'm funding, okay, right now, that are similar to this, literally it's like $20,000 to $80,000 chunks of money that people need for their second lien position. Okay. And here's what's actually happening. I turn a lot of these deals down. Why?
Too small for your time.
The freaking amount of clerical work on these smaller deals, even though I can make $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000, $5,000. Also, when I'm sending it out to my 2,000 investors that I have, it's like now I have to field conversation. Think about this. I send an email out to 2,000 people going, hey guys, I need to raise $37,500 plus blah, blah, blah. I'll pay you 12% plus a point on this deal. I'm going to bring this money to Flip and I'm going to make a connector fee. I'm going to make $5,000, let's say. Okay. I send that out to 2,000 people. How many people email me back? 75? 30? Okay. How do I decide who's going to fund that deal? Do I have the time to get on a phone call with every single person? And then do I also want to deal with the bull crap of somebody saying they're going to wire $37,500, but they don't, right when I told Flip that I was going to fund the project? That's what Fractional does for me, is it takes all these deals, hundreds of thousands of these deals. If I go on Privy right now, okay, this is where I would go. I wish I had my laptop with me, but I start with privy.com. Privy, what I like about Privy, it will show you all the active fix and flips that are going on right now. So it will show you all of the active flips. All these guys, this is actually, I'm sorry, I named them Flip. I should have called them something else. It will show me how many flips are actively going on in the country, how many flips are going on in the country right now, according to Privy. You can pull them up, real addresses. You can find out who their hard money lender is, how many are currently active right now in the United States. Paul, are you smoking weed, bro? Oh my gosh, yeah, right now on Privy, I think it's something like 300,000 flips are active right now on the market. Yeah, but nobody will do it. That's the beautiful thing. I can tell you the pathway. I can lead the horse to the water. In fact, I can shove the effing water in the horse's mouth, but the horse still won't drink. There's two ways to make money on these transactions, by the way. Okay, and I'll tell you how I found this out. But you see, this is a very typical deal. This is run of the mill. This guy Flip, if Flip is making so much money on fixing and flipping this house, why does Flip need this money right here?
OPM.
Like, why does he need it? Not what it is. Why does he need it?
Doesn't have any money.
Well, there you go. Liquidity. What if he has 7 flips going on right now? He might be able to fund 2 of these on his own, but can he fund his other 5? So how did I learn this? Well, I learned this stupidly, always by somebody else. Somebody always teaches me stuff. I wish I was smart enough to figure things out on my own, but I don't know. Maybe I figure out some things on my own. My mom would say I'm pretty smart, but okay. So how did I figure this out? I have a friend. You guys can call him too. You probably will. There's a company. There's a lot of hard money lenders. The company that I found out about this from is a company called Cap Fund One. They're just a freaking hard money lender. They're in 27 states. And I get a call one day from my buddy. His name, it doesn't matter what his name is. I got this going on YouTube. So let's just call him Buddy. That's a good buddy name. So my buddy calls me up and he goes, hey, I know you're doing lending for people. We get a lot of clients that come to us. A lot of these flips, right? These flip guys, they call us up and they go, hey, I want to do 5 projects, but you guys are only funding 85% of my purchase. Will you guys give me 100% purchase because I'm doing so much business with you? His answer is always no. That's not what we do. Go find a private money lender. One of his clients asks him, hey, buddy, do you have some private money lenders that would give me some bridge capital? And he's like, we don't really do that. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on a second. I do have a good buddy. His name is Pace. I'll introduce you. And this is back in 2016. And I go and fund a guy's deal. I made 18%. This is what's funny. I made 18% plus 3 points. And I charged a $900 doc fee and a TC fee. 3 points, 18% interest, TC fee, $900 doc fee. How fast do you think Flip said yes to that?
Every day.
Immediately. And I was like, I'm undercharging. I'm under freaking charging. So where do these deals come from? There's 300,000 active deals out there right now of people that are flipping. They're getting their hard money from people like Cap Fund One or My Investor Loan, right? Which is Gator 2.0. You guys can always go and white label a hard money lender, and you guys could do some of these hard money loans yourself with somebody else's money. But then they're short this gap. Okay? So think about this. Do I have to have an active project that I'm funding for, or could I go in my fractional portal and say, these are the types of deals I'm raising money for. When you guys, please let me know. I have to move fast on these. I usually have like 5 or 6 days to fund these deals. Please commit, do a soft commitment to this portal on this particular type of deal. And then when I finally get a deal, they can vote whether they stay in that deal or not. You know how many deals I've turned down just like this? Because I'm like, I don't have the time to get on the freaking phone and verify and make sure this, that, and the other. But if they can go in the portal and they can vote on the gosh dang freaking thing, and I don't have to have individual phone calls and I can still make a chunk of money, gosh dang, are you kidding me? This is going to like quadruple my business. Stella's going to make me a billionaire. Okay, so there's endless amounts of deals. Now, of course, there's other deals. There's double closings, right? There's a ton of double closings. This is becoming more and more prevalent too. Double closing. So what did Stella say? She says, you don't have to have the deal necessarily ready to go. You can just go, hey, these are the types of double close deals that I do. And if you guys are down for the next project, please commit to it. You get people to commit to, like, let's say $200,000 type of thing between everybody. Then when I get a double close, always a double close is like, hey, just so you know, Pace, I need the money tomorrow. I need the money in 3 days. Like, double close is always an emergency. So you can kind of preemptively communicate with and get people committed to the $200,000 double close before you even have the project lined up. This has been a long day for you freaking sleepyheads, huh? Who's ready to take a nap? Okay. So does Fractional send out for capital calls when it comes to getting the full funding from each investor? Shane Thompson wants to ask.
That's a great question. So let's get to the second half of Fractional right now, which is, okay, now you have a partnership, you guys are moving forward, you've bought the deal or you've lended the money. What comes next, right? So what I'm showing you all here is actually an LLC partnership that I'm personally a part of. So we've already formed a group. We've, invested in this deal, right? So similar to how, there's a community page, there is also a private community page that's automatically created for the LLC partners. And this is the private space where you get to share updates with your investors, right? Like, make sure they know what's going on. Great communication is really, really important. And this is also the place where, Fractional, we actually come in and we do your monthly bookkeeping for the LLC. We do your annual tax filings. We send out the K-1 distributions. We automatically distribute the profit distributions for
and that's part of the 2%?
No, that is part of the annual service fee, which is $2,500 a year. And that is way cheaper than hiring.
That's pennies on the dollar. 100%. It's pennies on the dollar. But what if, let's say, Stella, what if I'm only doing like a quick transaction where I don't need yearly bookkeeping?
So it kind of depends on how long the LLC is going to stay active, I would say. Like, most of the times, at least even for PML deals, we've seen that the LLC is going to be active for around 6 months, especially since you have to like distribute all the funds afterwards as well. So depending on like how long the LLC is active, usually we see at least a year. But if it's really going to be anything shorter, definitely reach out to us and we can kind of see what we can do here.
Amazing. So would you do pro rated type of stuff, or can that LLC fund multiple transactions this year and you only charge $2,500 for that total LLC funding multiple transactions?
Yeah, that is totally doable if it's the same group of investors.
There you go.
Right? Especially when you have that lending box or buy box strategy, right? Like, if they invested and partnered together for that buy box, like, I'm sure there's going to be more projects that fit, right? So definitely, you can keep the same group of investors and do multiple deals in a year.
Hey, Nathan, will you put the link in the side chat? Kat Aguilar is saying, where do I sign up? Isn't it interesting how many times I have to do the link thing? You guys, when you guys go home and pray at night and like thank God for all your blessings, say, thank God I'm not Pace Morby, and I have to say the same thing 85 times a day. Okay, so the link is in the side chat. Keep going, Stella. I'm sorry. I think everybody's very excited about this, so I will keep interrupting you as we keep going.
All good. I'm glad we're excited. So what I'm showing everyone here, this is actually the banking ledger of the LLC that I'm a part of. And this creates so much transparency. It's such a great, just area to show like what's going on. And, instead of, me as a project leader, if I have, 20 people in my investing group, just think about the nightmare if I had to do my own bookkeeping. And then every month I got to now send 20 ACH transactions to all my investing partners and calculate like how much each person is supposed to get, right? Like, that is a lot of just back office manual work that is super annoying that, you should not be focused on if you're the project operator, right? So that's what we're taking care of. So you can
You
see
don't make
here.
money doing that. You make money finding the next project.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to take care of that for you. We manage the cap table, which is basically the ownership structure of the group. So we know exactly, how much is left to disperse. We send out all the profits. I know someone asked about capital calls as well. That is also, taken care of on the platform. So if in the chance that, there is a capital call that's required, when the operating agreement was made with the partners coming together, that is a huge section of the legal operating agreement around how do capital contributions work? Even things like, what if someone defaults on their capital contribution? What happens then? Do they get diluted in ownership, right? All of that is in the legal verbiage that everybody signs when they get into it. And when that capital call does come, similar to how, we're handling profit distributions automatically, we would be able to do that on the platform as well. You basically just, put it in here how much you need to collect collectively from all the investors for the capital call. And then that will send a request to each individual investor based off of their ownership. So say, you need 10K extra, then someone with 25% will get a capital call with a payment link from Fractional saying, hey, you need to pay this payment link to fund $2,500 for the LLC partnership that you're in.
Wendy Banos, she says, is there a way we can connect with Stella? I would always wonder what that means. Like, is there a way I could, like, if I was, let's say I was in a Zoom with like Grant Cardone and I put in the side chat, like, is there a way I can connect with Grant Cardone? Do you have an assistant, Stella?
I do not have an assistant. We have a great team though. I am always on Fractional. So honestly, join the community, DM me on Fractional, and I will be there to, work together with you all.
Chris Sheff says, can Fractional API into other platforms for doc prep?
Can you expand a little bit more on that, Chris?
Yeah, he's a lunatic when it comes to he has like 7 layers of protection. Like he quite literally does. We call it the 7-layer burrito. He's got so many layers of protection and documents for his individual investors. He's a lunatic in like the best possible way for protecting his investors. He's been in the Gator community since almost the very, very beginning. And so he's learned how to do things the right way. And so in his mind, he's probably asking, dude, I got my own set of documents. I've got my own process. I got my own thing. Is there a way we can API, or is there a way you can use my documents for my individual deals if I give them to you? Is there something we can work out there?
Yes, definitely. So after the deposit stage, we have the sign and close stage, which is where everybody has to sign off on all the documents. So we have our operating agreement that our legal team can create. If you have your own preferred template or document that you want to use, you can upload that as well. A lot of times what we've seen is, on top of an operating agreement, especially if it's a lending project, maybe there is a promissory note, right, that the LLC lenders need to sign, or maybe there's a profit sharing agreement, right? So everybody kind of has their different way of doing things depending on the deal. You just upload that during the sign and close stage where people have to sign the docs and send the remaining 90% of the funds to close out the deal.
Easy. Now, what else are you not telling us, Stella? It seems like there's some boogeymen that we don't know about. Where are the hidden fees? I want to know about the hidden fees.
No hidden fees. It's just the 2% plus the annual $2,500. I think the last piece is really this leadership board that I wanted to share, just because, we love community. That's what we want.
I'm going to beat everybody's ass. This is going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan is already 14 points, and we've only just started this thing and share the link. So it's another great way to just keep having more engagement for your own community, right? Like you obviously want your members to stay engaged and work with you and come to your events and interact with your posts and everybody else's comments and things like that. So we have a way where they can earn points for being a really engaged member in your community, and you can offer them different sorts of incentives. Like things we've seen is if you have the bandwidth, right, maybe you can offer your first place winner like a one-on-one underwriting session with you or something like that, right? Or, you know, maybe do like an event or a prize or whatever, right? So lots of different ways where, you know, you can keep your investors who are interested in doing more deals with you, get them active, make sure they, you know, are always here checking out your community, looking at your recent events, deals, and, you know, just really foster something beautiful together.
I love it. Now, for me, guys, here's what I would be doing. My TCs are not just TCs, right? Top tier transaction coordination training is not just about learning how to be a TC. It's also learning how to be an operator. And so think about this. Somebody on my team that's a top tier TC should have learned from Molly how to operate and handle some of my deals. So if I get a deal under contract, I could have my operator, my top tier TC trained operator, come into Fractional and submit and put this in my portal for people to look at. I don't even have to be the one that's necessarily doing that. So it's very easy. You could probably have your login shared with a top tier TC that can come in and help you out with all those kind of things. And here's what's cool about Stella. I text her ideas and she says, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Now, obviously I don't want to stretch her too much, but I want to make sure that you guys understand Stella's here to make sure that we customize things and we improve things. There will be bumps and bruises and all sorts of things along the way, but think about where we'll be in a year from now, like what badges, like you could look at Jonathan Curry, you could earn specific points, or maybe I'm complicating it. This is the problem with visionaries. I'm making it too crazy. But if you could go in there and say, oh, Jonathan Curry has all 5 of his badges, it's like, oh, that's somebody I want to do more deals with, right? That's somebody that takes this very seriously. I would imagine that in a year from now, this will be 1,000 times more improved than it already is, and this is already super, super exciting. Now, yes. You also you never have to say, well, I went to a meetup and I don't know what I got out of it. Every time you go to a meetup, your goal should be, how do I get 10 people into my Fractional portal? Hey, go here, take a look at the deals I'm saying no to. I underwrite 2 deals every week. Well, Pace, I can't underwrite. Gosh damn it, use your imagination. Why do I have to tell you exactly what to do? You could just go in there and do a Q&A, right? You could do a Q&A once a week, like, hey, here's the deals I looked at. You could post funny memes in your portal. It doesn't matter. You can come up with what you want to come up with in your own individual portal for your deals. So, Chris Bingham, when is the $2,500 due?
Great question. So for the first year, that is due at closing. Just because, you know, while you're fundraising, you should really fundraise for, you know, fundraise for your reserves, fundraise for your immediate costs, right? So that is something that, you know, we just kind of charge all together at closing, that 2% plus your first year, $2,500. It also just keeps everybody good for a whole year because they, you know to fundraise for that beforehand. And then it's pretty much just an annual cost afterwards, a year from then and then on. And hopefully, you know, if your business is doing good, you know, you're having your LLC cash flow just pay for that, right? That's the idea here. These costs are not an individual cost for each of your investors. They are a cost that is billed towards your LLC. So hopefully you are running a successful venture here, and you know your profits can, you know, just pay for these costs.
Yeah, Chris Sheff, by the way, I would go buy the domain name right now, cookingupdeals.com.
Oh, so good, so good.
I already told him that on a hike I was on with him, and I don't think he's bought it. I think he's too busy elk hunting or something. So real quick, I want to show you guys something, what she just said. She said something about over raising. She didn't say necessarily over raise. You're not over raising. Let's throw that out the window. She didn't say over raising. I'm sorry. She said raise for all your costs up front. Okay. You are not over raising for anything. You are raising the total cost that your project needs, knuckleheads. If you are over raising, that means you are raising more money than you actually need, but you need to understand what you actually need. So let's go through a similar story that I told earlier this morning about a deal that I did a year ago. So this is how archaic people used to raise money before Fractional and Stella. By the way, I just wish by the time I die, I have 1% of your intelligence, Stella. Gosh dang. Freaking awesome.
Your intelligence. It's a cycle of intelligence.
Yes. Okay. So here we go. We got a deal 5 years ago. This is the deal I showed you guys the paperwork on today. Just sold it. So this is a 5-year horizon. In 2019, I get a house. I buy the house, $372, $788,000. There's a seller trying to sell this house. Seller is being represented by an agent, and the agent has had this property listed for 5.5 months with no success. So what happens is the agent reaches out to my friend Doug Hopkins. I told this story already. It's okay, guys. I promise you. Some of you guys will listen to freaking the Encanto soundtrack 17 times, but you can't listen to my story twice. Doug Hopkins spends $400,000 a month in marketing. And he goes and is on every billboard, every TV advertisement. I will pay cash for your house. No, no mess. I'm not messing around. Give me a call. This agent says, crap, I've been listing this for 5.5 months to no avail. She calls Doug Hopkins. Doug Hopkins comes to the house and says, $372, $788. The house's ARV is $410,000. This is not a cash deal. Doug really only wants to do cash deals. The agent says, okay, Doug, if you can't give me an offer on this, what would you suggest I do? Doug says, go call Pace. So Pace gets involved in the deal. I talk to the agent. I talk to the seller. I go, ooh, I love this deal. Let me buy this subject too. By the way, this is why Paul came up to me in the break, by the way, and he was like, listening to Ryan Cox say that out of their 300 wealthy clients, Pace Morby is the only one that doesn't pay taxes just tells us that we're learning from the right person. Okay, if this doesn't convince you of that either, like this is what's really, really cool is that Doug Hopkins spending $400,000 a year a month in marketing turned this deal down. I come along and I go, hey, agent, seller, what would it take to get this deal done? The seller says, dude, give me $2,500 and I'll let you take over the house. Agent says, give me $2,500 and I'll let you take over the house. Then I had $5,000 for Doug. Doug got a $5,000 fee. I had closing costs of $5,000. Oops, I'm running out of space. And then I paid myself $10,000 up front. And then I had a $5,000 reserve. So how much money did I raise? 10, 20, 30. I raised $30,000. Who did I raise this $30,000 from? Is a lady named Sonia. Okay, where did I meet Sonia? I met her at a Steve Trang meetup. Because I'm not an idiot. I don't go to meetups and go, hi, what's your favorite color? What are you working on? How many kids do you have? What's your favorite pizza topping? I go to people, I go, if I have a project, would you fund it? And she says, yeah, keep me in mind. I put her in my phone. Like a freaking knucklehead. I put her in my phone. This is old school archaic methodology. So I get this deal under contract and oh my gosh. I would put people in my phone. Stella, you literally changed so many things in my life just from this. I'd have a contact and I would say, Sonia, money person. So anytime I needed money, I would go into my phone and type in the contacts, money. And then all the people, this is literally my CRM that I ran for the longest time. And so I texted 15 people and a bunch of people got back to me. Sonia's like, yeah, I got the 30 grand. What's my return? What's the thing? Blah, 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 blah. I then had to get on the phone call with her, explain everything to her for 45 freaking minutes. Imagine if all I did was I met Sonia and all the other people at Steve Trang's meetup and I said, hey, go into my portal. You'll see all the deals I'm actively working. Then I go post the deal in my portal and instead of explaining the deal on a one-on-one freaking phone call, all the information's in the portal and people can go in there and fund $5,000 or $10,000 or $20,000 or the full entire $30,000 all in one fell swoop. Not only did I get paid up front to buy this Subto deal, I got this person paid, agent paid, seller paid, closing costs, and a reserve for future payments. So if you have a $2,500 fee coming due from Fractional, isn't that something that you would want to maybe raise for? Are we over raising, my friends, or are we just raising? Okay, please fix that in all of our terminologies. Okay, this took me 10 hours to do this in terms of talking to the lender, coordinating this, that, and the other. It would have saved me so much time and energy. Now, here's what's interesting. I literally get a text message from Shelly. I don't know if I can show this to you guys. I paid off Sonia within 14 months of owning this house in 2019. I took the cash flow from the Airbnb and I paid down her principal. I just sold the house 4 years after I paid Sonia off. And we went to title and escrow. And title was like, hey, when are you going to pay off Sonia? We got to call her and reach out to her. I'm like, what are you talking about? I paid Sonia off 4 years ago. Like, we don't have any record of that. So I had to go call Sonia and say, hey, Sonia, can we get this? This is 4 years after I paid her off. What if she had passed away or something? She moved to Canada and got lost. And I couldn't get a hold of the lady. Fractional obliterates all of the crap that I had to deal with on this stupid little deal, and it allows me to raise my money for myself, right? Did I tell Sonia I was paying myself $10,000 up front? Of course I did. I'm the one that found the deal. I structured the deal. I negotiated the deal. I deserve to get paid. Even though it is my deal, I deserve to get paid. And so I raised even with that in mind. Hey, I'm making $10,000. So when I'm a connector, you can also raise your connector fee involved in the deal. You raise also your $2,500 fee in the deal, and you make sure that, let's say I'm raising $100,000, okay, for a project. I'm going to make sure I'm going to add in my $2,500 for Fractional's yearly bookkeeping and making sure the numbers are right. Don't you think my lenders want me to make sure that there's clarity on the numbers and what's going on and the paperwork is right? It's worth the $2,500. Raise the $2,500. Then I'm going to raise $2,000 on top of that for the 2% fee that they take when the deal gets funded. Then I'm also going to raise, let's say $5,000 or I don't care, $30,000, whatever it is, that is my fee on top of that. I'm going to make sure that all of the money is raised that I need for the entire first 12 months of this project, maybe even a buffer reserve for the payments. This deal I took over from the seller, the monthly payment was $1,900. I raised $5,000 as a reserve to make sure I had 2 months of payments and utilities paid for ahead of time, so I didn't have to run into, oh my gosh, what if I don't get a tenant in on time and I'm hemorrhaging money? Are we over raising or are we just raising? Okay, let's get rid of the terminology. Everybody in the comments, give me a yes right now that you understand we are eliminating over raising from our vocabulary. I'm just raising money for the project, okay? It's the same thing when Subto Fund raises money. We raise money not just for the purchase, but also the renovation. Okay? We raise money for the whole entire kit and caboodle. Okay? What questions does everybody have? Yes, Julian. Yes, you can have an accent and use this, I promise you.
So what if?
Show Julian so people know this, who has the accent.
What if, hypothetically speaking, that you have a deal where you start raising the money, but then end up short in the end, and the deal is supposed to be closing at that particular day?
I'm going to guess on this, Stella. So the question he's asking is, he's saying, what if I'm raising money? Let's say I'm raising $100,000 for a project, and I only get to $81,000 raised, and then I can't raise the capital for the deal. What do I do? I'm going to guess, knowing how fair and awesome Stella has set up this platform, and honestly, I think she's overly fair. I think y'all sons of guns should be paying a monthly fee for this, but she's not, which means she's overly fair. I would say that she allows you to refund your investors their money back, and there's no fee for that because there's no transaction that transpired. Is that correct, Stella?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the answer you're hoping for? Do you like that answer, Julian?
No, I just came up with a question because it's possible to happen.
Yes, and I would, here's the other thing about that is that I know, Peter says, does interest arbitrage on capital raising or more connector? Peter, can you retype that question more coherently? I don't mean that rudely, but can you just do it as a full question? I think we're missing just a little bit of information on there. Okay. Is the $2,500 fee per project where funds are raised or per account? It's per LLC.
Yes.
Okay. So let's say that I raise $1 million and I fund 20 of the same deal over and over and over out of that LLC, right? They're only doing accounting and bookkeeping and all that kind of stuff for one LLC, right? So here's Stella, am I doing a good job explaining this?
Yes.
I'm applying for a job at Fractional, just so you know. I want a job. Okay. Yes, it's per year. Okay. So let's say that Pace goes and raises money from 30 people. I'm not going to type out 30 people, but you get it, right? There's 30 people here. And these 30 people gave me $600,000 on one transaction. Here's what's going to happen. When they give me, they're not giving me the money, but when they fund a project, this project could be, hey guys, over the next 12 months, I'm going to do as many loans as humanly possible for loans that are similar in type. And it's the same 30 investors, and I'm going to roll your $600,000 multiple times. What's going to happen is Fractional is going to charge me 2 points on the 600, which would be 12,000. Is that 12,000? Yeah. Okay. They're going to charge a $12,000 fee up front, and then they're going to charge a $2,500 fee per year that you have this particular project going on. However, if you go and raise it this way, where you go, all right, guys, I'm raising 30K for this project, and then I'm going to raise 30K for this project and 30K for this project. Well, guess what? You now have $2,500, $2,500, and $2,500 because these are different projects, different. Oops, man, I really messed that up today, didn't I? 30K for this project. You would then, because this is a different project, different set of investors, different LLC. The key element here is different LLC. And by the way, she's not going to go amend LLCs, you cheap bastards. Okay? Dude, people literally will trip over pennies, you know what I'm saying? Like the stupidest way, and do things so half-assed. Because what they're going to do is they're going to go, well, I already got these 600,000 in this 30 people in this one LLC. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick this person out, replace a new person, amend the LLC because I'm just trying to avoid this $2,500. Bless your soul, Stella, for having to deal with people that are so freaking stupid when it comes to speed and efficiency. They're going to go do the stupidest things and try and jump. Guys, every LLC is $2,500 a year. Okay. So if you're doing the same transaction over and over and over, and you have some gangster investors that want to stay in the deal with you for a long period of time, that's one LLC. But if you start amending and paying people out and you need to create a new LLC, well, now you got a new deal structure, don't you? Yep. Some people don't like the way I'm talking to them because they need a daddy to tell them, don't be a cheap bastard. But sometimes you need to hear that. People are going to go do the dumbest things, and they don't think it's dumb. They're going to go, what are you talking about, Pace? I want to save the $2,500. I'm like, you're going to go out of your way to go through all these hoops to just switch out one member of an LLC just so you can save $2,500. Don't be dumb. So now I can already tell you, people will manipulate every possible thing in the world to be like, how do I save the $2,500? How many people is that person? In the side chat, say guilty. Type in the word guilty. We need to see it. Okay. Type in the word guilty. This is the first thing you think of is how do I be a cheap bastard? Here's what's crazy to me too. Well, they're not going to admit it because they know I'm going to call their ass out. So what's interesting to me is how fair and amazing the platform is in terms of nobody's paying monthly. Nobody's like, if you don't fund a deal, you don't pay, right? All these things. And still after this really, really efficient way of funding and effective and cost effective, people will still go, how do I do a new project but keep the same LLC? It's going to happen. Do you guys have any way around that? Do you like fly to their house and karate chop them in the neck?
So if it's a different project and a different set of investors, you seriously should just have a separate LLC. Like, it is not good to commingle all these things together. Like, that is just not the right thing to do. But in the case where, maybe one of your investors does need to sell their portion because of maybe emergency situation or whatever it is, and someone else in the community wants to buy their share, that is something we can facilitate, but that is more of just an emergency case.
We're redacting that 100%. The problem, Stella, I know you're in the community, so you get this, but like, we have the most creative minds in all of real estate. And what you're doing is you're opening up this window this much, and they're going to figure out how to slide in there And like, and people are going to be always on the phone with you, telling you some sob story so they can save $2,500. Guys, here's the better way to think about it. Okay, here's the better way to think about it. If I am a lender on a project, do I want to lend money to somebody who refuses to set up a new LLC when I jump into the project? No or heck no? Okay, so here's how you cheap bastards can get over this mindset that you have. You want to raise more money and attract more investors, then just do it the right way. Because what will 100% happen is you will get a reputation in this community that you refuse to set up a new LLC, and people will stop going to your portal and doing deals with you. Be like, oh, that person's trying to save money all the time. They're not willing to have new this and new that. I want to be part of a new project, a new LLC, a new bank account, and have it clean, cut, and dry. I don't want to be like, wait, is the accounting, does that include me, or is that the previous, you know what I'm saying? Is it really worth $2,500 to try and save that? There's somebody in here going, yeah, it is worth the $2,500, but.
But why to save it? You're raising it.
Doran, facts, bro.
Since we could use this.
Carl, people need to see you, or people need to hear you, bro. If only people could hear how good Carl's hair was. You know what I'm saying?
Every time. Besides my hair, so this platform could really be used for fund to funds, syndications, fix and flip funding, PML. Can we use it for some of those other more sophisticated instruments? Or
she says yes. Here's my challenge with this. If you're going to go do a fund to funds and you're going to go to like a family office is not going to go in your portal.
No. Yeah,
that would like this. You guys got to make this is such a great question that Carl's asking. We did a conversation today about family offices. Now, if I go do like a self-directed IRA lunch and learn, those people pushing them to my portal, 100%.
Individual people.
Right. But what would be better is actually send them to the fund's website to talk to the people directly and not go through this portal, is my personal opinion.
Okay.
I think that it's an extra step of friction when I know I have Frank or I have somebody on the other line that's willing to get on the phone with them and build rapport and all that kind of stuff. I think if you're raising larger chunks of money for big projects, Stella might be like, "Hey, shut up. I want everybody to fund everything on Fractional." But what are your thoughts on that, Stella? Am I right, wrong, indifferent?
Yeah, for me, it is more of just, what your expectations are in terms of people's involvement. The structure we're doing on Fractional is the community is an investment club and the investors are a joint venture, which is why the voting is really important. You cannot, you cannot turn a JV into a syndication or a fund where you are going to call all the shots and keep everyone in the dark. Like that is no longer a JV. Like if that's a syndication, you're going to need to go, get the filings for your syndication and your fund and whatever. Right. So that is my take is like, you have to be okay with some level of active participation with your partners. And if that's what you're good with, then, you can totally use Fractional. But if that's not the case and you want like all the control and everyone else is just like a black box investor, then this is not going to be the right setup.
That's a good point. So if you have LPs that are not participating in a club, like a syndication or a fund, they should not be going through Fractionals.
Okay. Yeah. When the term CRM came up and I was thinking about just the communication process, I thought maybe, but that makes sense.
It's basically everything Gator 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Anything like private money lender related, small projects, large projects type of thing where you're bringing in a group of individuals and there's no fund structure where, again, it's a GP and an LP, right? A sponsor of the deal that's like, I'm making the decisions. This is my project. And she said black box investor. It's like, you're over here. You don't really get voting rights. You're not participating at all. You just get a check every quarter or whatever it is. I would say funds and syndications should not go here. She's already said that. Not should. That's not what
I mean, you can have them in your community to stay in touch with them, but like the deal cannot be a syndication or a fund. That's got to be.
Also, if you're raising $10 million through a family office and you're paying her a 2% fee on that, that's significant. You should keep that 2% fee for yourself. I mean, there's going to be literally tens of thousands of transactions that go through Fractional just in our community on a yearly basis. I would say the average deal is going to look very similar to what I just broke down, which is like, hey, I'm raising $40,000 for this flip. Hey, I'm raising $80,000 for this thing. Hey, who wants to buy an assisted living facility? I know Jeff, I don't know where he is, behind the TV. Sorry, guys. Apologize for coughing. I should have muted myself. I apologize. But Jeff is trying to raise money for an assisted living facility. So he could do something like, hey, I'll give you percentage plus equity, right? But still, that's not a GP LP situation. So, so business buying is not right for Fractional. Yeah, business buying is good for Fractional. Hung, I just told you assisted living, like Jeff could go in there and go, I have this business, I want to buy it. Good example. Let's say, hypothetically, I own a company called theperfectclean.com. Okay, we are here in Mesa, we clean houses, pretty obvious by the name, and we're perfect. Theperfectclean.com did 600 houses of cleaning last month. The company will do $3 million next year in revenue, and we'll net about $1 million. Pretty cool. Well, what's cool about that is that I'll start selling franchises. So let's say somebody comes along and goes, I want to buy this franchise. Who wants to be my partner? And the franchise is $175,000. You could even come in here and buy a franchise by getting 10 partners at $17,500 each and go buy a franchise of like a business in a box on Fractional. You could also just go to the plumber down the road and go, hey guys, this guy's willing to seller finance $2 million, but he wants $300,000 down. I'm raising $300,000. I'll pay you, I'll give you some equity in the deal, but I need, and blah, 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 blah. It's however you structure it. So buying a business, all of those types of things. Yes, you absolutely can do all that. Does anybody feel like they want to get to work on this like right away?
Absolutely.
Yes, Mike Jackson.
So in the example that you used before where we're providing gap financing for a fix and flip,
yes, sir,
for example, or we're buying a Subto, we're going to wrap it or rent it. Is this a good solution for that? And if so,
1,000%.
How would you structure something like that if we're looking to raise 50 grand for an acquisition of a rental property, for example?
Easy. One of two things, depending on who you are. You're advanced, Mike, you're a smart guy, as they call you in the community, Elon Musk. Doesn't he kind of look like Elon? He's got a little bit more money than Elon, but by the way, everybody can see you on that camera right there. To your, look at your right and wave to everybody right there at that camera. Okay, so Mike's helped a lot of people get their first deal. Mike's done a lot of deals. He's done wraps, he's done Subto, seller finance deals. He's done a lot of cash wholesale deals. He's an advanced guy. So I would say that, Mike, you have the ability to raise capital without giving equity away because you're advanced and people, you have more credibility, right? Whereas if I'm brand new and I'm trying to raise money for a rental, the easiest way for me to raise money for a rental when I'm brand new, like a Subto deal, is I go, hey guys, I have a Subto deal. I need 25 grand for closing, this, that, and the other. I want to pay myself $10,000 up front. So I need $60,000. What I'm willing to give you for the $60,000 is 50% ownership of the deal. That's way greater than a 10% interest only loan. So for you in your shoes, same exact deal, you're going to offer 10% interest only with a 5-year balloon or something along those lines because you're advanced and people will accept a lower return because they have a higher level of security because the jockey is who they're betting on, right? Versus somebody who's brand new, they're going to go, how do I entice investors to invest with me and do a deal with me? You're going to have to give up a lot more in the very beginning for your first 5 or 6 deals. My first 5 Subto deals I raised money for, I gave 50% away on my number 2, 3, 4, and 5th deal. My first deal, I let somebody, I was like, bring the money and I'll let you take the whole deal. The person gave me 80%, or I'm sorry, they took 80%, I kept 20%. It was because I was like, I don't know how to raise money. So I brought them in as a private money partner. So I'm answering the question for you, if it was me and you want to go buy a rental, here's also what I'm sure you could do inside your Fractional account. I should come and work for Fractional. Gosh dang it. So let's say that you find a deal. Let's say it's a 16-plex and you're buying it on seller finance and it needs a couple $100,000 down payment. You go into your Fractional account and you say, I'm going to give 10% interest only for the next 5 years until I can refinance your money out. That's a decent structure, right? A lot of people, like you heard today, Ryan Cox saying, a lot of his investors are like, give me 10 to 15%, I'm happy. Well, what if you don't have enough eyeballs in your Fractional portal and you haven't been doing a good enough job getting enough people in there to even look at it? Well, you might have to go, hey guys, I'll pay you a week into your project. You might go, I'm not raising enough money. You might have to tweak it to 12% and see if that gets people over the edge. Let's say you go, crap, I'm a week away from close and I'm still $100,000 short. You could change the knob a little bit and go, hey guys, just letting you know, I told everybody that it was already funded. I was going to give 12. I'm now going to give everybody 14.5% interest. I'm trying to get people over the edge. I think depending on how many people you have in your portal it's the old story I tell people. If there's only one boy in high school and there's 50 girls in high school, that guy can ask anybody he wants to prom. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Meanwhile, that guy being asked to winter formal where it's women's choice, he can kind of pick and choose. Like, dude, I got 50 people that are going to ask me. I'm the one dude in school. This is how it is in Alaska, I imagine. Okay, so that's the thing is if you have a lot of people you've attracted to your portal, you will be able to offer lower terms. So the better question is, how do I get more people to my portal?
Right.
Right. So again, one guy and Moose for options, basically. So there you go. So Mika says, I had to do that on my last deal. It went from 17 to 25% just to get the lender to jump on board, which tells you what? It doesn't tell you that the deal was a bad deal. It tells you that their inability to get eyeballs on their project was actually their biggest problem. Yes, Roz.
So as a lender, and maybe as one of the 60% who actually wire at the end of a transaction, say that for whatever reason, you do your due diligence and you decide that the deal is not for you. How does that work with the committed portion?
Okay, I would probably say you got to do well, here's the thing. Everybody's portal and everybody's 10% is going to be different. Her suggestion at Fractional is to keep people responsible to wiring their money. You should tell them they're not getting their 10% back. But again, let's go back to the 50 girls, one guy analogy. What if I'm raising money and I don't have a lot of investors and one of my investors decides, hey, I'm going to pull out. Do I want to build a reputation that I take people's 10%? When they decide to pull out, or do I not? I don't know. For me, where I'm at, where I have a lot of eyeballs, I could go, guys, I'm hard-nosed on this. If you tell me you're going to commit and you back out on me, the information is right here. If you tell me you're going to commit and you back out on me, I'm taking your 10%. Why is that? It's because I can do that. That's my flavor and that's my energy that people are okay with. Roz, if you go and let's say you're brand new, not you, Roz, because people know you. Let's say you're brand new and you make a reputation of, I changed my mind. People talk because people are stupid, right? They always talk about negative things. They don't talk about positive things. They're not like, wow, Roz is 6'7" and he's so smart and he's beautiful. What they do is they go, can you believe this freaking guy? I wired money to his thing and I changed my mind because there's just something about the deal I didn't like and he wouldn't give me my 10% back. Now that's going to market you and brand you, even if it's right or it's wrong. So she allows you to make that determination. So here's my answer to you. If you wire money to somebody that has a policy you don't like, then you should be smacked in the face. And the policy that you don't like would be something like, their policy says that if you wire money or you make a commitment and you change your mind later, you're not getting your 10% back, then you should have never wired the money in the first place. But the beautiful thing is you can change the portal or change the way the rules work. Is that correct, Stella?
Yeah. So one thing we talked about in person last time was if you wanted to be a little bit nicer, what you could say is you can't take the money out of your wallet. Like the money will stay in your wallet, but you can use that for one of my next deals. And it can only be used towards my next deal. So that is kind of like a middle position where they don't get to just completely back out of investing with you. They can kind of back out of this project, maybe something totally like, I don't know, they didn't catch the first time, you want to be nice about it. Then, at least they still have the funds that's locked in their fractional wallet that they can use towards your next deal.
Personally, if I have enough eyeballs that I can turn people away, I would rather filter people by having a strong policy up front saying, I'm not going to back out on the deal. So if you decided to back on the deal, the worst case scenario for you is I'll roll your money to the next project, but I'm not giving it back. There's no way in hell you're getting your money back Because now what else have I done? If I've branded my portal, all the deals I'm doing, people will start talking, oh, it's okay. You can fund Roz's deals and you can back out anytime. He'll give you your money back. That ain't happening. Yeah, Dorn.
100%, but also.
So if you raise and then you think you raise it all, someone backs up, then you said no to someone else that could have potentially put the money and stay, right? So you also have an opportunity loss.
Yeah, there you go. So does that answer a question or did I over answer it?
Over answer, bro.
Okay.
So that also goes with, I know earlier, Pace, you mentioned like, oh, Stella's personal project, it's oversubscribed, right? Like that is actually a good thing. Like if you can do that, definitely shoot for that, because in the case where someone's a bad actor and they pull out and they're like, fuck it, I'll just lose my money, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm so then, now you have essentially like a wait list of people, right? That you can, replace that person who.
I had a deal one time, Stella, don't tell anybody I told you this, but I had a deal one time that the deal canceled. Okay. The deal canceled, not my inability to raise the money. So what did I do? Instead of telling people the deal canceled, what did I do? I said, sorry guys, this was oversubscribed. We had too many investors. So sorry you missed out. I'll keep you in. Tracy, it's called lying. Okay. And Tracy used to be a school teacher, so I know she's good at this. Guys, Santa Claus is real. Whatever it is that you told those kids, I don't know what you told them. Let's not go there. So that's such a great point, is that you want to, gosh, I wish this wasn't the case, but it is. And people are more motivated by the fear of loss than they are by the motivation of gain. Okay, I would write that down as one of the universal laws on the planet. People are more motivated to take action because they're going to lose out on something than they are by saying, you're going to make all this money. This 100%. Stella, such a good point. FOMO. I'm really bad at FOMO. I got to work on it. Okay, cool. What if the deal goes south? There will be deals that go south. And here's the thing. But they committed. What would they be able to get their money back? I don't know. That's not Stella's responsibility. That's not my responsibility. That's the sponsor's responsibility to have that in their agreement to say, hey, if you're investing, you have to understand you're investing with a likelihood of this thing losing money. Guys, rule number one of lending money, plan on losing the money. Don't lend money you don't plan on losing. And if you lose the money, take responsibility and go, what lesson did I pay for? Am I right about that, Stella? It's not Fractional's responsibility to get your money back, correct?
Yeah. So to clarify on that, if, say you did the buy box thing, right? And people pull together 200K so that we all can buy a property out in Atlanta. If you never find, that property in Atlanta, you also shouldn't like hold people's money hostage on the platform forever, right? Because they can use that money to invest in a different deal, right? Like as they should. So in that case where, the deal isn't going through because of, your problem as a project leader where you just never found the deal, which, totally happens. Like that's okay. Then, what's best practice is like setting some sort of timeline. Like, okay, we'll work on this for 30 days. And if we don't find the deal by then everybody gets their deposit back, right? Because that is not really anyone's fault. It's just that the deal just didn't happen.
Freaking great question. Kay says, also say they can only back out one time. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. People are motivated to do deals on fear of missing out instead of making money. That's the craziest thing ever. The fear of missing out is stronger than the motivation for a gain. Where does the deposit money lie? Oh, okay.
So that's the fractional wallet that I talked about earlier. So we create, or each user, when they deposit, they create a wallet on Fractional. Conceptually, it's kind of similar to like your PayPal wallet or your Venmo balance, right? So their funds are going from their personal bank account or their SDRA, whatever it is, into their Fractional wallet. We have a hold there, so they can't take that money out. And then the money will then move from their Fractional wallet into the LLC bank account to close on the deal.
Boom. Okay, Nathan, will you put the link in the side chat again for the people? You know what's interesting is I think here's what I'm learning. Okay, I'm learning that people will not care about the link until they care about the product. And I think what happens is as we continue to talk about the benefits, people are like, oh, I'm missing out. Oh my gosh, what's that link again? So the link is in the side chat, guys. Why is this specific link important? Because what you're going to see is I'm going to tell people, if you guys are funding deals with people that don't have a safety badge, they don't have an ethics badge, they don't have certain badges, I would tell you to go invest with people that have. And we're going to hold our community at a higher level, a higher standard, and make sure that there's some formal ways for people to present deals. And I would also even put in there, go, if you don't have these 15 things inside of your post about that deal, our community will refuse, I will freaking put your, in Gator and Subto, top tier TC and the free Facebook group, if you're posting deals that do not have the criteria, I will put you on post approval where you can't post things unless you get my team's approval. I will not allow it anymore. I'm done. I'm done with the thing of like, I'm raising money for a project. Hit me up. Bro, we are the most professional industry leaders in this entire real estate industry. We need to be at a higher level. So Mika says, if I'm an investor and I'm looking at deals, when am I committed to a deal? When am I finally committed to a deal, Stella? What is the action, the trigger, the button that I push on that I'm finally committed to a deal?
Yes, great question. So let's look at this live project right now. Say you went on the Zoom calls, you love this project, you want to join. Then this big blue button over here, this is the deposit task. So you click on that. It'll ask you how much you want to invest. So 5,000 is the minimum for this one. I can do 15 or any sort of crazy number. Click, you can see here it says 10% deposit required, right? And this is also a setting that you can choose as the project leader as well. So we've seen cases where, people have asked for 50% deposit or even 100% deposit, right? 10% is standard kind of best practice that we suggest, but depending on how urgent your deal is, maybe you need all the money deposited up front already, right? So up to you to choose. 10% is the standard. Click continue to payment. This is where we'll ask people to create their wallets, and then you'll need to connect your personal bank account here. If you're using an SDRA, you'll just have to let us know that you're using an SDRA. This is a new functionality we're going to build right now, is directly being able to connect your SDRA if you have a checkbook. If you don't, then we do have to be involved with the custodian, unfortunately, so that part is a little bit manual. But anyways, you connect your payment method, agree, and then clicking this button here will essentially commit you officially to the project.
Freaking awesome. Yes, Maria. Somebody hand that mic to this girl.
Do you think the community is going to have systems in place to make it more mandatory so people depart from the Facebook, hey, hit me up thing versus
what's going to happen?
How do you encourage people?
We'll have the same people we have Facebook group monitors. And so what we'll do is we won't remove their post. We'll make a comment and go, hey, can you please go watch this training before you post deals in the Facebook group? I don't mind people posting deals in the Facebook group, but the way it should be done is, hey guys, I just posted a new deal in my Fractional portal. Here's some photos of the house I'm raising money for. If you guys want to go over there and take a look at it, go. I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is, hey guys, I need private money, hit me up. It's that's the free Facebook group energy. That's not our energy in Subto and Gator. And so will I allow those posts? Yes, I'm not going to delete them. I'm just going to reply to them very methodically and with diplomacy and say, hey, here's the training on how you should be posting in the Facebook group for your particular deals. Does that make sense?
Well, maybe I have two suggestions. Maybe attach one as those messages of the day or something on top of the Facebook so we can always refer back.
Yeah.
And also put it in a couple of your Subto emails, how you say, hey, come to see this broadcasted thing going live, something like that in the beginning of January, that, hey, every once in a while, remind people to encourage them, hey, let's depart from this random messages.
Yeah, one of the other things we're going to be doing is Mel Palmer, she's going to be doing a Zoom every other week for the joint community, showing people how to present their deals properly. And she's going to remind people, hey, make sure you like tell Fractional that you have your safety badge. Make sure you present yourself this way. Make sure this, that, and the other. She's also going to go through the Facebook group and go, all right, let's talk about how this deal could have been presented better. She's basically going to just teach people how to present deals properly. And since she's the one that crafted the safety badge, I'm going to put her in charge of making sure that everybody has a standard process and has access to training every 2 weeks just on how to present a deal properly.
I think this is the great system, but like better participation and more eyes in the whole system and knowledge. You know where I mean?
Yes, 100%. So any last questions before I let Stella go? We were supposed to be done at 4 o'clock.
These are great questions.
They're so good. Do you provide a proof of funds for each fund being raised so we can show it to the seller's agent? Herbert, I will show you guys how to get a proof of funds for the rest of your life. This proof of fund thing is the silliest thing ever, honestly. Like when you just understand where to get a proof of funds, it's so silly. Stop, like if you're in the community, getting a proof of funds is incredibly easy. I'll show you guys how to do it. I'll do it on Sunday's training. What's the name of the Android app? They don't have, bro, Androids.
No Android app. Go on your laptop or go on your phone. You can, it's a pretty good mobile experience. So just go to fractional.app on your phone. On your Android, that will work fine. And we do have an Apple iPhone app. And then one last thing I want to call out that I saw Kat ask in the chat, can you add people to your community before you upload deals? Absolutely, yes. Like that is what you should do. Do not start your community when you have, like that is so backwards. Like you should not be asking people for money as your first interaction with them. Start the community literally yesterday. Do it like right now and start corralling people, actually nurture people who want to work with you, build trust with them so that they're ready, you know, when that deal comes.
Yeah, I mean, you guys should be in there talking about deals you're looking at, talking about deals you turned down, talking about the sandwich you ate this morning while you were looking at a deal. Like literally show your personality inside of that portal so that people that you're attracting there understand who they're investing with. Don't just sit there and go, no, Pace, nobody wants to fund on my deal. I'm like, because you waited until you had a deal to fund. When do we raise money, guys? 6 months before we need it. 6 months before we need it. Armando says, stop dissing androids. That will not happen. I used to diss people's football teams. I learned a hard lesson. I've been punched in the face. So I don't even like football. I just like, how do I tease people about something that's kind of funny? And people don't like that. So I chose the phone thing. Are there benefits of raising funds directly with Fractional versus Roth IRA, or can they work together? People should be rolling their people should be rolling their retirement accounts into your Fractional. That's how they invest. Think of their retirement account as just a checking account, because it literally is, right? They pull money out of their retirement account into their own LLC bank account, and then they distribute that money to you. So it's just coming from an LLC. Don't think about it as, oh my gosh, it's an investment account. It can't come into Fractional. It absolutely can, for sure. Okay. Triple Win Tanya says, I'm seeking private equity partners, not hard money, for $30 million multifamily new build in Phoenix Valley. Let's connect. I can tell you that will not attract a single person that has any money, sadly. And so the way I would do that, Tanya, which I think is awesome, is I would say, hey guys, my name is Tanya. I focus on these types of deals. Who wants to connect? Here's my phone number. But the second you say, hey, I'm raising money, people will go, oh, dang. It's like walking into a grocery store. Think about this. There's 2 openings on a Walmart. One of them is Girl Scouts selling Girl Scout cookies, and another one is like nobody there. What door am I going in? Depends on how I feel. Sometimes I want me one of them Thin Mints. But I will avoid this door because I know what's going to happen. So guys, marketing 101. If somebody knows you're going to pitch them on a $30 million, hey, here's the thing, chances are they're going to avoid your Girl Scout cookies and go to the door that doesn't have anything. Okay. So learn how to make friends on here by saying, hey, my name is Tanya. I freaking love being here. I'm excited about being here. Who wants to be my friend? I want 5 friends today. The effective capital raising is going to be, It's going to be way more effective to raise capital that way than it is by saying, hey, I'm raising $30 million. Do we all agree with that? Okay. I need to capital raise for my new iPhone. My $600 Android doesn't have the fractional share app. That's freaking, Mika, that's genius, bro. How do you get our semester badges added to the fractional account? Don't worry about that right now. Give us a couple of weeks. I'm working with Stella on it. Just make sure you use the appropriate link so we're going to basically fuse the community together. And my team will be working with Stella and her team. Stella, we're proud of you for being such a badass.
Thank you. Thank you. Super appreciate it. And honestly, if you guys have feedback, we love feedback. This is a continuous work in progress. We want to deliver more and more value and, help everybody hit a home run here. So, let us know any, bugs, new products we can build, anything like that can just make this whole experience better for everyone. And let's get that bread together.
Yes. Thank you, Stella. Appreciate you. Okay. So just so you guys know, anybody that's in Subto, Gator, top tier TC, we are going to be giving a list of everybody in the community to Stella so she can make sure that you guys are being tracked properly so that as we add benefits and uniform systems and stuff for our collective portals, everybody's portals, we all kind of have a uniform way of doing it. Would it be nice if everybody had to present a deal the exact same way, same format? Who are the principals? Who are this? Who are that? Right? And it's like a 15-point. So guess who's working on that? Mel Palmer is going to be working on that. So if you guys know Mel Palmer, shoot her a text message and just go, thank you so much for putting all this work together. She'll be working hand in hand with Stella, and she's such a great figure in the community. She's been burned on loans. She's had tons of successful loans. She watches out for everybody in the community. How do I check if somebody who messages me is in the Subto community? Daniel, send an email to support@subto.com and say, is this person in the community? There's a lot of people in the free Facebook group will lie about it. Well, yes, but what if he's in the free Facebook group?
No, it's Subto.
I know, but let's say he's not in the Subto group and somebody's reaching out. This happens in the free Facebook group all the time. Hey, I'm one of Pace's students, blah, 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 blah. Let's do deals together. I'm super trained. I know what I'm doing. And they claim to be Subto when they're not. And so that's what they're asking. What if you're not in Subto? How do you know that somebody that's offering to help you is in Subto? Email support@subto.com and the team will make sure you guys are helped out. Stella, you're the freaking best. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Nathan, you can take her down.
Thank you. Thank you all. Super glad to be here and excited to go to the moon together.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Was today a good day today or what?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Did anybody learn anything today?
Hell yeah.
Good stuff. You know what I should do is maybe Roz or somebody here local in Arizona, we should go do a self-directed IRA pitch, like a lunch and learn, and I'll do it and we'll record it and then show everybody else how to do it. I'll add that for like January or February. The Raising Private Capital recordings, guys, we are literally on, today was what, 10, we started at 9:30. Was that 7 hours today? Is that right? I mean, you showed up at 10. I started at 9:30. I don't know where you guys were. I called that seller at 9:30. So we went 7 hours today. This is actually class number 7. So that means we've already done 42 hours. Is that right? So we've already done 42 hours on raising private capital. There wasn't a wasted minute, I would imagine, today. And at some point you have all this information, you just got to put it into action. So what we'll do is I'll show you guys, Roz, I will make sure you find the company to go do a lunch and learn for, or maybe I'll have Rachel do it. If you don't have an assistant, you are the assistant. Okay, Rachel, here's what your homework is. Are you ready to be delegated to? She sent me a text this morning. She said, actually, let me read the text message. It's a sweet text message. She's great. We love Rachel. She says, okay, Rachel says, hey, Pace, I just want to let you know how thankful I am at how you show up, even after long days, and how blah, blah, blah. I have a great respect for you. You're not as stupid as I thought you were. She said, I want to do better. If there's if there's ever a time where you can think of things I can do better, please say anything, or anything I can take off your plate, please let me know. Well, you asked for it, sucker. So here we go. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would find a self-directed IRA company here local in Arizona and say, hey, we're an investment company. We want to show your investors how we find deals. Can we do a lunch and learn this month? I'll give you the script. You don't have to worry about being perfect. Like, I'll talk to you about it again, but we'll set it up and I'll take you, Roz, because you're here local. And will your wife let you out of the house? Okay. She's so freaking cool. Okay, so you and I will go, we'll record the whole thing, give it to everybody in the community and go, here's how you go and do a lunch and learn. And you guys can see it all in action. Okay. We will be back actually tomorrow. We have another class tomorrow. Who's going to be here in person tomorrow? Anybody? Was today worth your time? Doran traveled here today. Who traveled here? Julie, you traveled here. Jim, you traveled here. Reagan, you traveled here. Gabby, all the way from Detroit. Holy crap. Paul, all the way from, in my mind, he's from Hawaii. Even though he's not. Dustin, Florida. Maria, California. Jim, all the way from, Carl, all the way from, no, it's Michigan. They're the same thing. Show me Minnesota and Michigan on a map. I bet you couldn't tell me which one is which. We got freaking, we got Mike Jackson here from Texas. Okay, our Arizona boys here, Arizona. We got some Arizona people, but for the most, Tracy, in my mind, you live in Oregon. And I know you and I are friends, but in my mind, you live in Oregon. Are you Florida? Every time you and I text, I swear you're like in Galapagos Islands or something else. We got Bill Fisher and Kimberly Fisher. They came all the way from freaking Alaska. Kyle, where are you at? North Alabama.
People actually came through. We finally got internet.
You did? Heck yeah. Angie Milanazzo. Who loves Angie Milanazzo, by the way? Gosh, dang it. We love you so much. So, guys, we will be back here tomorrow with another class. Hung Mai says, Doran is my partner in our motel deal, trying to get him to help us into New York Times Magazine with our dude, the guy's probably one of the best designers I've ever seen personally. Okay, same link for tomorrow, everybody that's on Zoom, same exact link for tomorrow. If you guys are on YouTube right now, like a bunch of knuckleheads, you can go to my Instagram stories and you guys can plug into my stories and get the Zoom link for tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow. Then finally, Sunday, we're going to be doing, I know this is a lot of training. I get it. Hopefully it's not a waste of anybody's time, but Sunday, we're going to be doing a training about what happened with Nicole Espinoza in the prison situation and things that people need to immediately stop doing and things that they need to be doing better, all of that stuff. So that'll be Sunday. And I think that's all I got. And then No One Left Behind Challenge starts on Sunday as well. So that's Sunday evening. I never work. I feel so